Start the YouTube stream. All right, YouTube stream is about to start again. I don't know what necessarily happened there, but it is going to be better now. All right, YouTube stream is back. There's a first part if you want to go check that out. It's not that important. Who cares? It's Friday.
The way the streets of Los Santos are laid out makes it weirdly confusing to get around, and there's not a clear central highway that you can just hop on to travel long distances. So you end up having to take a couple of highways down to this beach area, and then you can take that road west out of the city and onto some back roads. And yes, I am actually driving this whole road trip in one shot, and I'm going to try to keep this
oh god, that's
alive
gross.
the whole time if I can. We'll see. As you can see, it already got smashed up in a little road rage incident, but it's all good. To the west of Los Santos, you'll find Flint County, which is very different from where you spend the early hours of the game. There's lots of space full of farms and big green trees and hills. The whole area has a real Northern California sort of libertarian, but I'm secretly actually a Republican vibe. Sorry, you know who you are. There's a high...
Every libertarian is that way. Every libertarian is just waiting to find their dictator.
highway you can hop on that follows the southern edge of the
Sorry, hold on. Sometimes my boy cat bullies the girl cat, but then she also slaps him and walks by now and then.
island, and it's along that very highway that you find the next place I want to stop, the gas station. I remember the first time I saw this gas station. It was super early in my time with the game, and I was heading back from this little town on the western edge of the map, and I remember it was super foggy, and I was walking along the highway rather than driving, because I like to do that sometimes. And as I walked back along the highway in the fog, eventually I saw this gas station in the distance in the middle of what felt like nowhere. And as much as I think this was meant to feel like a cute little Americana stop on a country road, it actually just feels kind of scary, especially at night. I ended up spending a minute walking around when I realized that no NPCs ever actually pull into the gas station parking lot either. There are cars parked in the parking lot, but they never go anywhere, and there are cars on the highway, but they never come in. They actually let you go inside the gas station, which is also really weird because it loads this super brightly lit, shiny convenience store interior, which has 3 NPCs that also never leave. And maybe the scariest thing I discovered while here is that if you punch the gas pumps, they make a really deep, frightening bang. It's a super weird place, especially if you come across it on a foggy night. After I left the gas station, my van...
How do you want your game's environment theme to feel? I definitely want it to have a feel. I don't know. I've never really given that much thought yet. I definitely want it to feel stylish. I do not like realism over style. And I need to develop that style. Currently undefined. Oh my goodness, you gifted a sub to Scrigornius! I recognize that person's username. I think that's another Amy chatter.
And ended up getting absolutely wrecked in a multi-car...
Thank you, Morgan. Oh wait, you should... Here. Oh, that... That's funny. Yeah, there's your reward. I hope you're happy. That's not the what button I wanted to press. I like when I accidentally press the wrong buttons on my stream sometimes. It's really funny. This is Frank Miller's drawing of Wonder Woman. Just a friendly reminder. Frank Miller, the formerly extremely talented comic book artist that is just not good. It's like we get to see his dementia take live action or something. It's really funny. Anyway, let me get back to what you actually deserve. Which is a video. Oh, it's already okay. There we go. This is the one. All right. So I do. So I have not. So the first game that I'm making right now is just a first-person shooter. So if anything, it's just gonna have like VR simulation template style thing. Like it's just gonna be whatever works. I won't. My game that has a story will have more of a direction in terms of artistic themes when that happens. But like right now, I just want to make a 4-player split screen game kind of thing. Put a dimension. You've put real dimensions portraits in live chat. It shows the degradation pretty well, pretty similar to Frank Miller. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've seen those too. I know what I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. So like, it's so sad. Hold on, let me get a link of it. Like, this is actually a thing. Like when you have dementia, your capabilities just diminish. Like, there's a vague memory of how you do things. Like, you might notice, oh, I have an ear. I do the eyes like this. I have an ear. I do the eyes like this. I have an ear. I do the eyes like this. I have an ear. I do the eyes like this. I have an ear. I do the eyes like this. And, like, it's fascinating for sure.
Accident involving the police, so we're going to have to be on the lookout for
It kind of does, yeah. I do like, you know what? I want to download like some antiquated AI models for image generation, because like the aesthetic is kind of cool.
a repair shop as we go forward. We passed through a
AI
small town
reverse,
which
I
did
think
not
that's
have
right.
a repair shop, and then got onto a dirt road and started to make these
Shut
slow
your
and
door,
steady
Jesus
climb
Christ.
all the way up to the next place we're looking at on our journey through San Andreas, which is Mount Chiliad.
We were classmates at school. Buying a mattress was the worst. So
A mattress for all three of you in one mattress, maybe?
we built a better one.
we all had the same bad
Oh God, why? This counts as an AI ad.
mattress buying story. Every mattress we bought was wrong.
So we stopped buying
Just says Collins
them
on his
and
shirt.
started building them. We built a 2-minute sleep quiz. How you sleep, what you like, and who you share the bed with.
It matches you to one of our mattresses actually built
Do they have beds for poly? Oh wait, maybe.
for how you sleep, not the
We're
average
gonna
of
skip this now.
When I tell you
They
I
barely look different. I know, right?
had to have the gas pedal held all the way down on this drive to actually get this van to make it up this hill, I was laughing so hard. I guess I just assumed that because it was a video game, all the roads
My mattress I got right when I moved in. It is a
be
king
easy
bed.
to
You're
drive
right.
on for all
Although I think queens are bigger.
of the vehicles, but it was not. She was struggling. Anyway, the drive up to the top of Mount Chiliad is really fun because all of these roads are really tight switchbacks that snake back and forth, and you can't just do the GTA
Shut your
5 thing
door.
of driving straight up the side because it's way too steep and inaccessible. So you're just trudging along, back and forth, being careful not to fall off the edge. But it's all worth it when you finally reach the top and see one of the coolest and weirdest places in the game. This big flat parking area has 2 other vans and a bicycle in it, which
That
implies someone
sounds
else is
familiar,
up here, but
but
there isn't.
I'm also
and when
from
you stand in
Arizona.
the middle of it and look around, all you see is sky. It was actually super cloudy when I came here this time around, which made everything feel super
I
weird
would never
and
look things
isolated
up.
from the rest of the game. Like this flat plateau was the entire world. There's an observation platform all the way on the other side of the parking area that you can walk down to, and from it you can see the clouds, which are highly detailed but never actually move, and some of the world down below that we just drove through to get out here. It's weird to think back on when I came here early in my time with the game and how in all of the hours since then I've never had any reason to come back. None of the missions that I ended up playing had me come up here, and once you leave this area of the map it's a little bit of a hassle to get back to, so you just never do unless you take a road trip, I guess. I waited for the sun to set and then the fog to clear, and then I hiked my way up to the very top of the mountain on this ridge because it has one of my favorite views in the game where you can just stand and
Look at how sharp those polygons are.
slowly spin the camera around to see the perfectly still
You don't
world
even
with
notice
the
how
stars
sharp
and
they
the
are when
clouds
you're a
and the
kid.
moon all just suspended in the air. Now, I originally wrote something in the script here that said, like, isn't it crazy that something like this is in a Grand Theft Auto game? But then when I actually read this back, I kind of realized this is something that's just in most Grand Theft Auto games since GTA 3. Like, we think of them as these very exciting kind of crime games, and they definitely are that. But they all do have these really beautiful, quiet, solitude moments, at least if you play them like I do, you know? Anyway, after I finished at the top of the mountain,
I thought he was
at
gonna
that
give
frame
examples.
I got back on the highway as the sun started coming up, and I headed off towards our next destination, out of the woods and on to much nicer highways. Now, you can tell we're getting closer to another city because we're going through these fancy highway tunnels. But the place we're headed is actually just before the city, and it's an any Austin favorite, San Fierro International Airport. Speaking of correct ways to play Grand Theft Auto games, you have to stop and look at every airport in a Grand Theft Auto game, and this one is no exception, especially because for whatever reason, they let us, a civilian in a 1992 Chevy Astro, drive into the restricted area and onto the airfield. I'm known around the world as the guy who made the video about whether GTA's airports are realistic, but we actually didn't cover San Andreas in that video, so let's take a quick second to do that now. The most realistic thing about this airport is the world's greatest underpants.
Where'd you get them from? Did you make them in the oven, or?
I know, that came out of nowhere. I really hit you with it. But just let me explain. I actually asked MeUndies if instead of talking about their product today, I could just talk about the airports and put their logo in the corner. And of course, they politely reminded me that they're paying me a lot of money and that while they
is MeUndies is this actually a did this exist before, like during the movie The Room? I feel like it's a The Room reference.
I actually asked MeUndies if instead of talking about their product today, I could just talk about the airports and put their logo in the corner. And of course, they politely reminded me that they're paying me a lot of money and that while they appreciate my love of airports, they do need people to know that they make great underpants. And believe it or not, that's the first time MeUndies has ever said no to me because they're extremely reasonable. Anyway, the only thing worth talking about here are the runway signs, which are, no, MeUndies. Listen, I am being 100% honest with you when I say that I love my MeUndies, and every pair I have, I happily paid for with my own money. I own one pair of MeUndies for every day of the week, so I never have to wear anything else. I am a MeUndies stan. If you ever see me in
do you think the MeUndies guys would appreciate if you did their ad while wearing their underwear, like, visibly?
person, ask me to show you
I
my
don't know if YouTube would appreciate
and you will
that.
see that they are MeUndies. Do not do that. But just know that if you do see me walking around and you look down at my my lower section, underneath these beautiful wide pleated pants are in fact my MeUndies. MeUndies has products for every size, shape, and gender, including things like bralettes, swimwear, socks, t-shirts, which I also have some of. I wear them to the gym, and a lot more. And
could
then
wear
if
the
you don't
outside
like them,
jeans. That's
guess
true.
what? As long as you didn't get them dirty, you can return them for a full refund, no questions asked. Well, I guess one question. They will ask you, did you shit in them? As long as the answer is no, you're good. Go to MeUndies.com/AnyAustin and use promo code AnyAustin to get up to 50% off your subscribe and save deal. And yes, even if you use subscribe and save, which makes it cheaper, you can return it to get your money back. Do not worry. That is MeUndies.com/AnyAustin, promo code AnyAustin.
It's weird that he keeps emphasizing the return policy.
Subscribe and save deal. There's really only one thing I want to tell you about here at San Fierro Airport, and that has to do with the red portion of signs like this here. These are runway number signs, which basically means that they indicate that you're about to cross over onto an active runway. Runways are numbered. You can see that this sign is for a runway called
Wait. Oh man, are you not allowed to be a pilot if you're colorblind?
4 right, and in GTA San Andreas there are signs for 4 different runways: 3 right, 1 left, 0 left, and 2 right. Now, none of these runways exist in the game. The only runway that actually exists in the game is runway 69, of course. I wonder if they'll do runway 67. Never mind. But I was looking at these signs and I couldn't help but wonder, where would they have stolen these numbers from? Because these are all believable runway numbers. These numbers could exist, unlike the signs we saw in GTA 5. So they must have just yoinked them from a real airport sign and copied them into the game, right? And it turns out there's actually one airport in the world that I could find that has all of these exact runways. Toronto Pearson International Airport in Toronto, Canada, which has all of these runways. It also has a few more, but that's beside the point. And guess what? Rockstar Games actually had an office in Toronto at the time of the development of GTA San Andreas, and they still do. So maybe
I'm going to talk about this so some people don't consume salts at all. Some people don't consume salts at all because they don't want to get high blood pressure. But I wonder if they know about low blood pressure. Low blood pressure scares me more than high blood pressure. But I say this as someone who consumes energy drinks regularly and has salt on my desk. So...
someone on the team was flying to
You don't know what the 6-7 means? 6-7 is literally exactly that. You don't know what it means. That's the joke.
Toronto to check on something, and then they snapped some pictures of the airport for the
I think it actually refers to a score that happened in a game, and a kid made reference to, like, he just, like, it was 6-7, and he's like 6-7, like he was excited about the game, and people just kind of ran away with it. They're always scared of consuming too much of it, but I'm scared of consuming none of it at all. Yeah, you should still have it. Iodine is actually important for your body. Iodine helps you treat radiation sickness. Although there's a certain point where your organs are just gonna just like dissolve, but like yeah, that's besides the point.
To use to make San Andreas. Pretty neat.
Yep.
Now that we've got that out of the way, let's head out of the airport, get back on the road, and head towards our next.
It's important to stay aware of what kids these days are talking about, because like you don't want to be those old people who are like, I don't understand you, because that's the point.
Stop. The city we're headed to is called San Fierro, and on the outskirts of it, there's a little industrial area, which thankfully
Chris lives in San Fierro.
Has a repair shop we can stop in so we don't end up blowing up our van. It should only take a moment, and then,
oh my God, hi.
Bam, much better. With that out of the way, it's time to head up the road and into the heart of the second city on our trip. When you get to San Fierro for the first time, it's amazing how different it feels from...
This cat in my lap, she loves biting my chin whenever I have facial hair. That's like her favorite thing in the world. If I have facial hair, she likes to bite my face. And so I have to tell her not to, and she gets mad about it. And then eventually she leaves because she's like, I'm not allowed to bite your chin?
From Los Santos. The streets feel way cleaner, the buildings
get Marxism out of schools.
Nicer, the sidewalks are emptier, and it is...
She's mad that I didn't let her bite my chin.
Way less flat. There are also green spaces.
Real quick.
The feels from Los Santos. The streets...
Look at this color filter that is applied to San Fierro. See this kind of teal aesthetic? This was my favorite area in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. And I really like this color filter. Video games are so focused on being realistic these days. These filters are so nice. They're like a mood. They set the atmosphere. It sucks that they don't do this as much as they used to. Same thing with sugar. Yes, diabetes is a thing. Hypoglycemia is also a thing. Yes, I actually had hypoglycemia. I do have hypoglycemia. I heard other cats that like doing that. Yeah, she's weird. I actually think she's the one bullying the other cat that like has been like getting chased out of my room. I think she's been like just biting things just because she wants to.
Feel way cleaner, the buildings are nicer, the sidewalks are emptier, and it is way less flat. There are also green spaces everywhere with parks every few blocks and trees lining every street. But it also feels a little bit sterile.
No, I just, whenever I'm feeling hypoglycemic, I make sure I have at least some crackers. I actually have crackers on my desk right now. Crackers as in these things. Like these. You like veggie straws, right? Filler? Varun has been sent here by Big Insulin to convince us that diabetes is real.
Lighting is a lot more blue and gray in contrast to the yellow and brown of Los Santos, which makes the whole city feel a little bit colder. The skyscrapers are a little more intimidating, and they're almost always looming in the distance. It feels like a totally different place with a different culture and different people. In terms of specific places I want to show you in the city, the first one is a real tourist trap, the Windy Road.
That's what they're called.
A real San Francisco landmark that I felt we had to stop and see because obviously we're on a road trip, but the reason it stands out to me in the context of GTA is because it's one of the handful of places in the game that actually kind of feels like the place that it's based on. Standing up here looking out this way, I'm not going to say it looks like San Francisco necessarily, but there's a little bit of San Francisco feeling to it. That combination of green space with tight, clean skyscrapers and kind of quaint streetlights and architecture. It's a real
I don't know if they sell well. They're addictive. They say they're 33% less fat than other types of chips, but like, I eat them so fast. A thing called VW straws sell well in Yankland? I don't know.
Really nice place to walk through slowly, especially
I'm excited for Carcer City game as well. I'm hoping that they get the AI to work better. Like, I'm sure they will, but that's what I want.
night when those streetlights come on. Another thing I like about this place is right at the top of it, you'll find one of the weirdest streets in the entire game. Perfectly identical white houses on both sides of the street, and for some reason, pedestrians and cars seem to spawn here way less than they do in the rest of the city. Sometimes you can even find it completely empty. Anyway, there's one other place I want to stop at quick before we hit the road and get on with our journey, and it's just a few blocks to the west of the windy street. The Supa Save.
They've been around for 20 years.
Okay,
Okay,
good. It felt weird. Not only is it important to stop at grocery stores on a road trip to stock up, but it's important
My God, I'm older than 20 years.
to stop at grocery stores on a road trip for vibes. At least if you're road tripping through a Grand Theft Auto game. Large supermarkets in Grand Theft Auto games aren't actually very common, which is weird considering how vital they are to modern life. And this Supa Save in West San Fierro.
I mean, they might be important in modern life. I'm pretty sure this type of market was like just starting out to exist in the 90s.
The only one in the
But I grew up in
entirety
Arizona.
of San Andreas. I'm
I
going
know
based on memory
Hillary
here,
told
but
me.
I'm not even sure if there are any supermarkets like full-on big retail chain type stores in GTA 4 or 5. I think there might be a boarded up one in one of the small towns of 5, but the point is it's just not common. So color me surprised when I drove through this parking lot and saw that not only were the lights on inside, but there were cars in the parking lot and, amazingly, interactive shopping carts. I think part of the reason games avoid buildings like this is that they are so common and accessible in real life that if you saw one in a game and you couldn't go inside, it would stick out like a sore thumb. But actually modeling something as boring as a grocery store for people to go inside of would be just
Rewind is such a great map. I literally, I might steal that design in my game. Took me a while to figure out that the reason it's called San Andreas is because it takes place in the state of San Andreas. I mean, yeah. I guess is weird. Okay, do you know why they call it the state of San Andreas? Because it's based on California, which is on the San Andreas Fault.
insane
Which is going to kill Chris if he doesn't move away from there soon.
amount of work for not very much payoff. So they avoid that issue altogether by glossing over their existence most of the time, and you don't really notice it until you do. Now, the other reason why I like coming to this part of San Fierro is that it doesn't really feel like San Fierro. Take a look at this map of the game from Map Genie with all of the mission markers enabled. There is only one mission that actually starts in the western half of San Fierro, and even the places you go in the main story missions almost totally neglect that half of the city. So you don't really end up going there very often, and as a result, you don't get familiar with many of the weird little places that it has. For example, did you know that if you come to these houses on the western side of the city and jump down behind them, there's this really, really weird green ditch that stretches for about 100 yards? I'll bet you didn't, even though it's one of the coolest and weirdest spots in the entire game. That's what I mean. It's just an area of the game
It's not just weird. It's extremely frustrating to get out of.
Never really formed a relationship with, so coming here ends up feeling like seeing someone you never met.
Well, the thing is, like, Earth, if you live on Earth, you're going to get earthquakes. Filler, I'm sure you've experienced at least a minor earthquake in your life. No matter what, you're going to encounter them. Some places have them more than others. I guess I should acknowledge that you said regularly, but yeah. Like, you can't exactly immediately move from Japan.
And someone's like, yo, this is your sister.
I don't want to live near an earthquake zone.
From, her cousin, whatever. And you're like, nah, I've never met this woman in my life. Okay, kind of a weird analogy, but I like the shopping carts. It's time to leave San Fierro, and we're going to do it by heading north along this road.
I thought they named the fault after the video game. That's funny.
Far from where we found the weird grass ditch behind the houses, we turn the corner
in
to
a long
see
time? Okay. Well, that's bound to change at some point.
Iconic American landmark, Gant Bridge. It's based on the Golden Gate Bridge in real life, of course, and just like in real life, it gives a real energy to the character of San Fierro. It's truly a beautiful sight, especially at sunset, which you'll see.
I love San Fierro. That's like my favorite area in this game. And it's like my least favorite area in GTA 5.
In a second. But
Has
before
no
we actually
personality.
get on it and head off to our next destination, I wanted to point out a strange little place I found underneath it. Along that same road we were taking, just away from the grassy ditch, you'll find this turnoff, which appears to be some kind of strange parking lot. I don't know what this is. I don't know what it's supposed to be.
It's
but
probably
when I
for
saw it
photographs.
on the side of the road, obviously I had to pull off and look at it. Just really weird. And being underneath huge bridges.
It does not. Well, I'm thinking about the main city area of of GTA 5. Like, whatever area is supposed to be the city. I guess it's Hollywood, isn't it? It has no personality.
Is also really weird and a fun thing to do. It's about as close to feeling like a lost penny
It's Los Santos? Okay.
as you're ever going to get in real life. You know, like you're just tucked away under this massive piece of furniture, never to be found. There's a kind of...
I just feel like GTA 5 has no personality to it. And that's what I don't like about it.
Peaceful stillness to it. So if you're in San Fierro, be sure to stop down underneath the Gant Bridge and look out over the water for a minute. And if you have time, don't forget the weird parking lot. Anyway, the sun is about to set and we need to get out of the city. Driving across the Gant Bridge at sunset is truly one of San Andreas's nicest things to do. And believe it or not, the game doesn't actually ever force you to do it. The lighting is perfect, the colors are beautiful. It's really one of those moments that gives San Andreas its unique identity within the Grand Theft Auto series. Once you get across, you'll find the town of Bayside, and behind the town of Bayside is this huge, steep mountain that blocks the...
Apparently the last earthquake in England was on the 6th of June this year. 1.0. I see. It is definitely a weak one, yeah.
Edge of the world from view. That mountain...
I've felt, where I live, or no, in the village that I was in, the room that I streamed in, there was an earthquake in Vermont. And I felt it at my house, which is crazy to me. It was actually really funny. The pictures that were hung up on the walls were like rocking around. I actually got up to see like what was like. I thought someone was like moving something heavy in my house. The highest we've ever had was 6.1, which was 1931. Places like Japan regularly get 7.1 earthquakes. Yeah, no, that sucks. Yeah, if you're listening to this and you don't know what to do during an earthquake, you should probably know now. You're supposed to get low and underneath something. If you're outside, you just crouch down so that you don't fall over. It's a good center of balance when you're lower to the ground. Look up further if you want more information. Talked about it with my mom yesterday. There's a fairly strong earthquake felt there, apparently. Interesting.
Is where you and I are about to go. But unlike Mount Chiliad, where we went earlier, this mountain is not named, and it's not meant to be climbed up. But if you continue along the highway a bit through this tunnel up here, and then when you get to the other side of the tunnel, pull off the road out onto the right and hop out of the car, be sure to watch for oncoming traffic. You can, with a little effort, get on top of this retaining wall and then slowly make your way up to the top of the first ridge. Once you're up there, you'll be able to climb all the way back around to the mountain behind Bayside. It's a fun...
Does anyone... So in Breath of the Wild, does anyone like the climbing mechanics? I feel like the climbing mechanics in Breath of the Wild are too slow. I don't mind the stamina meter, but I feel like it's like just too slow. Like the jumping mechanic makes it faster, but like it feels like it's not good enough. This mountain is climbable in GTA 5. Yes. Pro earthquake tip: immediately look for a large destructible building and stand inside. Even better tip: move away from areas with earthquakes. What I hate is you hate climbing in that game. Yeah, the climbing is just not good. I'm trying to think of how I would fix it, because like there are definitely good climbing games out there. But the base stamina is too short, climbing too slow. The climbing is definitely too slow. I feel like it should be as fast as climbing a ladder. That's how fast I think it should function. Like, I know it's not realistic. I've climbed mountains before. Not very well, but I could. And it just, yeah, no.
Climb, and it gives you a great view of the Gant Bridge and Bayside itself at sunset, and you can even see a bit of San Fierro out there in the fog. Now technically it was evening when we came here, but I'm using this daytime clip because it's prettier. Here's the sunset clip from the original road trip. Beautiful. But the real magic and the whole reason that we're up here is only visible after the sun sets, and we've got to walk along this ridge a little bit further to see it.
Again, love these atmospheres.
That right there, these lights. Anyway,
did you know that once a year, upgrading from
this guy a scammer? Because like whenever I see his ads, I always feel like he's shilling the weirdest tech stuff.
this to this could give you a chance to win $100,000 cash or one of 3 cars: a Lamborghini Storado,
Like, why do I want these things? What is this?
a Ford Velociraptor, or a new Bronco. What makes this power bank special is it has
Why did he just snap in my face? I'm paying attention.
built-in cables, so I can charge my iPhone Boom.
Those cables are going to be
my Android
irrelevant
phone
soon.
At the same time. It's MagSafe compatible, it's 10,000 milliamp hours, and has 20-watt fast charging. Because no matter what the capacity is, if you don't have the watts, it's going to take hours to charge your stuff. Kickstand.
I've seen him talk to Philip DeFranco, and like literally I watched it specifically to understand him more. I just don't get it. He once made a wallpaper app, change every and charge money for it. He's definitely a scammer. Yeah, no, I'm done with this then.
Anyone want to tell me why there are these lights lining the top of the mountain here? Way up here?
I'll tell you. To help airplanes know not to crash into them.
Here where nobody would ever go for any reason. My first thought was that it was some
You're
sort
not
of
sure
thing
if it's a real one or a fake AI ad? I probably should have looked at that more.
they do to help boats or planes not hit the mountain at night. But I know a lot about planes. I don't know if you knew this, and I'm pretty sure we don't put lights on top of the mountains. We just use maps. And in maritime navigation, lights are usually in towers, like lighthouses, or like stacked on top of each other rather than side to side, so that you can align yourself with a particular spot on along the shore. So I'm not really sure where the inspiration for these came from. If anybody knows, please tell me. And it's funny because when you see them at night from far away, you just kind of gloss over them and you kind of just think, oh yeah, sure, lights, you know, people put lights everywhere. This is America. But it wasn't until I actually took the time to climb up here that I realized it's not just, you know, like little points of light floating in space. They literally have hardware for the lights on top of this ridge. Maybe it's a thing I just never learned about. I also don't know. I couldn't figure out why the lights change color throughout the night, but they do. Here's a quick time lapse showing that it adjusts as the time of night changes. So
I keep reading your acronym, Chris, as mechanical keyboard in my head.
This lighting is just kind of tied to some of the underlying lighting in the engine, but I'm not going to do any tests or anything right now. And honestly, it might be the most ignored place in the entire game, but on top of that, this is actually the farthest away from home that you can get in San Andreas. There is no place on the map in this game that is a greater distance from Grove Street than standing on top of this mountain. Kind of interesting to think about. It feels like we've just gone so far away. And obviously, and we have, but I didn't really realize that until now. By the time we finished up on this ridge, it was becoming light out and it was raining a ton. So I hopped back in the van and took off, headed towards our next destination. We had to do a little bit of a tricky merge onto a smaller highway that would take us further north. And pretty soon the landscape started to change from the seaside greens of Bayside and San Fierro to something more rocky, dusty, and strange. You'll have to go through the little town of El Quebrados, and then past that, there's this red bridge that we need to go over that spans some kind of lake or reservoir. And this bridge is important because once we cross over this bridge, we are in the desert. New part of the country, new biome. And all the coolest things in the desert are down long, bumpy dirt roads, so we're gonna turn off here. This is an easy turn off to miss, so keep your eyes open, and head up these cliffs to get to our next destination, which is a place I like to call the Carson Dam Overlook. There are some fun little weird structures up here, like this abandoned mining cabin thing, but the main reason we want to come here is for the sunset. By this point in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, you've seen multiple cities, forests, farmlands, American landmarks, and small towns, but the first
San Andreas is such a good game.
I came up here, pulling up to this exact road just before sunset, like we are now, was the moment that I decided that San Andreas...
Cyberpunk is great. Cyberpunk 2077's map is fantastic. I agree with that.
Truly was as good as people had
it
made
feels
it seem.
lived in.
We're up here above the Carson Dam, another American landmark, this time based off the Hoover Dam, and I've been trying to figure out why this was the place that did it, because on paper this spot is nothing. It's a dirt road and a nice view, but I think it's the color. Everything we've driven through so far has been green or gray or that sort of hazy Los Santos yellow, and then you come up over this ridge at exactly the right time of day and the entire world is suddenly orange. Cliffs are orange, the dam is glowing, even the water in the reservoir is doing something completely different than the water back in San Fierro. Nobody made me come up here when I came through here the first time. Rockstar just built a place where the sunset happens to hit like this, and then trusted that eventually some idiot in a van would come up the highway and pull up into this spot at the exact right moment. And we did. I watched the entirety of the sunset here. And
I'm pretty sure that this entire area has that theme color orange.
Decided just to stay parked here all night, and because of that, I was treated to a really beautiful sunrise to start the next day of our journey, which left me energized to head to the final new city of our trip before
the way he
turning
talks
to go
about this
back
is
home.
so
The
funny
drive
to me.
to the next city, which is called Las Venturas, is full of fun little roadside attractions and towns. One of the most well-known is this little UFO-themed bar and cafe near the military base, but there's also big giant radar dishes doing God knows what, full-on abandoned Old West ghost towns you can explore, and crucially, a town named Fort Carson that we're going to stop in next. Now, technically, the only reason I stopped in Fort Carson is because there is is a pay-and spray where I can fix the van because obviously it continues to get beat up by driving it around. But when I was here to fix the van, I kind of got taken in by the atmosphere of the town itself. Fort Carson is a small town on the outskirts of Las Venturas, and the reason I wanted to bring attention to it today is because the game never does. This is an entire town with a bar and a bowling alley and the best home goods store in the desert, and the game never has you come here. There's no content that guides you to Fort Carson in GTA San Andreas. I spent all day walking through the streets here, and as the sun set, I started noticing that Fort Carson is kind of surrounded by big, slightly scary infrastructure, a huge military radar dish on the mountain to one side, and oil fields to the east just pumping away indefinitely. It gives you this distinct feeling that when you're in Fort Carson, you are not nearly the most important thing here. This town is here to support oil production, not the other way around. And that's a weird and hopeless kind of feeling, which makes it feel strange to be watching all of the old, slow NPCs stumbling through the streets, reciting their voice lines to one another. You know, normally the voice lines in this game are really funny and kind of odd, and they still are, but being in this town makes them take on this kind of sad undertone. Thankfully, we don't live here, so we get to leave, not like the NPCs. We drove through the night past more weird roadside gas stations and intimidating oil fields, and my intention was to drive until morning so we could make it to the last city on
I feel
our
like
trip.
this guy doesn't travel a lot in real life. Oh my god, he's finally shut the door.
But something beautiful happened on the way, and I had to pull over and show it to you. This doesn't always happen, but sometimes at night in the desert in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, the sky turns this beautiful shade of purple. It doesn't last long, so this is really the only footage of it that I got, and sometimes it's way more vibrant than this, but I really wanted to give a shout out to whoever came up with this idea, because making the sky purple is obviously not a very realistic thing to do. The sky is
Not true. Go to New Mexico. Go to New Mexico. The sky can be purple.
of course not actually purple at night in the desert in the American West.
That's not true. Again, go to New Mexico. It is purple.
And yet, sometimes, late at night, the sky feels kind of purple at night in the American West. There's something really evocative and true about it. And it serves to make this region of the game, once again, feel totally distinct from every other region. I love it so much. Anyway, we hopped back on the road and kept...
I feel like this guy needs to go to real life locations that these are referencing, because like they do turn purple.
driving until we finally saw the sign for the third and final city in the game, which you might be able to guess is modeled after Las Vegas, Nevada. It's called Las Venturas, which I believe means the fortunes in Spanish, and boy, is this city full of fortune. Themed casinos, massive hotels, a bunch of really weird empty parking garages. It's a real paradise. And I don't mean to belabor the point, but man, once again, this city feels completely different than the other two. And this is all in one game. I don't even really know how they do it.
Yep.
I think it has something to do with like...
There is no Vegas in GTA 5. There's just huge stretches of unused desert.
the lighting, obviously, but also each city has distinct philosophies to the way that their streets are laid out. It's just a masterclass in simple, subtle, elegant environment design. As far as specific spots in Las Venturas that you have to see, I've got two for you. The first place I want to bring you is up here, a little bit north of the strip with all the casinos, to a little place called Old Venturas. When you first turn down this street, it may not seem like anything special. It's kind of dark, and you can tell that the buildings are kind of neat, cool, old-timey signs, blah, 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 whatever. But this place really isn't meant to be visited in the day. We need to visit it at night. Ready? Do the Nintendo Switch noise. I mean, what a place. Am I right? Look at that. This whole neighborhood, and really all of Las Venturas, comes alive at night, which is another
He kind of
thing
sounds like an auto translation of English, doesn't he?
that separates it from the other cities in the game, which really have much stronger vibes during the day. Seeing all these crazy marquees and neon signs for places that you can't go.
Well, I don't really care what GTA 5 was trying to do. In my opinion, they did not succeed in making an interesting world.
In against the stark black sky, and the fact that because, you know, this is still GTA San Andreas, there just aren't that many NPCs.
Like, at least GTA 4, the city felt like it was still a character.
Hanging around. It gives this whole area a really unique vibe that's worth spending a few minutes in. One of my favorite details here is on this sign. You can see that the letters are meant to be modeled after those big old marquees that have tons of individual bulbs lighting up the words, but up close you can see that it's just a flat 2D texture, and some of those bulbs are even getting cut off at the edge. And yet, if you back up and look at it from the perspective of actually playing the game, it doesn't matter at all. The effect is basically as good as if they had modeled the bulbs individually. This
Klondike hits you with
Oh my God.
brutal cold. Can you survive? Build a warm camp and hold out until the first thaw. Clear the land for new settlers.
It's kind of interesting.
grow
Some of
your
these game
settlement.
things, it's like I wonder if they get like AI prompts to like people typing in, I want this. This is what I'm looking for in a game to ChatGPT, and then they like feed it to this.
The town is growing, but supplies are running low. Time to scout. Look,
Which way should swing
ancient
your
ruins
axe?
filled with treasure right under your nose. The island holds
We're skipping
farm.
this now.
This is a street that's kind of based off of a real place in Vegas where all of the older and
I
more
can't believe you're playing the Odyssey right now, Chris. What's wrong with you?
vintage casinos are located before they built all the, the humongous new ones like the Bellagio and the Lucky 38 or whatever. And it really feels like the type of place you'd actually want to come visit if you were taking a tour of this game. Like if I was compiling just a
I
list
can't believe
of
it.
tourist
A New Vegas reference.
attractions in GTA San Andreas, this would be on it for sure. Now, the next place I want to head, though, is going to require me to use something called a jetpack. Normally, I would not use a jetpack on a road trip like this, but I really want to show you this place, and I think that's the only way to do it, so I have to. We'll have to drive across town to get there, which does take a minute because the people in this city are horrible drivers, but eventually we make it to the west side of town and our next little stop.
I want to play a GTA game that takes place in a new city that we have never seen before, any GTA, like Seattle or something like that. Detroit, some kind of Detroit would be good, I think, for GTA. Yeah. Trying to think of other iconic areas. We have New York, LA, Florida. I think Detroit is the one that needs to exist.
The baseball stadium. The good news is that you
Because London would sue them into oblivion for being too violent.
shouldn't have any trouble finding parking because the lot is huge and almost always entirely empty, so pick whatever spot you want, hop out of the car, get your jetpack on, and then all you have to do is launch yourself up and over the wall behind us, like so. Look at him go. What you'll find is effectively a fully modeled baseball stadium with the diamond, advertisements, bleachers, dugouts. It's the full deal, even though it's not really accessible. Maybe the most surprising thing about it is that they even modeled some of the inside of the stadium, like where the concessions would be and so on. It's obviously very bare bones, but it's still kind of wild that they put all that in. This stadium is a great representation of something I like to call, well, I guess I have to, environments in game design.
Oh yeah, there was a GTA London. I think it was a mod originally, like an add-on mod to like GTA 1. There would be enough crime in GTA London. There'd be a lot of knife crimes. Actually, have you guys not heard of GTA London? Really? Hold on. We're just gonna make a slight detour. Hold on. You have played GTA London. Okay. Hold on, let me just do this one thing though. Alright, there we go. One moment. This is a brief detour.
Listen, right, we're looking for a lad who can do his stuff. I've heard you're a bit tasty. No messing around or you get a slap. Remember, I'm the monkey and you're the cheese grater, so no messing around.
Just a little bit pleased with yourself, ain't you? And rightly so, rightly so. You're on the way to being a big face in this filthy cesspit. You done me a few favours, so I'm going to do you a very big favour. You and me now, and the Chris twins are getting on a bit. In a few years, I'll be taking over the whole bread basket. And if you got that special something, you can too. Now stop loafing around and get to work.
All right, my boy. Pretty little thing, ain't you? And we want to keep you like that. Things have been getting out of hand, and we need you to mend a few broken pipes, fix a few ungrateful little gits, or Archie will lose his temper and nobody will be happy. God and Bennett, that was some firework. Look, there must have been some mistake, Flower. Well, look, just so you don't come at us with a bleeding A-bomb next time, we're getting out of here. Arch is off to Devon, and I'm leaving the country. Heading for Thailand, actually. Very posh.
Listen, right, we've heard you're a boy who can do his stuff, and by hookers and by crooks, you've proved you ain't bad. Yeah, ain't bad at all, sunshine, know what I mean?
There you go. Yeah, so... Listen, right? Just a friendly reminder, I think that's how Sam and Dan Hauser kind of talk, too.
Because the fact of the matter is that if you want to make a game that's based on a real place or that sort of passes for a real city, you do have to include things like baseball stadiums. Not necessarily a baseball stadium specifically, but you're going to have to include some buildings that are big, important, and recognizable. And those buildings are going to require you to build a lot of stuff that no one is ever going to look at, but because they might look at it, you have to. For a baseball stadium, that means you probably have to build parking lots, bleachers, a scoreboard, all of this stuff has to
He's acting like the jetpack was like a hack that he put in the game.
Here, you just have to make it if you want to have a baseball stadium in your game. Being a game
Let's go back to London. It could be fun. Go play The Getaway.
I was like, it sucks. Which I guess is why I call things like this, well, I guess I have to, environments. And they often make for some of the most liminal spaces in games, but also some of the most impressive details. Now,
no.
This game does not have energy
my
limits.
god.
This game has no daily login streaks, no pay-to-win shop telling
I
you to
think
spend more.
I have
Build
this
your
one
own
downloaded
galactic
already.
outpost, expand your territory across the stars, and the
good.
game just lets you play.
Now, there's one final place we need to stop in Las Venturas before we head back towards
Cheat codes were
our
fun.
home
I
in
missed
Los
cheat codes.
Santos,
They were
and
fun.
it's maybe my favorite spot in the entire game. All the way on the east side of the city, past the casinos and the hotels, you'll find this little spot, the water pumping station. You can park in the gigantic parking spaces at this strip mall here, and then you just gotta hop out, walk east a bit from the strip mall, and hop over this wall, follow the ridge here to the south until you see the big pumping station, and then just walk up beside it. This is a set of giant pipes that seem to be taking water from out of the endless still ocean and giving it to the citizens of Las Venturas. A massive piece of infrastructure that's sitting here quietly on the edge of the map, making all life in this city possible. And that's cool, right? As a world building detail from Rockstar, it's weird, it's fun, and it's unnecessary. Great. But if you hang out up here for long enough, the thing that hits you isn't the logistical Easter egg. It's just how surreal the edge of the map here is. It's a perfectly straight line with a perfectly straight ridge that perfectly blocks the ocean from view when you're in the city, which is good because if you could see the ocean, it wouldn't really feel like Vegas. Graciously, the game spawns boats down here, so you can hop in one and take a little tour of this whole area if you want to take it in. And the weirdest thing of all is that there are 3 more pumping stations on the north side of the city, which means this whole edge of the map is a perfect right angle with huge pieces of infrastructure attached to it, which for some reason makes it feel like the Truman Show, or kind of like that part in the Hunger Games where they're in that big dome. Like it's a fake curated world supported by hidden giant scary infrastructure rather than a naturally occurring place, which of course it is because this is a video game, but also
I memorized it because I did
it's
like him
Vegas, which is kind of true of Vegas. That's very meta. I mean, come on, this is a GTA game. How cool is that? It really might be one of the weirdest places in the series, but obviously there's a lot of competition. Anyway, I think it's time for us to start making our way back to our home in Los Santos, and we've got just 2 more places to stop along the way. The drive out of Las Venturas was mostly uneventful, except that nobody in this city knows how to drive. I don't know if that's an established fact, but I really feel like this region of the game has by far the most aggressive and horrible drivers. So our car is smashed up again, which is fine. And
fun fact about the driving mechanisms in GTA. There's different... GTA AI inspired a lot of how I design AI in video games. One of the traits is called aggression. It determines whether or not they're bad drivers.
Next place we're going to stop is just across the river here, which is the small towns of Los Santos
Yeah,
County.
this game had great characters. Like, this is one of my favorites. I actually would love to remake GTA San Andreas and, like, redesign some of the characters. I would probably have Big Smoke as kind of like a mentor figure that really torments CJ in the fact that he betrays him. like to make it so that like he truly doesn't understand. But like that's kind of what happens in the game. Like it's just there's a lot to read into, but it's also a lot is there. It's great.
There are a bunch of small towns in the countryside here between Las Venturas and Los Santos. Some are small and simple, but some of them have entire agricultural areas with farms and tractors and buildings to support their economies, or to make it look like they have economies anyway. Unlike Fort Carson, which we looked at earlier, these towns all do have at least one mission that brings you here, but it's basically always the same mission every single time. There's this character in the game named Catalina who you end up doing crimes with, and she always wants to go terrorize a small town specifically, rob a bank or a gas station, whatever. So that's all these towns are for.
I genuinely hate how Rockstar has written women in almost every single of their games.
In the game. They are just wallpaper for these crazy, violent crime sprees. But on my way back home from Las Venturas late at night, I pulled over into this random gas station in one of those small towns that I had terrorized earlier, and I decided just to walk around. And it gave me this really weird feeling that I've been trying to figure out how to describe. You know that feeling when you're on a road trip and you think there's a gas station in a town somewhere, so then you get off the highway and you turn off, but then somehow you end up in like a random residential neighborhood, and you're just kind of rolling slowly through some stranger's street in the middle of nowhere, and you look around and you have this realization like, oh, like people live here. Like this is a whole place. I don't know if that has a name, but that's what I felt like walking through these small towns in San Andreas. Staring at the windows of the store at a real photograph of some place that probably existed in 2003, looking at curtains on apartments that you can almost imagine people pulling closed, seeing an old burnt out building and wondering if it was your fault from earlier in the game.
Cyberpunk's driving is great.
I guess it's kind of liminal, right? Trying to avoid using that word because it's obviously super overused, but in a way that's kind of what I'm getting at here. Turns out every video game video is just a liminal space video. It's just all that by different names. Let's get back on the road and head towards home. I ended up taking the state highways back instead of the interstate, if you know what I mean. Sorry, this video is so like America road trip coded. Sorry to my Europeans. Colloquially, a state highway is just a road that you can kind of drive fast on, and it doesn't have any stops on it, but it's usually only 2 lanes, whereas interstates are really big highways. Like when you see those pictures of how awesome America is, that's the interstate. Don't worry about it. But what that meant is that we got to take one of my favorite routes into the city, which is approaching it from the west. You drive through another small town, and then you turn and head through this forest and up a really, really long hill. You'll turn left here at this sign, and then slowly climb up to the top of this other hill. You'll get to this intersection, and then cross over
as long as
into
it has the
then,
dash cam, it's good.
bam, Los Santos. Our home. Look at it. It's beautiful. What a privilege we get to live here. But funnily enough, this side of the city isn't actually the one that we're from. Our home is on the east side of Los Santos, and we're coming in on the west side of Los Santos. And this side of Los Santos, which is the one with the mansions and the Hollywood Hills and the gated properties and stuff, isn't actually one that you get very familiar with while playing GTA San Andreas. You drive through it a good amount, but it's always in passing, which is kind of the polar opposite of GTA 5. Now, I'll play through GTA 5 in detail later this year as we get closer to 6 coming out, but from my memory, the energy of Los Santos that they went for in that game was way more oriented towards this wealthier side of the city.
Which is why I hated it. I actually hated being in the wealthy side of things.
Skyscrapers, Santa Monica Beach, the Hollywood Hills, that kind of iconography. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas did not do that. This game focused on a side of Los Santos that had a lot less money and a lot more trouble, and you spent a lot of time swimming in that atmosphere for the first chunk of the game.
Good.
So it's interesting to come back through on this side and kind of see a whole bunch of stuff that you really never looked at before. Now, the very last place that I want to take you before we get back to Grove Street isn't some profound, transcendent, thing that represents everything great about San Andreas. Honestly, it's not even the best place on the journey, but it's just a place that while I was driving home, I saw it and I had to show it to you because it's weird. It's under the overpass in North Los Santos. And it's basically what it sounds like. We are under an overpass, except it's not just an overpass. It's like 6 overpasses layered on top of each other. The way these highways crisscross over each other is so weird and impractical that I have to assume it was something that just kind of happened as they started connecting the streets together, rather than something that they set out to create from the get-go. Like when you see how...
I disagree. I think that they had this concept of doing this just because this is like an iconic kind of imagery of what it's like to drive around in the West.
Tangled it is. You get the distinct feeling that they made all of the side streets and then they made the highways, but they didn't really think about how they were going to connect them, and they...
That's just because of how it is in the West. There are places like this out like in Arizona even.
Realized the only way that they could connect them is just by making this insane system of ramps and loops that dove underneath each other, which isn't to say that this is totally unrealistic. I'm sure there are places where this happens in real life, but I don't know if I've ever seen one that is this convoluted. Underneath all of it is another totally empty parking lot, which actually is realistic. Plenty of major cities in America have weird liminal space parking lots underneath their overpasses because nobody wants to put anything else there. And I like that this one has trash cans and trees and all this stuff to fill it out, but it still feels very weird, obviously. And that's it. Just a random little roadside stop that I wanted to take you to on the way back home. Now, before we make that final drive back to Grove Street, there is one more thing I have to show you because, in a way, I haven't really been totally honest with you. I have taken you on this lengthy journey across multiple states, really across what feels like an entire country, and I've shown you distant corners of a world with unique biomes, multiple cities, and tons of secluded areas tucked away from each other. But the reality is, there are no distant corners in GTA San Andreas. Despite what you think, nothing in this game is very far apart from anything else. And to show you what I mean, we have to leave the game entirely and fast forward about 17 years from when it was released. This is me standing on top of a building in downtown Los Santos in the Definitive Edition remake of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, which released in 2021. And one of the big differences between this version of San Andreas and the original is that, as you might be able to tell, this new version removed all the fog from the game, which allows you to see much, much further into the distance. In fact, we can basically see the entire map from up here, and it's extremely weird. Remember the top
That
of Mount
is super
Gilead
weird.
from
Sorry, hold on. It
entire
took me a
map
couple of
from up
seconds to
here.
realize that's the desert right there.
It's extremely weird. Remember the top of Mount Gilead from way back in the beginning of the video? How we drove all the way up those switchbacks and it felt like we were just out in the middle of nowhere? Yeah, that's right here. Like, it's
That's so funny.
It's like 6 blocks away from downtown Los Santos. There's Gant Bridge over there, you know, the Golden Gate Bridge. There's that mountain with the weird lights on it, which again is the
really
single
good.
farthest point away from home. And there it is. You can just see it. And Grove Street, which is where we're going home, is right down there. But if we turn the camera to the left, that's Las Venturas. That's the city that felt like it was way out in the middle of the desert. This whole journey we've been on takes place in an area less than a third of the size of Grand Theft Auto 5's map. It's an amazing
They should
lesson
have kept the
in
colors
scale
too.
and a testament to how effective using distinct biomes is, along with obviously some aggressive fog and lighting effects. Despite the fact that this game feels like the largest Grand Theft Auto game, it's not, which just goes to show how little the actual size of a map matters to how big the map feels. I lost my train of thought. Thankfully, they did eventually update the Definitive Edition to fix this lighting effect, and you can really see the difference with this comparison shot from up on the ridge that we went to overlooking the Carson Dam. It's just an unbelievable difference in vibe. So I'm glad you have the option now. Anyway, back to 2004, back in the van. Let's go home. The sun started setting as we worked our way back across Los Santos, from memory, of course, and we turned that final corner to see the site we started this whole video with, the overpass leading to Grove Street. One more time under the bridge, through that portal into safety, back into the one place in the world that actually feels like ours. And after days on the road, after the creepy gas stations and the mountain lights and the purple desert sky, after standing on the exact farthest point in the game from this exact spot, there's really only one way that a trip through San Andreas can end. You park the van, hop out, head up the sidewalk to your house, walk through the front door, and you save the game. I'm Annie Austin. Thanks for watching.
It is pretty good that they made it so it's memorable like that. You should try beating San Andreas without cheats. I encourage that. It's actually a really interesting experience. Alright, let us move on to the next video. I wanted to, we'll definitely watch the Conservapedia video, but because you redeemed this, I'm not going to disavow that. Time for some re-res. Oh, good. Look, guys, it's this ad again.
Hi, I'm Bob Simmons, Vice President of Proline Workbench. I want to thank you for taking part of your day out to learn more about our Proline products. Today I want to talk about our Ergo line, EL Series Workbench.
This is like the most embarrassing ad I've ever seen.
Height adjustable table. The unit adjusts from 30 to 42 inches.
It's a nice table.
We rate the unit at 330 pounds, even though the hydraulic system will lift 500 pounds. The reason we do that, it is a modular design, and we anticipate that you're going to order at least 170 pounds
Right, I'm done.
of accessories.
How old is that monitor? Alright.
It is a hand crank height adjustable.
It's a full
table.
5-minute video. Can you believe that? Alright.
Hey, do you like video games?
No.
Do you like collectible cards? Well, have I got something incredible for you? A long time ago in the year
True, at least it's not
2006,
AI.
Mattel, the makers of Barbie and Hot Wheels, entered the video game market with a revolutionary console known as the Hyperscan. The Hyperscan isn't technically
Whoa,
Mattel's
lag. Sorry
first
about
step
that.
into console gaming. They released a system called the Intellivision way back in the late 70s. People fondly remember the Intellivision for its games library, graphics, and innovative add-ons, but somehow the Hyperscan has fallen through the cracks of time.
This channel's very high production quality. Like, it feels like this could be on TV. Also, what is this? Stream loads of sin and anime on Ocean Vale. That's interesting. What if I don't doing that implies I'd even watch anime on here?
Loved. Surely this must have been a mistake. Mattel is a massive company and they could do no harm, right? Well, folks, hold your toys real close, because we're about to enter a world of red lights, trading cards, and misery. The Hyperscan, a CD-based system with some interesting bells and whistles. When you unfold its book-like design, you'll notice a few things. It feels super cheap and flimsy, and when you place it on a table, it doesn't lay flat. Good job, team! Notice that bizarre ruby red platform next to the top loading disc tray? That's the Hyperscan's radio frequency identification, or RFID scanner. This gives the console the ability to read and write to collectible cards.
That's right, Pops! Traditional trading cards are old hat! Us new kids are into IntelliCards now!
I guess Rick and Morty existed then.
Simply
Hi,
plop an
friend.
IntelliCard onto the card scanner and you can activate
I don't
save
think
data
we've seen
and
this
unlock
one.
amazing new game features. Exciting! Now, we said at the beginning that this console came out in 2006, but let's put that into some context. The Xbox 360 had already been out for a solid year, and the PlayStation 3 was 1 month out from launch from the release of the Hyperscan. Both the Xbox 360 and PS3 were known for establishing high-definition gaming for players across the world. Whether utilizing Blu-ray discs, online gaming, or featuring large storage media, they were truly the next big step in console gaming. But the Hyperscan? It was standard definition. It couldn't go online. It didn't have any built-in storage. It used regular old CDs, a format
By the way, is Blu-ray good because it can have higher quality things in it? Like, I actually don't really know why people like Blu-ray, the more I think about it.
ditched by home consoles. Now, okay, sure, it wasn't of the same caliber of the Xbox 360 or PS3, but that doesn't matter, as long as playing games on it is responsive and fun. So,
It just holds
let's
more
turn
data?
it on and
That would
have a
track.
look.
All right, we're
More data for the storage and higher quality from that.
all ready to go
Yeah.
and play with the Hyperscan. We've got a copy of X-Men in there.
They use a
Cards
blue
ready,
laser.
So let's go. And well, this Hyperscan is broken. We heard this might actually
Yeah,
be a
they look
problem,
pretty bad.
But no worry, folks.
I don't
We
like
actually have-
being forced to use the analog stick in any game, because most of the time it's just it's especially if it's like binary choices of movement.
have a whole other Hyperscan ready to go. And
Finally, the system turned on and the game is loading. This is taking a little while, but shouldn't be much longer, right? How has a minute passed and the system is still not done loading? How much longer could it possibly be? Almost at the end. It's still hanging on, but we're
Is
almost
it actually
there.
1 minute? I wish they had like a
There it
timer.
goes. There's the Hyperscan logo, and there's the logo for Marvel, and there's the logo for the company that made this.
Supports a more modern codec. You know what makes me sad? When I think about codecs, I always get sad because I'm like, that means I probably couldn't watch some of my favorite movies on a Windows 95.
Game, and that was 2 minutes. 2 minutes of loading for intro logos. That didn't even start up the game. It took forever to load this disc. And folks, I'm not making this up. Directly after the loading screen, this system started to make this strange noise. It sounded like this.
Oh, is that the RFI
And then
reader
the console
messing with
died.
it?
It refused to read discs.
Oh, I wonder if the RFI reader is like messing with the technology, the internals
That's
of
two
it.
dead consoles before we've even introduced the first game. That's a worst ever record. Turns out hyperscans are very prone to failure, and not just the
You pretended you didn't care, so it would load faster. You should have punched the CRT screen.
optical drives, which are really bad. Even the composite AV cables can ruin your day if they go out. Now why, might you ask? Isn't it easy to replace them? Well, no, because on the Hyperscan, the AV cables are permanently attached to the body of the system. If for some reason your AV cables fail like ours did, you're out of luck. Unless you have the tech know-how to open this thing up and resecure working AV cables, if you have a broken Hyperscan, it becomes a hyper doorstop. Every Hyperscan system originally came boxed with a console, a game, some of those fancy scannable cards, and one controller. I've used many a controller throughout the years on Re-Res, but none have been more questionable.
Oh, it's because
than
Re-Res.
the Hyperscan console has a USB port. I've seen it. It's right here.
Yeah, load screens are too fast in my opinion. I kind of miss the old days of like being able to read tips and such.
But they didn't choose to use that port for controllers. No. Instead, they used an old-style 6-pin keyboard mouse input.
Nice.
I ain't seen one of these in a long time. Let's do some math. This console was released in 2006. This port was designed in 1987. Why would they use a 19-year-old primitive input like this?
Why not? Why is that bad, actually? I would actually like to know why that's bad.
If they were trying to save money...
I feel like that port... Okay, so this port... Like, the cool thing about this port is that each one of those little spikes that goes in there is the button that you press.
They use a 19-year-old primitive input like this. If they were trying to save money, I could understand that, but the USB
I like the
port is on
PlayStation
this
4
system
controller a lot.
anyway. So
While I was moving, I found my PlayStation 4 controller, my favorite controller, and I packed it, and I haven't unpacked it yet. I need to go find it sometime.
why not use it? But maybe it doesn't matter. What kind of input it has isn't really that big of a deal because the controller itself is nightmare rocket fuel. It has a variety of buttons, 2 shoulder bumpers that are squishier than wet moss, 2 triggers that are awkwardly placed, and a selection of face buttons that feel like stale discount jelly beans. And the D-pad,
Gummy, I don't know why people liked gummy buttons. Like who was the developers like, this works perfectly?
There ain't a D-pad. Instead, you have a thumbstick, and that's gonna cause problems later on. The only thing I can't explain is what the USB port actually does. It's never used for anything.
I've heard that
at
about
all.
the PS5
and
controller.
Now, after having seen all of the hardware trouble that we've encountered and knowing just how poor this controller is, you would have to assume that the core function of reading cards off of the system, this console's sole unique feature, would at least be in a usable state. Well, here, you tell me if it works.
Now, is this how did he got this as a hand-me-down, right? We saw the condition of the box. I don't think this is new. This looks used, and I don't know. I feel like he might be judging it based on that. Like, who's to say this happened for everyone? Maybe he'll talk about that. Yep, Twinsanity music.
Okay, we finally found a console that runs properly.
There we go.
Yippee! Let's get into our first game, the original packing game for the Hyperscan, X-Men. We start up the game and, oh, right, like you saw before, loading is a massive problem here. And for the sake of your sanity, we'll be cutting the many loading screens you have to sit through before you get into actual gameplay. You're welcome in advance.
Thank you.
Keep in mind that more than half of your time playing this game is spent waiting for things to load. Anyway, yeah, this is a bare bones traditional one-on-one fighting game through and through. And while it is nice to see multiple characters from the X-Men universe presented here, even characters most have forgotten like Omega Red, the bulk of the whole experience is, well, you know how fighting games typically start off with you selecting a character? This game doesn't have that. Enter the cards. That pack of IntelliCards we got all fresh and new with the system, well, these cards are not useless. In fact, they are essential to playing this game. If you happen to lose
Typical woman.
use these cards, the games will not function because you don't have a character select screen at all. What you do have though is a character card. We happen to only get 2 characters in the box, so that means we will only
that's
be
really
able to
messed
play
up.
with these 2 characters, Wolverine and Lady Deathstrike. Okay, we've scanned our fighter, now let's get into the game, and, well, these graphics are freaking awful. I mean, look at this.
They
They're
look
peddling
claymated.
lackluster 2D graphics 3 whole generations into 3D consoles. This is shocking. And what the heck is all that loading
Using the
for?
trailers.
Technically, the
That's good.
Hyperscan is more powerful than the original arcade hardware used for X-Men Children of the Atom. That was over
I'm
a
just glad it's
decade
gonna be a
before the
gory
Hyperscan
game.
came out. Look at the difference. What possible excuse could they have for making something this shoddy? So it looks bad, everything is locked behind cards, and you can spend an eternity waiting to play. But once you're into the game, surely it must play good, right? Right? Imagine, if you will, a fighting game that suffers input lag that is measured in seconds, movesets that make no logical sense at all, AI that is just as scared and confused as the player. That's X-Men on the Hyperscan. But that's only half of the story. Everything you do in this game earns you experience. After each round that you complete, you scan your card on the system and build up your character's stats and level. That makes the character cards also memory cards. Kinda cool,
Really?
right? And to add to the fun, each time you want to access a training level, change a character, modify a fight, or attempt a finishing move, well... You gotta get up out of your seat, walk over to the console, find your card, and clumsily scan it as fast as you can. Because in some cases, this can be timed. The Hyperscan is too busy to wait around while you fumble with its scanner. If you are too slow, you'll miss your chance and the game moves on. They could have easily
I kinda
put
wish
a
he did,
card
like, a
scanner on the
demonstration of what he
controller,
means.
But instead, they designed it like this. What a dumb choice, but at least you've got this stupid slot in the controller to stick your card into, which doesn't even hold the card up all that well and ends up falling out incredibly easily. This
Okay, Miss
whole
Sounds a Critic.
experience with this one game is daunting. An epic force of poor ideas and concepts
Scanner's a big
rolled
mountain
into
thing.
one.
It's like a pyramid shaped thing, right? I don't know what that's called.
But this was only the game that was included in the box. They sold other games with their own booster packs. And if you'll indulge me, I would like to take a few seconds to really tear into this money-grabbing mechanic. Let me make this totally clear. The game disc, this CD right here, has all of the game data on it. The IntelliCards serve only to unlock these features. So for a fighting game like X-Men, the cards serve as a sort of physical lockout, preventing you from exploring the full game. It's basically physical DLC.
What a horrible idea.
My nightmare! In card form! If you want to play with more characters and explore more of the game, you need to buy booster packs. Random collections of
Where's the completionist?
cards you may or may not have already owned.
Skylanders?
accumulating tons
Okay,
of
there you
useless
go.
doubles, triples, and quadruples just for the chance to get something you actually want. Hey, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, it is true. This is basically the amiibo, but worse.
The Hyperscan was way behind the curve in lots of ways, but when it came to loot boxes, boy, was it ahead of the curve! You could purchase pack
A loot box
after
is still a
pack,
thing.
hoping for a specific fighter or a move for a fighter you already own. But maybe you never get that card and end up instead with a bunch of these irritatingly dumb training levels. Look at this! What is this even supposed to be? Whoa! That was $10 well spent. And of course, cards aren't compatible with other games. Each title requires its own set. The X-Men game alone has over 100 cards. A booster pack contains only 6 cards. Do you comprehend how many packs you'd have to buy for a chance to get everything you need to play the game fully? It's an endless rabbit hole you keep spiraling down because you're already invested, so you may as well buy one more pack to make that game better.
Insane.
Just another one, and another,
Just not as
and
big,
another,
got it.
and another. You could spend
The
hundreds
illegal
of dollars
Belgium
on
and
a
other
single
countries, good.
complete game. Even if you could collect every single card and therefore get the most full experience of what the game has to offer, X-Men is simply a terrible experience with controls that are borderline unplayable. The input lag is atrocious. It feels like I'm screaming to a friend in another room what buttons to push. Hey Adam! Push the B button!
Boom, 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 boom. That's my wife in the truck here in
Oh my
Suffolk
God.
County, New York.
14 million views as of this morning.
Why? This advertisement contains synthetic performers created with artificial intelligence. Thanks. Couldn't tell. Does his headphone wire just disappear?
The comments are exactly what you'd think they are.
Yeah.
So I let her take the truck to grab
Oh
groceries.
my God,
that
is this
day.
supposed to
She'd been
pretend to be
driving
Joe
it for 7
Rogan?
years without a scratch.
Mm-hmm.
She
Mhm.
didn't see the
Yeah.
Lamborghini
Wow.
in front of her. The thing's hood.
If anything, this shows me that I'm right to think that like podcasts are for the dumbest people possible.
is 6 inches off the ground, and we've never.
This
even
is a
owned
full 5 minutes. We're not watching all this. I'm just saving it.
a sports car. She ran into it like it wasn't there. The guy
I wanted to see those pants
I
more.
parked next to her was filming. He caught the whole thing. That's how it went.
I like, okay. The reflections are wrong. The reflection heavily implies the car is just next to it.
Viral. So for the first 24
Wow.
hours, we thought we were just going to file the claim and ride it out. Then the messages started. My wife got over 100 DMs in 48 hours.
What happened to your kid here? What is that monstrosity? Oh my God. It's horrific. It's crazy how, like, some AI is just actually really bad. 2 different handles.
And I got my own pile too. And the messages were brutal.
Alex, Alex B, Maria, Alex R, Alice, Alex R, Alox R, Maria, Maria. Oh my God.
Hope you have good coverage, lol. Your wife just totaled my dream car. Bro, your premium is about to look like a mortgage payment. And the worst one was just prepare for the worst. Friends I haven't talked to in 10 years suddenly resurfaced with the same question. What's the bill going to look like on that? Coworkers texting me at 11 p.m. 3 different aunts forwarded me the clip like I hadn't already seen it. And the
This is so stupid.
Lamborghini, get this.
Bootors. Bootors. Bintors.
Was $139,000 to repair. Our liability cap was $300,000, technically covered. But our carrier called us 6 days in. They said, we're going to need to talk
I had
about
to download
non-renewal.
this. Hold
And
on a
she
second.
quoted me $864 a month for a new policy under their risk pool. $5,000 collision deductible.
Yeah.
Almost triple
Yeah.
what we'd been paying before the accident even happened. So that night I tried 4 other big name comparison sites. 3 of them wouldn't even
Unable to provide quotes at this year.
quote us. Once I disclosed the at-fault
God,
loss,
why is AI
the
so
fourth one came back
bad?
at $812 a month. So I sat at the kitchen table with the laptop
I have to make
open,
sure I get this.
trying to figure out how to break that number
Please let me,
to my
please
wife
let me,
on
please
top
let
of
me.
everything else. And out of all the messages we'd been getting, one of them was different. A guy I went to high school with back in Nassau County. I hadn't talked to him in 11 years. He DM'd me at 9 p.m. He said, bro, it happens. My wife had something similar 2 years ago. Different car, same idea.
This is
There's
so
a site
stupid.
that saved us. So I called him, and he told me about it. Apparently, some guy built it for himself.
Some guy who built it for himself. Is that Edward Snowden, but with acne?
He made it run way
God
more
dang it.
carriers.
Well, I've said this before. I have to have, like, examples of how AI is, like, garbage. Because, like, I really do think in the future, people are going to say that people in the past were Luddites against AI. Like, didn't they know how good things would have been? But, like, they have no idea how trashy this is. Like, how stupid this is. This guy's 2 different thumbnail types. That's crazy.
In the country at the same time. Then
Oh,
his
his
neighbors
acne's
started
clearing
using
up.
it.
Whoa, that is some creepy teeth. You know how you have a space between your teeth? She doesn't. She has a single tooth up there with some grooves carved in. Discuance appetite. Apartheid.
then thousands
Yes,
of
there
people.
you go. I'll
Now
airdrop it
it's
to
word of
Cuba.
mouth only, doesn't show up on Google, and barely anyone is using it because of that. So I asked him, how could it be lower than 820?
Okay, they're missing the wow. Wow. No way. Wow.
12 with a viral at-fault claim attached to my name. And he said, look, there's more than 300 carriers in the country, and the big comparison sites only check 1 to 3 of them. That's it. There's also
I had to use a VPN to download this one. I've downloaded too many AI ads. YouTube's upset with me.
7 different discounts you might qualify for, and most of them only apply 3 or 4. This site checks much more carriers and applies every discount you qualify
Right,
for.
I'm done.
He
I'm
said
done.
the best way to see
Let's
your
just skip through this.
Good! But did the developers just make a bad game, or is the console to blame? Well, let's find out with our next game.
Yeah, it's like he was getting interviewed by Asmongold.
Marvel Heroes. Where do I even begin? The game is a complete mess. You have cringe-inducing visuals and poorly written dialogue encapsulated in shoddily scraped-together comic book sequences. All of this is done in an attempt to produce some kind of reason for everything to be going on. None of it flows, and none of it works. Unlike X-Men, this isn't a fighting game, but instead, it's a platformer side-scroller beat-em-up. The cards are used in a totally...
You gotta slow down your download rate and the amount of time between downloads. They definitely don't want to flip. Yeah, I understand what I'm doing wrong, Chris. Trust me. I know that I'm really stupid about downloading compulsively, but like if they didn't stop sending, if I just want them to stop sending me banger AI videos, you know what I mean?
Different way here.
This console was this console might have been owned by Marvel.
Worse than the X-Men game. Look, you can get Wolverine.
2006 was a time period where they were doing all sorts of weird experimental things. Like Stan Lee was still alive, Steve Lee.
Play through his whole campaign. All you need is his character card. But in Marvel Heroes, you might have a character card for the Hulk, but you may not have his story card. They look exactly alike.
Sorry,
but
one
they
second.
don't work.
I found an alternative download for it, and I wanted to make sure I get it before it's too late. Because, like, they might delete that kind of video. That video was, like, took a priority. That was a 48 megabyte video. This is the link to it if you want.
The same way. Here is how that works. If you've got a story card, congratulations! You can play whatever that story is. You play as a character dictated by the story. Typically, it's 3 boring levels with mindless enemies being tossed at you with 2 smaller bosses until you
Steve
beat
Lee,
a
his
main
distant
boss.
cousin, made Arachnid Boy.
If you
There
don't
you
have
go.
a story card, though, you can still play the game by making your own story. Kinda. Get
What
out your
disgusting
pack of
sprites.
paid DLC nubbins, choose a character, pick an area, use an atmosphere, throw in some villains or bosses, and there you go. Your own custom content. Sound fun? It's not. This random shuffling of cards rarely ever makes sense. Without the tiniest touch of story, it's just bland design laid on top of bland design. The areas always look dull.
You know, there's a part of me that thinks that this could have been a good idea if they treated it more like a roguelike. Instead of using popular IPs or something like that. Like, imagine, like, you go into a dungeon and you find cards that way or something.
Uninspired. Now, we had a booster pack, and luckily, we got an atmosphere card. But all it did was turn everything to night, which just looks like someone lowered the brightness on your TV. Cool. The controls are just...
Fun fact, in the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, they renamed Miles to Arachnid Boy.
just as bad as in X-Men, but this game seems to be far more glitchy. Jumping from window to window with the Hulk looks bad and sounds worse. No matter what character you play as, nothing ever feels right. Captain America has a
Yeah, by the way, using analog sticks for this kind of game, terrible idea.
section where he needs to climb up trees, and honestly, look at this. This is ridiculous. The trees look like they're part of the background. But honestly, it's that whole random stage creation thing that is inexcusable.
I think it's to make it easier for people who are ordering specific comic books.
We used an area card with the Thing from Fantastic Four, and we were instantly loaded into a level that was broken. I tried for half an hour to find some solution to get past this hole in the ground, but absolutely nothing I tried worked. Nothing! There seemed to be no way at all to beat this stage. Soulless and broken random mission generators are one thing, but when you're charging for the cards that make this random system work,
Yeah,
when it really doesn't, that's when you're ripping people off. This has seriously got to be...
I would like to see Rerez do a video on Tommy Tallarico. It'd be like good guy Tallarico versus evil Tallarico.
one of the worst games I've ever seen.
They're pretty much the
sold
same
with
person,
a legitimate license
aesthetically.
from a major company like Marvel on board. So of course, when I saw our next game, a seemingly new IP produced exclusively for the Hyperscan, folks, I was immediately scared. Bear witness as we venture into the Interstellar Wrestling League, another one-on-one fighter. This looks a little confusing, so let's have the game tell us what the plot is about.
Greetings and salutations, everyone! I'm Idaho Jones, ringmaster and commentator for the Interstellar Wrestling League. I've sent a message to all wrestlers in the galaxy. Who is the biggest? Who is the baddest? Who is the meanest? Who bakes the tastiest pies? No, strike that last one. There can only be one king of the ring. Who will it be? Join me for fantastic IWL action.
Okay, hold on. I just want to make sure I understand this. You go to the website, and then you're entered to win one of these 3 cars for free. Correct.
Oh my god. He's just getting older. He's becoming more and more Bill Gates as time goes on.
Prove this campaign. You can win a Lamborghini, souped-up truck,
And he has Linus Tech Tip's voice.
or $100,000 cash.
Earn more entries buying gear that
Beautiful intro, ain't it? It's like watching a slideshow about what the cutscene might actually look like when they were done the game. They didn't even clear this potato guy's cutout properly.
I was, you know what? The cutout looked so bad. I thought they did it as a joke.
That's just a bad Photoshop. But this title is special. Meet the only game not created by the company that developed the other games on this console. Interstellar Wrestling League was made by Digital Eclipse. Now, if that name sounds familiar, it's because they've been responsible for some really great titles and game collections. But how did the company fare on their only Hyperscan outing?
Oh my god.
It's not that good. You gotta hand it to Digital Eclipse. This may in fact be the best game on the console.
Oh, that's tragic. It looks like it has some interesting art direction behind it. I think these guys did know what they were doing. There was a better way to do this, and I can totally think of how to do it, but I also don't want to give that idea out into the ether.
Don't think for a moment that this means that Interstellar Wrestling League is actually good. It simply proves something that I suspected about the Hyperscan from the very beginning. The console is capable of delivering a half-decent experience. This title has less input lag, making it far easier to control than its cursed brethren. It's not perfect, frankly it's terrible, but at least when you push a button, the character on screen reacts appropriately. And as for loading, yeah, it still has a lot of loading screens, but they seem much faster than anything else you'll play on the Hyperscan. So it's got some things right, sure. But where it fails hard. The game is virtually identical to X-Men. You'll need multiple cards and booster packs to get more characters and basically complete the game. But where this game dips just a bit below X-Men is in its ability cards. During a match, a blow-up referee will show up that pauses the game. This happens at random during an active fight. You'll need to pull out a card that grants your character some ability and place it down. Failure to do this results in your opponent gaining an ability that they can use against you, leaving you with nothing. So you better hope that you happen to have a card nearby.
That's awful.
Looks like I don't. Guess I need to go out and buy more booster packs to make my angry space wrestler fight better.
How about we move on? Let's dip back into the world of licensed properties in Marvel by playing a game called Spider-Man. This was a Toys R Us exclusive, so it's gotta be
Was
good,
that actually
right?
Tobey Maguire's body? I just realized.
The title's Toys R Us exclusivity meant that you got an extra card in the game box. This means nothing. Now, unlike the other games, you don't
So weird that
actually
he made
need
his
to worry
own
about
outfit.
character cards. Well, I mean, you do. You should have at least one character card, and that card should be Spider-Man. If you lose this card, you cannot save the game. So don't lose this card. Overall, this is a strange game. It's kind of a platformer, but has enclosed missions that take place in levels that are small chunks of New York.
It's a brand new day,
There are a variety
people.
of stages to choose from, but
You're a
you can't
walking
play all of them
advertisement.
because most of these levels are physically locked behind cards, meaning you'll need to go out and buy a bunch of booster packs to find them to play the whole game. Isn't that cool? You just bought a game disc, brought it home, and now you need to go back out and collect a whole bunch of useless cards at random for the chance to
I wonder
play
how well
all
this
of
would have
these
done if this
really
was released
crappy
in,
levels. Woo-wee! Mattel was onto
Hmm.
something real cool here. And trust me, none of these levels are worth purchasing extra cards for. They consist of mundane and sometimes ridiculous tasks that seem to have no solution. Best I can tell is that we are missing a specific power-up card to make certain levels completable, but for the ones you can complete, does delivering pizza sound like fun? How about Spider-Man playing firefighter? Spidey doesn't have water on him, so I guess he'll just shoot his spider webs at the flames and... Oh, that actually works. If a
Yay.
building is falling apart to pieces, Spider-Man is a junior city architect and is quick to solve the crumbling problems by shooting webs at cracks in the walls, which actually seems to hold the building together. For real.
Yeah, that's pretty
If you
bad.
ask me, seems the game designers got really lazy and charged or something. Couldn't you have just, I don't know, dealt with the security guards? Did Spider-Man really need to go out of his way to take care of this museum thing? Seriously? By this point, folks, I think you can see that the Hyperscan
Barely born child
is
can
a
make a better game than
hyper-rep.
this, probably.
But we've got one more game to wrap up the whole library of this console. Oh, that's right! There are only 5 games that were ever publicly released for the Hyperscan, because this system was canceled, and I'm not making this up, after just a couple of months on store shelves. But I digress.
What the heck?
Time to play Ben 10, a show made into a video game on a console nobody wanted. Brace yourselves. This is one licensed property that in theory should be a perfect fit for the Hyperscan. The original TV series is about a boy who has the ability to morph into aliens. So you'd think while you're playing the game, you just pull out an alien card and scan it to turn into whatever is on the card. It's a simple idea, and I think anyone could get behind it. Heck, even I think it sounds pretty interesting. Ben can turn into fun aliens and players can collect the alien cards. But that's not what they did. They somehow made it more complex. Not only are there alien cards, but there are also project mods, attack mods, defense mods, speed mods, power mods, villain defense, help, and ultimate cards. Are you kidding me? Why did you need so many? They somehow found a way to make it so frustrating and confusing to know what cards do what at any given moment that you don't want to bother using any of them at all. But how does the base game play? Well, it's a platformer, so what does a platformer need to do correctly? Attack, jump, move left or right? This game somehow fails to do all of these
Great
things.
jumping animation.
Ben 10 has the most input lag from all of the games I've played. We're talking a good 1.5 seconds from pressing the jump button to actually seeing a character jump. But time delays and button pushes aren't your only problem. Ben 10 has the worst loading times too, but we're not just talking about loading between levels here, we're talking about the one thing that Ben should be able to do on the fly, switching between alien forms. The console seems to be incapable of playing the game and scanning a card at the same time.
That's funny.
So when you are given a chance to change, which requires you to stand on a platform, the game has problems and will lock up for a moment. Oh, and that's not even the end of it. To make that frustrating experience even
I literally think it's the RFI scanning technology that's messing with the game.
even worse, once you found some way to get the card to actually be scanned by the console, the game immediately freaks out and starts blasting a loud alarm for you to remove the card. All of this, by the way, requires you to find a card in the game before the card can actually be scanned.
What?
Confusing? Good, because it's gonna get worse. It's a totally broken experience from start to finish. The levels are mostly stupid obstacle courses with sparse
Oh my
enemies
God.
placed around, and with that awful input lag, you're going to be falling to your death a lot. So by this point, you'd probably think the game's only saving grace is that you can have free will to change up the levels as you
What if
want
it didn't have
with
permission to
whatever
use these
you have
characters?
in your deck, right? Right? Well, no! We got to a level where whatever card we scanned, Ben always turned into the same alien. And they explained it away with this ridiculous exposition from his grandpa Max saying that the machine is kinda busted. You know, like the hyperscan. So the game seemed to really think we had to be this blue and black alien thing, but it had no special abilities that we could see that made the level any easier. When it turns back into Ben, you can finish the tasks with no problem. What is the point of collecting all of these cards when they don't even do what they're supposed to do when you scan them? That's the point of this entire console, isn't it? I've
This
seen plenty
definitely
of poor
feels like
quality
such a bad
systems,
idea.
games made to scam and steal money from people, rip-offs that trick customers into buying something that isn't what is written on the box. But with the hyperscan, you're looking at Mattel, an enormous
Well,
company.
I meant like X-Men and stuff like that, Spider-Man 2. Like this just seems like an all-around bad idea.
That actually made a console in the past that people enjoyed, the Intellivision. The bulk of the games in the Hyperscan are lazy cash grabs, a total slap to the face of anyone who dared buy this hunk of junk. If it's not breaking down, scanning the cards improperly, or struggling to play discs, it's
But that's,
controlling
again, that's
badly
me speculating. That's not what we don't know what happened.
putting you in a constant state of rage like no other console before it. So heed my warning, friends. That shiny, glowy red ring seems to be welcoming and enchanting, but hidden underneath all that plastic
It's the red
is a
ring of
vicious
death.
chunk of gaming history best left forgotten. That is the Hyperscan.
That's cute. Alright. Good God. Alright. I really want to see this Conservapedia video. So I said this in the reaction farm. Conservapedia is back when I was like it was back in the olden days. I used to think that Conservapedia was like a parody that made fun of right-wingers. It's not. It's just a really bad website. Finger video game nerd, he would have he would have used his usual insults. He also would have included the word diarrhea or something like that. Like he's not. I just don't find Angry Video Game Nerd interesting. There's so many more talented reviewers. Anyway, Conservapedia is great. It's so funny, and like Grok is essentially just Conservapedia, or trying to be at least. Probably filler. Maybe he would have swapped the words around. Alright, let's check this out.
Guys, I found my thermometer. Now I was already bracing myself for how incredibly stupid the topic of today's video is.
What is he wearing? This feels like he's like what is it? He's going to the wild frontier. He's waiting for his husband to return from the Great Depression, coal mines or something.
But given that it's 80 degrees right now and it's only gonna get hotter, I'm worried that I might not survive this. Are you guys sick and tired of Wikipedia? Or as I like to call it, Wokepedia? It feels like every time I find a Wikipedia article, it's full of sources and a neutral tone. Personally, I just can't stand that. See, I've been lobotomized by the mainstream media like a true American, which means I'm only capable of absorbing information that's been filtered through the lens of some culture war bullshit. Well, if you're anything like me and the idea of reading something that doesn't reinforce all of your biases leaves you crying in your Ford Super Duty.
You know what's weird about how people are responding to like culture war stuff? It really does feel like some people are just not ready for college.
And boy, do I have the website for you. That's right, my fellow snowflakes. I'm talking about Conservapedia, which those neo-Marxist globalist commies over on Wokepedia describe as an online encyclopedia written from a self-described American conservative and fundamentalist Christian point of view. Which is how you know you can trust the Conservapedia tagline, the trustworthy encyclopedia. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to be taking a deep dive into this wellspring of objective truth, where we will attempt to educate ourselves on the world of science from
Fox News, despite its popularity, it surely can't be mainstream.
the hellhole that is Conservapedia. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, I'm really dreading this. This is gonna be really awful.
Have you guys
I
ever
wanted
been to
wait go over these
Conservapedia?
articles
It is unironically one of the greatest websites just because of how bad it is. I guess I would make it ironically.
I was on camera so you could get my authentic
Such a-
reaction. But I did click around the website a little bit just to kind of get familiar with it. And guys, it's really bad.
I like unironically, I did try to use it. Like I was like, all right, let's see what the Republicans say about this. I'm like, oh, this has to be a parody. Nobody's like this stupid, are they? And I'm like, oh my god, this is unironic. I keep using the word ironic. I'm just gonna murder myself because of that. I too thought it was satire, but it was on the same level because it is pretty stupid. Yeah, it is very
I
stupid.
normally have a drink in hand for these videos. The only reason I don't is because it's 10 a.m. right now, and I feel like that's even a little early for me. But if you're watching this in the evening or at the live premiere, Sunday nights, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you're of sound mind and legal age to do so, you might want a little bit of liquid courage to get through this. All right, so a little credit where credit is due. I got the idea for this video from another video discussing Conservapedia by Coke Francis on YouTube.
I was gonna say that makes a lot of sense.
I highly recommend you check out their video and their channel if you haven't. They're absolutely hilarious. They got a lot of great stuff. Their video does a really good job of taking a bunch of topics that shouldn't be political at all and showing how Conservapedia is able to twist them into their anti-woke snowflake worldviews. It's fucking hilarious.
Metal Gear Solid 3 on Conservapedia is so funny to me. Like they talk about how it's anti-communist because Snake kills communists.
You want to see how one of these idiots can turn the Titanic or black holes into something political? Go check out their video and find out. So in this video, I want to take kind of a different approach, where instead of trying to find the anti-woke brainworm in the places you'd never expect to, I'm gonna face the little bastards head on.
I feel like I need to archive Conservapedia. I feel like it's really important.
Specifically in this video, I want to see how Conservapedia talks about science. As you know from my other videos, seeing topics like evolution, biology, geology, and climate change filtered through the lens of a, far-right zealot is always fucking hilarious. And while similar outlets that we've talked about on this channel, like creation.com, sort of mask their bullshit in an air of, pseudo-intellectual charisma, Conservapedia is about as charismatic as getting food poisoning on an airplane. Now, something else I want to note right off the bat is that what we are looking at here is essentially the—
I am, because somebody has to. Everyone is already grabbing the best stuff, Chris. Everyone's already gotten the best stuff out there. Okay? I don't need to worry about the best stuff.
Insane ramblings of like one guy. The guy in question is Andrew Schlafly. Now his reason for creating Conservapedia is, according to those wokeists over on Wikipedia, that he was reading a student's assignment where the student used CE or Common Era dating notation instead of Anno Domini or AD dating notation.
What an origin story.
With CE just meaning the exact same thing, just without the Christian connotation. In short, Andrew Schlafly is, in my opinion, a pussy-ass bitch. I really cannot believe how many of these anti-woke grifters complain about everyone else needing a safe space and being snowflakes, and this guy was so butthurt about a student using CE on a paper that he started his own bias—
Wait, what did you say?
So butthurt about a student using CE on a paper that he started his own biased Wikipedia
I think he accidentally said AD.
Page to adhere to his biases. Oh my god, what a fucking loser. That's crazy. The site has been accused of spreading misinformation on scientific subjects such as HIV/AIDS denialism, the abortion breast cancer hypothesis, climate change denial, relativity denial, and vaccine autism connections, and has advocated young earth creationism, Barack Obama conspiracy citizenship theories, and conspiracy theories that the January 6th United States Capitol attack was staged.
I know someone who's somewhat anti-vaccine because it causes autism. I'm like, you just want to get rid of all the autistic people? Do you understand that, like, those autistic people are actually pretty cool? And they're like, yeah, I have friends that are autistic. I'm like, you want to get rid of them all? I'm like, no. Just funny.
Additionally, it features extensive criticism of atheism, feminism, homosexuality, and the Democratic Party. Now, I don't need to go into Andrew Schlafly anymore. You already know the kind of person that this is. So the last joke that I'll make at his expense is just showing you a picture of him.
There we go.
And it just writes itself. He looks like what would happen if an AI tried to generate a person with the only prompt being check his hard drive. Now, anyway, my point for all of that is to say that what we're about to look at here is essentially the unhinged ramp.
I wonder what happens. Don't do this test for me, Chris. But now I'm wondering what happens if you use an AI to generate an image, check his hard drive. What result would happen?
ramblings of one man. Regrettably, the unhinged ramblings of this one man are shared by quite a few, including the government itself. But I also want to make absolutely clear here that this is not an accurate representation of what people on the right believe. I have friends that are more right-leaning than myself, and they hate this bullshit just as much as I do. And it's important that we don't end up just as whipped by the mainstream media as Andrew Shafley into thinking that every single person on the opposing side is just this, like, golem of monumental proportions. And we all got to remember that the outrage media works two ways. All of us, no matter our politics, creed, race...
I've never played the Pokemon 3D fight games.
Religion, sex, gender, you name it, are susceptible to the same propaganda worded differently that stops us from seeing the only party lines worth fighting for are up and down. Oh, and Weasley little traitors like this who do the bidding of the elites and all their friends in the files. Put simply, this is a propaganda website. So if you believe some of the things talked about on here, God love you for sticking around this long. I hope you stay for the rest of the video. This is not me criticizing you. Like I said, we're all susceptible to propaganda. So rather than punching down at the people who fell for it, this is me punching up at the fucking morons that perpetuate it. Okay, and last thing to say as we get into this, as you saw from the list of things that this site has been accused of spreading misinformation about, we'll probably be touching on some pretty heavy topics throughout this. So viewer discretion is advised, ye be warned. Oh, Jesus, now I actually have to get into this? Fuck. All right, so I think the best way to get you guys familiarized with the glory that is Conservapedia is to just kind of start on the homepage. I want to just read you some of these popular articles at Conservapedia. So if you're just listening to this video in the background...
Do you think people will stop watching him when he's done finishing this place?
Playing video games, don't worry, you still don't have to look at your screen. Ah, yeah, now I see you looking all sheepish over there. It's fine, go back to it, I'll wait. Homeschooling.
Don't.
Yeah, now I see you looking all sheepish over there. It's fine, go.
Careful, when you're white, don't do this hand gesture. Sorry.
Go back to it, I'll wait. Homeschooling. Liberal denial. Unalienable rights, in quotes for some reason. Actually, no, I know exactly why that is. It's because he's a pussy-ass bitch who thought that someone writing CE on a paper was an infringement of his rights. Greatest conservative TV shows. Evidence for Christianity. Homosexuality. Best arguments against homosexuality.
It's the danger zone. There's a certain range where you can have your hand, and he exceeded it. You can have it up here though, but that's it.
Intelligent design. Louis Pasteur. Worst college majors. Marijuana. Scientism. Oh no, this is gonna be so bad, guys. Holy shit. The Wizard of Oz. Liberal style. Worst liberal movies. Secularized language. Pussy-ass bitch. Sorry. Oh, Jesus, I need some water. This dude's about to be complaining about fucking they-them pronouns when he gets triggered by the letters CE. Counterexamples to relativity. San Francisco values. Causes of homosexuality. The assassination attempt. Oh my god. Wow, bro doesn't believe in vaccines but thought that was real? That's fucking crazy. Open-mindedness.
He does believe in vaccines. That's interesting. Can I just point out, I think that the one thing that's kind of very interesting about Trump's assassination is the fact that he will bring up his decades-long feud with Rosie O'Donnell, but he just never talks about the assassination attempt on his life. Plural, attempts. It's very weird.
Obama's religion. Germany.
Yes, they actually gave a shout-out to them, and yes, Coke Francis is fantastic.
Uh-oh. The American Civil War. Dude, I'm telling you, I got fucking 3 years worth of videos right here on this page. Natural law. Left-wing violence. Overcoming homosexuality. Andrew, is there something that you want to talk with us about? Look, we will accept you with open arms, Andrew, okay? I know it can be a lot to internalize when you're raised in this, but I can't help but notice.
I can kind of see that. They kind of seem related to me. They just have a bigger nose than me, which is absurd.
You got a lot in here trying to unpack why homosexuality happens. Look, it would be inappropriate for me to claim anything, but I'm just saying, when you're ready, man, we are all here for you. Bias on Wikipedia. Vestigial structures. Ex-homosexuals. I know I'm cherry picking these, but I swear on my life, there is no other topic that has like this many separate articles on it. Oh, the Shroud of Turin. Huh. We got a Conservapedia page about the Shroud of Turin before the fucking Atlantis video. Jesus Christ. Speaking of Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ. Equal Rights Amendment. Greatest conservative movies. And of course...
you know what? I gotta see the greatest conservative movies list.
Conservapedia proven right. Okay, so I mean when I say that I could literally, should this be a multi-part video? This is just
It should be a multi-part video. Literally just go over each, like, maybe 3 articles a day. That's what he should be doing. Milk this.
Gold mine. I gotta be honest, guys. I sometimes get really pissed off. I love this job. It's fucking great. I'm so grateful to be able to sustain myself and my team doing this. But I look at some people that will just shit out a video every other day about the dumbest things imaginable, and they get like the same, if not better, views than I do. And I'm like, you fucking assholes, why do I work so hard on this shit when I could just be shitting out videos? So every once in a while, I find something like this, and I'm like, you know what? Two-parter could be kind of nice. And while I frankly think that the propagandists that make this shit are, you know, a complete waste of precious oxygen, if there's one thing they are useful for, it's making a quick buck. Plus, I see it as my deepest privilege as a cis white guy to create a place where we can all point and laugh at a homophobic piece of shit. Fellas, this is our responsibility, all right? So there's a whole lot that I could go into. I didn't realize there was so much history stuff on here, but for this, I think I want to just start by focusing in on science. All right, these are the articles that I'm the most interested in. Biblical scientific foreknowledge. Louis Pasteur is making me scratch my head a little bit. Scientism, the Great Flood, young Earth creationism, of course, and Earth. Okay.
How many of you know some young Earth creationists? Because I know more than I expected. Again, I knew someone who's younger than me. I worked with them. They were my coworker, and I used to like laugh. I'm like, I can't believe some people believe that the Earth is younger or as young as 6,000 years old. And they kind of stared at me awkwardly like, yeah, I'm one of those people. I'm like, really? You're younger than me and you think this stupid backwards thing?
I think that is enough to start with. Hell, I think that is enough to carry me through the entire fucking
Yeah, that's a very, very specific thing to think.
So I guess it's finally time to start looking at the world of science according to Conservapedia. All right, I want to start out with Louis Pasteur, but I'm curious how they're going to make the guy that invented pasteurization into a, you know, political rallying cry. Louis Pasteur was a French chemist and microbiologist. He was the most significant ever in the field of medicine, and perhaps the greatest scientist overall. How do you quantify something like that? He confirmed the germ theory of disease, creating the first rabies, anthrax, and chicken cholera vaccines, founded bacteriology and advanced chemistry. Pasteur explained the science of fermentation, winemaking, and beer brewing. He debunked the widely accepted myth of spontaneous generation, thereby setting the stage for modern biology and biochemistry. That's a perfectly reasonable entry. It's great to see an influential figure like Pasteur talked about with, you know, such reverence. And I'm sure that if Pasteur could see the world today, even though it's changed quite a lot, he'd be amazed at all of the things that we have discovered and wouldn't want his work to be manipulated to attack other fields of science for political purposes, right? A devout Christian who prayed in his laboratory, I will note this part is bolded for some reason, Pasteur was also the dean of the Faculty of Sciences.
The way that Conservapedia uses bolding, that's so funny.
At Lille University.
Lille.
Pasteur said, a bit of science distances one from God, but much science nears one to him. That's a great quote. Pasteur, brilliant and daring, developed the rabies vaccine, and his use of it to save a 9-year-old boy's life after he'd been repeatedly bitten by a rabid dog is one of the most inspiring incidents in all of science. I see what they're saying there, but I like that. Dude, what is the most inspiring moment in all of science? Was it man landing on the moon? Was it, you know, the splitting of the atom? No, it was that kid just getting fucking mauled by a rabid dog. Okay, so this article is pretty...
I wonder where you got that sound effect.
Tame. There's definitely some underlying politics, but this is the last part I want to read of it, and I want you to listen very carefully. Pasteur was a devout Christian and did not see any conflict between science and Christianity. Once again, remarking that, quote, a bit of science distances one from God, but much science nears one to him. He experienced many hardships through his life, including the death of 3 of his 5 children, to childhood diseases including polio, but these hardships only served to strengthen his faith and his determination to find cures. Through it all, Pasteur gave God the glory, stating that, quote, the more I study nature, the more I stand amazed at the work of the Creator. That's genuinely really fucking inspiring, and something I've talked about a lot on this channel before in other videos about this, is that the belief in science and a belief in God are not mutually exclusive. There are many great scientists who are people of faith. The problem is that Andrew Shafley is a spineless hypocrite. He's bringing up these quotes not to kind of tell his religious followers that you can believe in both, because he's about to engage in science denial so terrible it borders on reality denial. So I want you to try and really remember what is a reasonable article on this great scientist, because in the context of everything we're about to read, it does nothing but prove that Andrew Shafley has no fucking principles whatsoever. You know what, guys? It's noon. I'm gonna get a drink. I do not endorse this. I do not condone this behavior. This is extenuating circumstances, okay? I just started getting into these articles. It's fucking great. It is 90 degrees in here, and it's only gonna get hotter. So, you know what? I'm a goddamn adult, all right? I'm in my mid-20s. I'm in my own goddamn house. I'm gonna drink at noon on a Thursday. Oh, by the way, I'm going on tour this October. Last fall, I did a mini...
It would be pretty funny if Ubisoft saw the Assassin's Creed Odyssey thing and decided to make a sequel to chase the trend, but it would take 5 years and nobody is interested anymore. I could see that happening. Don't worry. Stop Killing Games will kill Ubisoft eventually.
Tour in the Northeast, and it was a huge success, so now we're doing a national tour. So if you want to come see me do my whole song and dance live in person in front of you, tickets are available now. This October, we'll be visiting the following cities: Boston, Mass, New York City, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Farmville, Virginia, Asheville, North Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, St. Louis, Missouri, Omaha, Nebraska, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and of course, Chicago, Illinois. And if you're in the western part of the country, don't worry, there will be western dates as well. We just haven't announced them yet. It'll be a great time. We'll have some live Google debunking. There'll be fun merch. There'll be a Q&A. It's going to be a blast. Make sure to grab tickets while they last. Some of the VIP tickets are already almost sold out, so make sure to get on it while you still can. And link to that is in the description of this video. Go tap on it. It'll open another tab, and then you can deal with it when you're done with the video. Okay, anyway, what were we talking about?
Are there any YouTubers who've gone out of your way and saw in the Human Wild Zone? Chris has seen that evil streamer called Gerard the Completionist. That's one. If I can steal his experience. But I personally have never I've never attempted to see a YouTuber in real life. I don't really care to do so. I'm not a fan of celebrities in any variation.
Again, is just another tequila sunrise. This isn't a tequila sunrise. A little dark and stormy action. The chopstick. Now we're talking. All right, so I was thinking to myself,
I like the
as
mason
I was
jar.
mixing up my little something, is that I think I want to do the Earth article next. I think it would be more interesting to start with something
I don't go out of my way to see him. Sorry.
that is objectively less, politically
I guess you know
charged.
what? The most famous YouTuber I have seen is my own brother.
So we can see just how long it takes for the article to be stained by the snowflake tears. The Earth is the third planet in the solar system. It is the
Third rock from
largest
the
of the
sun.
terrestrial planets and is the only known planet that has life. Some biblical scholars have calculated that the Earth is roughly 6,000 years old, using the genealogical information provided in Genesis. Oh no. Some biblical...
That is such a stupid source. Oh my god, the language in this is so dumb.
Illiterate scientists, however, disagree with this method of calculation, falsely predicting it to be 4.5 billion years old.
The war is not the game of Call of Duty. War is hell. War is sweat, blood and tears. Hello, I'm Jordan from Ukraine.
I like this guy. Alright. The Bibble. You question
Bravo,
the word of Jimmy?
Andrew Smirnop. What the fuck is this guy called again? Bravo, Andrew Snowflake. You fucking couldn't even describe the planet Earth without getting your fucking
That's
your
so
bias
funny.
all over it. So there's a few sections to this article: physical description, origin, young Earth
Do I
creation.
need to explain to you guys like why the way he phrased that was so disingenuous? Or I'm pretty sure you guys are all smart enough to identify yourselves, right? Like I don't need to point it out.
Christianity and the Earth, and naturalistic view. So as you can see, we are clearly only discussing the most pertinent topics for an encyclopedia entry discussing Earth. The physical description isn't all that interesting, but he does say that the Earth orbits an average distance of about 93 million miles.
Well, I had no doubt for you, Filler. You are a little like the only thing if I was ever to criticize about you is that you are far too willing to say, "Okay, you're right. You're right. I don't have any reason to argue with you. I just, you're right." When you're right, you're right.
from the sun in an almost circular orbit. So, if nothing else, he is at least not a flat earther. I know that that standard is quite literally rock bottom, but I'll take what I can get right now.
I believe
On
you.
the other hand, we get to the origin of the Earth, which begins with people disagree about when and how the Earth was created. They don't
Saw that coming a mile away.
really. You disagree with them, but nobody else really disagrees on this. The three most popular ideas are why, of course, this is the first one. That God created the earth several hundred generations ago, as recounted in Genesis. 2, that God created the earth billions of years ago. And 3, that the earth came into existence billions of years ago, entirely through natural processes and without any intervention by God.
That's a very interesting way to phrase that.
Clashes between adherents of these ideas have gone on since time immemorial, though the last
Like, it wasn't as
theory
negative as
has
I thought.
only matured in the last 200 years. Well, that's kind of interesting, isn't it? You wonder if there's a reason for that? What's that last theory again? That there's a scientific explanation for the origin of the Earth? Why was it that for thousands upon thousands of years, everyone had their own unique folklore to explain the existence of the planet? And then, a mere 200 years ago, this other idea cropped up that just so happened to coincide with, you know, the discovery of fucking science. You know, that's probably a complete coincidence.
The discovery of science. Science is a process, for the record. It's how you identify whether or not an idea is worth having in your head, basically. The Earth came from Buddha. Yes, after a bad taco night. No. That's you're putting the cart before the horse, because like the I don't know the name of the virus. The iceberg lettuce that is infected in the United States didn't happen until now. Sorry, I can't remember. I like that he said hundreds of generations ago instead of thousands of years like a normal person. Hundreds of generations, thousands of years. I do feel like Christians like have a weird mentality when it comes to like measuring time in general. They like try to keep it as vague as possible, but within relative terms of like what they can visualize in their head.
older an idea is, the better it is. Oh my God.
Young
Young Earth creationist view, formation and age. Young Earth creationists believe, on the basis of the biblical account in Genesis, we know that the Earth, including all life on it, was formed in 6 days around 4000 BC. Not BCE, because that shit makes me really upset. What do you mean that other people on the planet believe different things than me? I need everyone's concept of time to revolve around my profit. Mainstream scientific journals committed to a naturalistic worldview contend this view. Most scientists believe that the Earth was formed by natural processes instead of having been created by a supernatural entity. Wow, that's kind of weird, isn't it? When all the people that study this shit for a living disagree with you, a guy that has never done any of this for a moment of his fucking life, maybe that's something worth reflecting
His glasses distract from his caterpillars that live on his face.
on. However, as
do you think it's a requirement to be a right-wing freak that you have crazy eyebrows that look like they're just like caterpillars just chilling out on your forehead?
one scientist noted, most every prediction by theorists about planetary formation has been wrong. Oh my God. Okay, so you see pseudoscientists use quotes like this all the fucking time. Well, you know, back in the day, they used to believe that, you know, that the sun revolved around the earth, and then, you know, like Galileo showed up and, you know, he was imprisoned for what he believed. And they try and use that as supporting evidence for, well, since science has changed over time, everything that science has discovered now must be wrong. They also—
That is such a weird thing. Why would you think that changing your opinion means that you're wrong? People were wrong years ago, therefore they're wrong now. I know, it's such a weird, messed up brain worldview.
don't acknowledge that Galileo was imprisoned by the church, which is fucking hilarious. But since these people are all science illiterate morons, they don't understand that science is like supposed to change, but not in the way they think it is, where like there's gonna be one discovery that completely rewrites absolutely everything. As science has become more developed, it tends towards specialty. So like most of the new discoveries happening in well-established fields of science are not rewriting it, they're refining and tweaking like little details of it. Who said that? Because it's not quoted. They added a quote, but didn't say who. Wow. You know, you'd think that if a quote was something reputable from an actual scientist that said it, you could put the quote into Google and it would, you know, use the fucking, it would figure out where it's from. Nope.
The source says I made it up.
We're not getting anything. If you're gonna make up a quote, at least make up something that supports your evidence a little more than that. What's this citation? Wonderful. The citation is creationscience.com. You just can't make this shit up, dude. What? The page you requested could not be found. Try refining your search. You know it's bad when not only you paste the quote into Google and it can't find a source.
You're probably right. Filler probably did say it.
But you go to the source and it's a Creation Science Center, and even the Creation Science Center can't find the source. Uh-oh. 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 Shape of the Earth. Don't tell me I was wrong about the flat Earth thing. Some people dispute the shape of the Earth. Oh my God. Arguing that the Bible describes the Earth as flat, presumably square, given it described as having 4 corners rather than spherical. However, no credible organization has ever expressed support for this theory. Well, fucking at least you got that right. Some have disputed the idea that the Earth rotates around the sun. Oh my God. So he's kind of admitting here that, you know, the Bible isn't just a one-to-one factual account of, you know, the way that everything in reality works.
It is interesting to me that some people are smart enough to identify that the Earth is definitely orbiting the sun, like, on their own. Like, they can identify that. But then they're not able to identify that the Earth is not 6,000 years old. Like, they feel like that's the same intelligence level, but I guess it's because there's just more people that believe one thing, and they don't want to look like they're stupid.
So if it's wrong about that, you think it could be wrong about, you know, other descriptions of the Earth? Even he's not stupid enough to think that the Earth is flat, but apparently that isn't going to make him question any of the other descriptions of the Earth, or it being created 6,000 years ago. No, not going to question shit. Remember, these people are free thinkers, so they have to be as narrow-minded as possible. Christianity and the Earth. Bible scholars have estimated the age of the Earth based on the creation account in Genesis and the genealogical accounts in Numbers and other books of the Pentateuch. One famous estimate was published in 1650, yes, we know, by James Ussher, Archbishop of Armagh, in which he estimated the creation to have occurred on 23rd of October, 4000 BC. And these fucking people believe a guy that lived in 1650 to be a more reputable source than all of fucking natural science today. Now, to James Ussher's credit, he lived in 1650. So for the time, this was actually pretty great science. He took the text that he believed to be, you know, reality and
Sorry, liberals, the Earth is 45 minutes old.
Scientific processes to figure out how...
You know, honestly, in the grand scheme of things, with how the universe is in size, the Earth is literally just a couple of seconds old. It's like if the Big Bang was a literal explosion, those little embers of stars out there haven't faded out yet. But like, we're part of that little explosion.
Old the Earth might be. Even though his starting point and end point ultimately are in the complete realms of fiction, this is kind of a cool example of like very early science. But we've gathered a little more information since 1650. Many Christians believe that the Earth is the perfect distance away from the sun and take this to be evidence of God's existence. Then why the fuck did he create all the other planets? They don't do anything. There's no life on them, you know? Just why would you even create a...
I've heard the counter to this. The counter is that God wanted us to have something beautiful to look at inside of our fishbowl.
Sun and a Earth. Why the fuck go for all the other stuff then? Many mainstream Christian denominations believe the story of Genesis is not meant to be read literally, and believe that the age of the Earth is on the order of millions or billions of years, not thousands of years. You can believe in a god or a higher power or a prophet and also believe in the fucking factual evidence right in front of you? Oh my God. I paraphrased a lot of that because it's fucking a lot. But now we get to the part where it talks about sort of the opposing viewpoints for the secular view of creation. You'll notice that this makes up probably like 6 or 7 sentences. Oh, fuck. Oh my God. It's the heat, guys, I swear, it's the heat. At the very end of the article. So first we got scientific uniformitarianism. Uniformitarian scientists believe the Earth is beyond 4 billion years old. They also refute the Earth is only 6,000 years old by quoting older human societies dated by their dating methods as older.
You know, Jupiter's our the best planet in our solar system because it tanks all of the devastating meteors that are heading our way.
Than that. Yep. I mean, we have a lot of other things that support it being older, but the only like half-assed attempt to, undermine that is like dated with their dating methods. Okay, bitch, our dating methods are right. The only other thing they have to say on this is in a section called the naturalistic view. Estimates by uniformitarian geologists of the age of the Earth and at the beginning of life give about 4.55 billion years and 3.5 billion years ago, respectively. These estimates are primarily based on radioactive dating of meteorite and fossil specimens. Most scientists today conclude that the Earth formed by natural processes, specifically by the accumulation of debris orbiting the sun billions of years in the past. All right. Wow, I'm shocked he held his tongue for that. However, there's a link underneath that says counterexamples to an old Earth. I'm gonna just click on that one. Oh, another little thing for you guys to note for anyone that, against their better judgment, decides to look at this website for themselves. When you open one of these pages, the loading time may make you think you are experiencing a DDoS attack, but you are not.
Unironically, it does feel like that. I actually opened up the list of best movies. It took it a good, 6 minutes to time out, and then I hit reload, and then it took an additional 4 minutes to work.
Rather, I believe Conservapedia to be hosted on Andrew Shafley's Samsung fridge. Anyway, it finally loaded, and now we're at counterexamples to an old Earth. Oh, man. Oh, man. Guys, this, I might have to save this, because it's literally just numbered points in, like, a few full sections. Okay,
That's
let's at least read the
crazy.
intro of this. It takes only one
There's definitely a type of mental illness that's on display here, isn't it?
example to disprove old Earth theory. Really, does it now? Well, I would love for you to provide a single fucking example that isn't a bunch of bullshit. And actually, while we're talking about that, wouldn't it also be true that it only takes a single piece of evidence to disprove young Earth? Because I would say that I could absolutely fucking bury you. Most of the evidence for an old Earth is based on claims that lack falsifiability, such as radiometric dating, which fails requirements for admissibility in a court of law. Oh my god. One, this whole admissibility in the court of law thing is hilarious because I do think that Andrew has like a legal background or something like that. But we're not talking about fucking human laws here, Andrew. We're talking about fucking science. And I hate to say it, but radiometric dating is, pun intended, rock fucking solid. If each of the following 70 counterexamples to an old Earth has merely a 10%
why would you have it in a
chance
court of law? It's really weird. Like it's just like using familiar phrases as a way to make people believe you more.
valid, then the probability that the Earth is billions of years old is less than 1/10 of 1%. In other words, it is 99.9% likely that the Earth is young. Oh, dude, this has to be a fucking video. You just gave me a challenge, bro. That's also such a crazy admission that you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I can tell you with 100% confidence that all of the evidence that we have for an old Earth is founded in reality. But he is so uncertain in the legitimacy of his own claims that he's admitting that they may only have a 10% chance of being right. Rather than saying he actually—
Your Honor, he killed that man with a rock, 45 million year old rock. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that what would happen is they're like, we'd have to carbon date it. And they're like, aha, it's 6 million years. You're safe.
Has good evidence. He's admitting that he's going to just try and like gish gallop his way over 150 years of well-supported science. Ugh.
Oh my god. What is going on? Alright, well, let's skip this one.
It's so fucking hot in here. Biblical scientific foreknowledge. Biblical scientific foreknowledge is how the Bible conveys scientific knowledge centuries or millennia prior to their discovery. The Bible, thereby a superb forecaster of future scientific breakthroughs. Bible deniers, including many atheists and evolutionists, have an irrational closed-mindedness against the Bible, which obstructs the advancement of science. Dude, this website feels like a fucking parody. Oh, it's hilarious.
It always feels like it's crazy. Conservapedia feels like it's fake.
About this shit. Oh my god, people believe this. My head's over.
I bet when the guy dies, it will become a parody.
Fucking A. The Book of Genesis correctly predicts the maximum lifespan of humans, even with modern medicine, 120 years old, and gives an example of anesthesia long before man discovered it in 1846. So you're telling me that there was a time where somebody did live for a very long time, even without modern medicine, a thing that could happen. Back in the day, people only lived to be 30. That's not true. That was the average. And the reason the average was so low is because infant mortality was so high. So if you made it past like 10, chances are you were actually going to live a pretty solid life. So no, it was not predicting the maximum age of a person. It's very
That was a great way to describe that.
that there was probably a very old person at some point, and someone was like, wow, holy shit, that person's old. And the anesthesia example, you're talking about that there is actually some, you know, ancient, plant medicine knowledge in there. You know that anesthesia is a thing that, you know, we didn't just invent that. There's fucking plants that do that shit. The uncertainty slash
We're not allowed to know about those plants.
invisibility of subatomic reality is explained by the epistle of the Hebrews, long before quantum mechanics. From invisible things, visible things might be made. That seems like a bit of a stretch there, big guy. But whatever. You'll take what you can get, you know, 10% chance, 10% chance. Oh no. Oh, this is a really, really long article. Oh no. Guys, I fear I might have bit off more than I can chew in one video. Oh no.
Maybe we need to find out if this guy's vaccinated so we can confirm or deny if vaccines cause autism.
Fuck. Well,
persons used medicinal herbs a long time ago. Yep. There's all sorts of medicines, herbs that like are medical flowers and stuff like that, poppies, etc. Like these are things that we know they became modern medicine. We extracted the primary function of it and we put it inside of our drugs. Herbs, but you don't say hower. You love drugs? Good for you. I'm happy for you.
How do you eat an elephant?
It's
One
good to
bite
love
at a
something.
time. How do you make it through a right-wing propaganda website? One drink at a time. Geology. Massive flooding. Atheist scientists long opposed a young Earth created by God where cataclysmic flooding, such as the Great Flood, shaped the landscape. However, ample counterexamples to an old Earth exist, and the discovery of the northwest of giant ripple marks 50 feet to 200 and 500 feet apart proved that a cataclysmic flood in the region had indeed
Nobody says hower, unless you're saying Howard.
occurred thousands of years ago. Are you talking about the Scablands in Oregon? Because if the consensus is that
I want to reiterate, I think H counts as a vowel.
it occurred thousands of years ago, it has nothing to do with your, God deciding to murder every single person on the planet, a really fucking merciful and cool thing to do, by the way. It probably has to do with the fucking Ice Age, you know, when most of the dunes in North America that aren't along the coast were created. Among geologists, the concept of a catastrophic flood came to be universally accepted in the late 1950s. No. You're phrasing it as though you're talking about one giant flood. That is not accepted by scientists because there's no evidence for one colossal flood. Instead, you're talking about scientists learning about glacial geology in the 1950s and learning about the draining of giant glacial lakes, which caused flooding, which in my opinion could have something to do with flood myths. I'm not denying that. I think that's kind of an interesting idea, but you're talking about it literally, so it's a completely different thing. Continental drift, oh my God, continental drift was proposed by creationist Antonio Snyder Pellegrini.
It's so funny to go back in time and say, look, these scientists that found really important things were Christian.
In 1859, these fucking idiots will never stop talking about scientists who were Christians because they lived in the 1800s. If anything, people like Antonio Snyder Pellegrini and Louis Pasteur are a great example of how you should challenge your biases in order to advance the understanding of reality. Because land is no longer all in one place, this implies that the continents have shifted over the 6 millennia to their current positions. Everyone hold on, this shit's moving fast. Atheists...
That's actually really funny. Oh my God, that's crazy. I didn't even think about how fast the continents would be moving if that was happening. Good Lord.
And scientists who hadn't seen the light of creationism were in liberal denial about this concept for a century. Until finally accepting its truth. That never happened. Bro is writing fan fiction. This whole thing is just fucking fan fiction. Man, I must be so fucking sweaty. I can't.
Calling Conservapedia fanfiction is unironically accurate. Yeah, liberal denial.
Like see the little viewfinder on the camera, but I bet you guys have just been looking at me this whole video being like, Jesus Christ, that guy's fucking sweaty. Look, even if it wasn't fucking 90 degrees in
Jesus Christ, this guy's sweaty.
here, I'd be sweating just because of how hard I'm...
Where's the thermometer that he found? I thought he was gonna have it visible for us, so we could see how hot it is in there, so we can believe him.
Fucking laughing at this bullshit. We're in liberal denial about the concept for a century. It's just so fucking stupid. These people can't be reasoned with. They cannot be reasoned with, so they must be laughed at and mocked. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. Like, I'm gonna take the things he's saying and interject my own understanding of science and fucking, you know, debunk where I can. But at the end of the day, someone who is willing to look at scientists discovering flooding from the last ice age and be like, yep, another huge win for creationism, you fucking liberals were all wrong. It's not worth trying to rationalize with these people.
In 2013, I actually decided, I'm like, you know, my family always calls me irrational. I'm going to start doing research into being more rational. And that's actually where I developed my understanding. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm not a creationist.
Okay,
not trying to argue against people that are, but I'm saying that was the doorway for me to be like, okay, I finally have a foot in this argument.
There's nothing that can be said to them that is going to walk them out of their fucking warped perception of reality. I'm sure that you'd probably say that I'm just in liberal denial, but honestly, the thing I'd find the most insulting about that is being called a fucking liberal. Jesus Christ, what are you gonna call me next, a fucking Democrat? Come on. The most likely reason for the current position and shape of the landmass, is the Great Flood. Oh my God. Pangea does not work without flipping, shrinking, and sometimes removing countries entirely. All things that can...
That's just a white person's fetish, right?
Get this, happen through plate tectonics. Have a look at the Pacific hotspot that created Hawaii. If you look at those little islands, you can see they have a dog leg. That's because that Pacific plate turned in the direction that it was moving. Pretty cool, right? As for shrinking and removing, yeah, absolutely. You know, there's one, erosion, and two, the bigger one, fucking subduction. If you want an example of things shrinking or disappearing entirely, have a look at the Juan de Fuca plate off the coast of California. Oh, guys, I said California. Someone's gonna have to change Andrew's diaper. That plate has been subducting beneath the North American continent for such a long time that it's almost fully gone. And the pressure of those plates rubbing together is what creates earthquakes, as well as helped push up the Sierra Nevada mountains, and even warped the center of the continent, allowing the ocean to flow in, which deposited all of the sandstone that you see in the Southwest. You see what I just did there, Andrew? I want you to take some notes on that. Because this scientism stuff isn't me just talking out my ass. It's not just a bunch of different random points with a hope of being able to contradict you. It is one continuous line of reasoning where each fact is tied to another one. Science has continuity. Whatever you're doing does not. Obviously, the migration took place before the oceanic divide, which led to the natives of the far west. Everyone laughed at Christopher Columbus. Oh no, Christopher Columbus is a hot link. Uh-oh. Not because they thought the earth was flat, but because they'd forgotten the far west America was there. Please, I don't laugh at Columbus for that. I laugh at Columbus because he was a massive piece of shit. Oh, I'm so sorry, Andrew. I didn't mean to trigger you. I mean, Columbus was amazing, and I don't care about anything bad he did because it didn't happen to white people. Oh boy. Agriculture. Let's see how he manages to turn fucking agriculture into some political bullshit. Malthusianism. Since Thomas Malthus's 1798 work, an essay on the principle of population, liberal intellectuals that's pretty hilarious, isn't it? Yeah, kind of weird that they're all liberal intellectuals, huh? What are the far-right intellectuals saying?
What is that? Oh, I need to see that again.
It's pretty hilarious, isn't it? Yeah, kind of weird that they're all liberal intellectuals.
It's really fascinating to see college-educated adults skew so heavily towards Biden. Yeah, I get it. Universities are fraught with liberal indoctrination, but it's still really bad look for us. If someone didn't know any better and they'd look at the education split, they'd think that Trump supporters are stupid. Oh my God, that's a beautiful Facebook post.
Huh? What are the far-right intellectuals saying about this, Andrew? Oh wait, that's an oxymoron. Liberal intellectuals insisted that the world's population was...
I really do think that if I meet a Trump supporter in this day and age, I just have no interest in them, like socially. I'll just be like, "Oh, you're stupid. I'm done talking to you. It's been good," and just like walk away from them. Like unironically, I'm done with them. They should be isolated. They should be sent to Jeffrey Epstein's island without any resources, and just like, if they can survive, they survive.
Grow faster than the food supply and result in mass starvation. This liberal falsehood is contrary to the multiplication of the loaves as set forth in Matthew 4. Oh my God. Multiple additional examples in both the Old Testament and New Testaments, as well as the example of William Bradford from Plymouth Colony, my boy. Look, I know all the politics around the Plymouth Colony and all that, but I'm a fucking masshole, baby, all right? Represent. William Bradford, the Plymouth Colony, food supply increasing to be far more plentiful than expected, based on faith in God's powers and use of conservative economics. Oh, man. Indeed, in modern times, obesity is far more prevalent and harmful than hunger worldwide.
Oh my God. That's kind of insane. That was one of the craziest things I've ever heard. I hate looking at fat people.
Wow.
That's actually a weird thing. Like, imagine saying you hate looking at fat people more than you hate looking at a poor, starving child. Yeah.
Wow. That's the first thing I've read so far in this that didn't make me laugh. That made me fucking angry. That's honestly fucking disgusting, but exactly the kind of take that I'd expect from someone who the largest challenge he's ever faced in his life was seeing a student write CE on a paper.
True.
Oh my God, that's just like fucking detestable. That makes me it makes my fucking skin crawl. You should be fucking ashamed in yourself for that. Hunger remains a problem only in places where liberal and or leftist political systems that impede food distribution or destroy the free market. Colonialism. Where the fuck are all of the most food insecure countries, huh? They're countries that have been destroyed by the ideologies that you fucking fight for. Actually, Andrew, you know what? That's a really interesting point. Why don't we check that? Why don't we pull up a quick map of the United States showing where food insecurity is the most severe? Oh, that's pretty interesting, isn't it? Now, why don't we overlay that with a map of which way the states voted? Andrew, you're a fucking idiot. And you guys have seen all those articles recently about those liberal politicians, you know, preferring overseas beef and soybeans and putting American farmers out of business, right?
We'll go to the liberal country of Uganda. Yeah. You know, I am a little bit worried right now. I'm gonna voice this concern I have. There's a lot of, I feel like right-wingers are setting the groundwork right now to, like, they're like, oh, those progressives, they're gonna betray you. They're always gonna betray you. I think that they're laying the groundwork to make Muslims feel like they're getting betrayed. Because I'm not saying that all of them are, but like fundamentalist Muslims might actually like feel betrayed at some point because they do, like, they're fundamentalists, and that any fundamentalist religion will have right-wing ideas. I'm not saying that all Muslims are fundamentalists, for the record. I know that's not true, but I am saying that I am concerned that that is the new mechanism of conversion that they're setting the groundwork for.
The fact that it's the politicians that Andrew undoubtedly supports full-throatedly that are destroying American farms and leading to not only the hunger epidemic in the United States, but also the obesity and malnutrition epidemic because people don't have access to good fucking food. The bigger point here is the United States isn't the only country on the planet, you fucking moron. Yes, we struggle with all of these things too, but we got it fucking good here. And it's very clear to me that he hasn't considered a single other country on the planet or the people that live within them. Okay, I gotta move on from that one. Corn. Passages of the Gospel of Mark and Luke recount disciples eating corn on the Sabbath. Corn and the Greek word for it are broader than maize and could have included grain. But ears of corn can be more attractive than ear. It was fucking grain, idiot. We know when corn made it to the fucking old world. What the fuck?
That is a weird thing that's a weird point to have right there.
Fuck. Throughout the 20th century, historians...
You don't think they're able to plan that far ahead? I think that there are some people that are capable of that. I think about people like Kissinger. I think about the guy who runs Fox News. I forget what his name is. He's dying soon, I'm hoping. Like, there's some people that, like Tucker Carlson, I'm pretty sure can plan that far ahead. Candace Owens, like these people that are currently planting seeds. Those are the ones I'm worried about. The people that exploit victim complexes. But you might be right. Maybe I shouldn't be so concerned. I just think some people are stupid and easy to play victim to with that kind of thing.
Taught that maize originated only in North America and was introduced into Europe by explorers like Christopher Columbus. Wow, dude, it must be really hard to write these articles while you're finding the worst people imaginable and just bouncing on it. George Beadle wrote in 1980's Scientific American article, "The development of corn by the Indians remains man's most remarkable plant breeding achievement." Cool. Oh no. Really? Question mark, question mark. Plant breeding of corn by only American Indians? Question mark, question mark. American Indians is a hyperlink? Wow. Wow. I don't even want to look at that page. That's
Put an incredulous tone into your Wikipedia article. Oh my god.
gonna be insane. Though not politically correct, also a hyperlink I might add, modern research reinforces the Gospels by showing that maize existed early enough in Italy. Oh my god, depicted by a fresco in 1517 and in Germany by 1542. Do you know why? That was after the Columbian Exchange. That was they had brought it. I don't even know what frescoes you're referencing, but at 1492 and 93 was the Columbian Exchange. You reference fucking Christopher Columbus so much and you don't even know when he went to America? You literally said, brought to Europe by explorers such as Christopher Columbus. And then you say that it's depicted in a fresco fucking 20 years to 40 years after Christopher Columbus. Holy shit! To undermine the implausible aesthetic theory that it originated in Europe only from Christopher Columbus, bringing it back to Spain on March 15th, 1493. So you literally, you say it. You say it. How, that doesn't undermine shit. This is fucking years later. Do you have any idea how people were like, yo, we got these new seeds. What's it turn into? You're fucking kidding me. Give me some of that. Oh my Lord. I wonder if there's any archaeological evidence for the first... Oh, who am I kidding? Of course there's probably archaeological evidence for the first time that corn made it to
What a good mic. It didn't even scratch up when he used it.
Italy and Germany. But he's not going to look into that because he's dumb as a post. For hundreds of years, corn was considered to be a vegetable, but now botanists classify it as a fruit. Just as the Gospel of Mark said 2,000 years ago. Fruit didn't mean the same shit back then, bro. It's a grass. It's a grass. It's the fruiting body of a grass. Great Flood Ice Mummy. According to the Bible, a great flood occurred around 3,300 BC. Sorry, BCE, or around 5,300 years ago. It involved a cataclysmic rainstorm. Yeah, we know. For centuries, for centuries, atheists and liberals have mocked it. However, in 1991, an ice mummy, is it my boy? It's gotta be my boy. An ice mummy was discovered in the Alps. Scientists located a remarkably preserved ancient body, including even the contents of his last meal, which was due to an extraordinary ice storm. By radiometric carbon dating, scientists discovered that the massive ice storm occurred 5,300 years ago. I'm sorry. I thought we didn't believe in radiometric dating, Andrew. It seems like you're cherry-picking some data here, aren't you? You like it a lot.
Their number one strategy. Cherry picking.
Scientists do the work when you can use it to reinforce your fucking bullshit. No principles, doesn't give a shit, doesn't matter that it's hypocritical. This is obvious proof of the Great Flood, as no natural occurrence could possibly explain how somebody came to be preserved by ice in the Alps. Andrew.
Oh my god.
We know what happened. Oh, this is Otzi you're talking about, by the way. Put some motherfucking respect on his name. Otzi is my fucking ride or die. If you've been with the channel a very long time, you'll know that Otzi is the discovery that got me interested in archaeology when I was like 5. In fact, as an homage, I actually got all of Otzi's tattoos. I'm gonna moon you guys. Check it out. Yeah, baby, the first tattoos I ever got was getting 70-something tattoos at the same time. Where the fuck are the rest of them? There, more tattoos. Flashing you guys. Is this gonna get me demonetized? No, thank God I have ad-friendly male nipples. So I got all these as, you know, an homage to how much he means to me and for, frankly, inspiring me to do what I do now, which is cool. Entertain and teach people so they don't fall for stupid shit like this. So if you're gonna bring up my boy Otzi, you better believe I'm gonna have a fucking problem with it. To answer your question, Andrew, since you don't wanna go on Wokepedia to fucking answer a very simple question, we know what happened to Otzi because he was shot in the back and he fell at the base of a rock, and the glacier moving above him managed to not grind up his body to a pulp. So he fell into a little gully and survived there for a very long time. I actually have a counterpoint of how this is absolutely not evidence of the Great Flood, despite you saying it is obvious proof because you're an unprincipled liar. I want you to go back in time for a moment and imagine that beautiful day when you're...
I think that the more people have principles, the more you have reached self-actualization.
Merciful and loving God decided to kill every single person on the planet because they didn't do what he wanted. A point that you should reflect on quite a lot on its own, but my bigger point is if you kill everybody on the planet, there's a lot of dead people. So why the fuck is it we've only ever found one of them? When he was talking about scientists finding examples of real floods, we actually find evidence of the floods. So you'd think we'd find really ancient evidence of floods with people and bodies and trees. We don't. False theories. Jesus' recognition that the truth would remain hidden from the arrogant intellectuals while simultaneously revealed to humbler, open-minded people.
Oh my God.
This foreshadowed the creation of theories that pulled self-centered intellectual wannabes away from God. Andrew, you are describing yourself. Listen, I'm not a big fan of the Big G. If you are, fucking power to you. His kid, on the other hand, that guy knew what the fuck was up. This guy was a fucking Middle Eastern immigrant who hung out with fucking lepers and prostitutes. He's got about 1 million...
We're in the process of listening to this guy rant about Conservapedia, which is a wonderful website that I used to think was a parody until I got older.
Fucking passages talking about how money is the root of all evil and how rich people are a scourge upon the planet, and some other fun stuff like, if a man can't control himself around a woman, he should claw his own eyes out. I'm sure he's got some fucking...
He's spoiling the water park simulator update. God dang it, what a jerk.
Outdated bullshit in there too, but for the most part, the guy was pretty fucking based. So when you're talking about how he foreshadowed that wannabe intellectuals will be brought away from God, he did not reference that it would happen because of the theory of evolution, the theory of relativity, the homosexual agenda, and the secular culture of abortion. The people he was talking about, Andrew, were you and other Christo-fascists like you. People who...
Crazy. You're gonna stay up too late playing it. I believe it.
Who don't use the cross as a sign of
I
peace,
see it coming.
but they hold it upside down as a fucking saber. Modern medicine now realizes that obsessing with one's past is a big cause of psychiatric problems. Jesus had the same insight 2,000 years earlier. No one who puts his hand to the plow and looks back is fit for the kingdom of God. Wow, the first logical thing in this whole section, and it wasn't even from him. It was a quote from Jesus, so that goes to show, I guess. Okay, guys, I'm gonna be totally honest. I feel like I am about this close to getting either a fucking aneurysm or a mild case of heat stroke. So I'm going to...
Look, the metaphor. So stupid. All right, goodbye.
2:30.
I swear to God, YouTube lets ads get away. Who is she? She's the Iron Maiden.
Have I been filming for 4 hours? This is what I look like after talking about creationist propaganda website for 4 hours. Okay, I need to take 5. I'll come back in here when it's cooled down a little bit. Oh, nice. Now it's only 85 degrees. I can keep filming again. It's practically winter. Burr, somebody get me a coat. Since we were talking about Oatsy, I thought it was appropriate to break out the Oatsy glass. Z made this for the test out how printing on glasses.
I love how it looks. I'd be so worried about breaking it.
Worked over at Fourth Wall, where we do our merch production.
Like the other ad that wasn't even suggested, literally just showed nudity that was censored. Yeah.
I want to actually put this glass out, but for now it is not. So go check out the Bod Durenberg poster if you haven't yet. And go watch that video also if you haven't yet. It's an actually good, well-researched video instead of me just being fucking angry for 3 hours. All right, so I know I was a little daunted by just how long this article actually is, but I was scrolling through it a little bit just before I started filming here, and thankfully, a lot of it is stuff that isn't worth talking about. It moves on to this section called the Bible and health practices, where it hits us with such cutting-edge revelations as...
This guy's cute. Maybe you should give him a follow then.
It's not good to be alone. The Bible says in Genesis 2:18, then the Lord said, it is not good that the man should be alone. And he's like, see, modern medicine also thinks that, therefore the Bible. But it's like, No, the Bible was written by human
I
beings.
actually think those are pants, by the way, for the record. I think those are pants that you would wear in the desert, specifically when you're walking through high bushes of like weeds and such.
Who experienced the same things we experience today. So, of course, they'd figured out then that isolating yourself is very bad for your mental health. That's not biblical foreknowledge. That's like if you brought up how every time the Bible says somebody drank something, it's evidence that the Bible, preordained what thirst is. It's like, no, we're just human. It works the same way now as it did then. For the most part, this section just talks about well-understood health phenomena, with the exception of homosexuality and disease, which of course is its own section, that reads, the Bible's prohibition against homosexuality predated knowledge about the hyperlink, many diseases and disorders associated with homosexuality. Yes, that entire thing is the hyperlink. That's actually an article on Conservapedia. I'm sure there's been beaten into the ground already, and I'm no biblical scholar, but I've seen a lot of people who know a lot more about the Bible than myself talk about this as being a mistranslation. The whole man shall not lie with man thing was originally man shall not lie with boy, which makes, way more sense. But who knows? Maybe Andrew just doesn't have that much of a problem with that, considering his support for the current administration. By and large, while the biblical scientific foreknowledge section has a lot of things that are just complete pseudoscience, a surprising amount are at least somewhat grounded in reality, of actual early scientific knowledge that is discussed or alluded to in some way in the Bible. And there's a really interesting conversation to be had here, where when you view the Bible as a piece of folklore like you would for any other culture or society, you'll find ancestral knowledge and wisdom that has been handed down and helped future generations survive. But as interesting as that is, Andrew is of course not—
Stay loyal to blank, even though the path of unrighteousness, or betray to establish righteousness. Would you like to rewrite the to very, very best friend? Hold on, let me do this poll real quick. Stay loyal. To I feel like I don't quite understand the righteousness thing. I have a limited amount of text space that I have when it comes to making polls. Evil friend? No, stay loyal to evil friend? No, I like good guys. I feel like you're— I want you to think about what you want to be put there a little bit more. Could you think of a better way to articulate that? Because like it's the articulation feels a little strange. Like it doesn't feel like you're not gonna get an answer you want.
Not looking at this through an anthropological standpoint. Instead, I'll remind you, he's looking at this as the Bible being a superb forecaster of future scientific breakthroughs, and evidence that Bible deniers, including many atheists and evolutionists, have an irrational closed-mindedness against the Bible, which obstructs the advancement of science.
I love how they always talk about closed-mindedness. It's so funny, such a funny projection. I actually think I remember hearing that kind of thing when I was a kid. I'm like, okay, I'll be open-minded. I just kept on listening to other people. I'm like, wow, that's a pretty bad idea. Like, I'm listening to you. That's stupid.
Complete straw man that undermines the actually very interesting conversation that could be had here. So rather than waste more breath on it, let's move on to the next article. That is, of course, scientism. Why is there a picture of Bill Clinton here? Fauci smitten with Bill Clinton
oh
at
my
the
God.
NIH in 1995. Bill, I'll say, I represent science and impose our agenda that way. Is this what passes for humor for right-wingers? Oh, you can click on it. File, cartoon Fauci speaking with Bill Clinton.jpg. There's no higher resolution available? That's as good as it gets? Come on. Scientism
400 pixels is pretty good for back then.
False pretension that the scientific method has no limits and should be applied with atheistic or liberal bias to virtually all aspects of life. This next sentence must be very important because it is not only in bold, but it is also italicized. A pervasive flaw in scientism is to quietly assume what's needed for a preordained conclusion and then ignore all counterexamples and evidence to the contrary. You are literally describing creationism. Oh my God. Okay, I know you don't need me to explain this to you, but you know, just for any Andrews out there watching.
I don't really care. I think people right now they're making a big deal about Fauci because Rand Paul is trying to distract from the fact that he voted to merge the militaries of the United States and Israel. So he's bringing up Fauci as a way to distract people from that fact. I think that Rand Paul might be worse than Fauci. Your mother seems to think so. She's not even in the United States. Tell her to get over it. Still the last name, therefore he's bad. Well, that's an Italian last name, so I guess you're not wrong, Filler.
All of you are like this, I swear. Whenever you see someone using words like scientism or claiming that science is a dogma, you can immediately tell with almost 100% certainty that whatever they're about to say is complete bullshit. You see, since idiots like this have been completely lobotomized by the culture war psyop, they cannot understand the world in any way other than through the lens of an ideology. But science is not an ideology. It is a method.
Got
This is
your
like
Fauci
saying,
ouchie.
I don't
There
know,
you go.
fishing is an ideology. Fishing is a method by which you catch fish.
Just like Mom Donnie. It's just another 9/11 too. Your mother is really left-leaning in most ways, but she's so prone to vague conspiracy stuff. Yeah, the thing is, like, when it's vague, I think humans in general, we get addicted to the sensation of connecting dots, even if those dots aren't there. It's like fireworks in the brain, right? Like the idea that, like, there's a great conspiracy and stuff like that, and you're like, oh, I see this here, I see that there, it connects, boom, explosion. I love that sensation of realizing it's put together. It's why I like Metal Gear Solid so much, because these kind of, like, conspiratorial type stuff is fun to think about. But, like, you need to think a little bit more carefully about these things. Poll title: Your friend chooses the wrong path. What do you do? That's wrong is such a subjective thing. Like, I need an example of what the wrong is. So, like, I'm going to give you your poll with the title that you want. Hold on. All right, I'm just articulating it a little bit more, okay? Because it is still, I have to even, like, erase a space bar right here. All right, so I would like your guys to answer this poll on behalf of Zhao here, who is probably asking for advice indirectly. What do you think is the best option if your friend chooses the wrong path? We don't know what that means. So because of how it is phrased, I chose support your friend or stand up for what is right as the options. I'm actually going to go into my own stream just so I can answer this. Hold on a second. He's infected with crazy Joker blood. They become a vegetarian. There you go. Falling for the anti-vegetarian propaganda. We have to admit, vegetarians are just objectively right. Hold on a second. I'm currently opening up the poll for myself. Oh god, hold on. My personal response is that you stand up for what's right. I don't even care if they're my mother. I will stand up against them. If I know what I think is right, I will stand up against them. There's been many times where I've been, like, threatened to be kicked out just because I stand up against ideas that I think are stupid. But they're also annoying. That's fair. But are they annoying because we allowed those videos to go viral? Did you ever see videos on that vegan teacher? Don't give her attention, by the way. Everything is subjective, right? Except people who claim should reduce people, not starting with them or their family. You support your friends because all your friends are always right? Yeah, my mother has a kind of, like, it's kind of like a tribal mentality. It's like you support your tribe no matter what. But in my opinion, like, if I was living in Israel, like me right now, living in Israel, completely unindoctrinated from the from everything that's going on there, I would move out of Israel and voice disgust against Israel. That's what would happen with me. So like I would be able to be subjective in that way. I think I saw something on her at some point, but not a full vid. Yeah, that's fair. She's pretty bad. She puts the N-word in her music to go viral. Just a couple more seconds till the poll is over. Just make sure your opinion is known. What would you do if your friend is doing something bad? Would you support them or would you not? Yeah, she said the N-word multiple times as a method of going viral.
There's fly fishing. There's ice fishing. There's
You're gonna. Depends on what the friend was doing. Oh god, I'm lagging. Whoa, that was a crazy lag. Sorry about that. Take 5 minutes off. Alright, I didn't actually ask for me. I was reading some of our scriptures, mythology, very famous Dilemma of Karna, which is good. Okay. You didn't ask for yourself. Okay, cool. That's fine. Yeah, I actually think that a lot of people support their family members. I think that I'm fostering a community of people that are willing to be somewhat skeptical or critical of people in their own life. Although Chris and Filler are a little bit more passive, perhaps one of the reasons they like watching me is because they like every so often that I have such passionate views that I can articulate in a way that they cannot right now. But like, it is fascinating to me, so. If the friend said, do not use the honeybee, I probably won't use the honeybee. There you go. That's true. Yep. We gotta sell that honeybee. Gotta sell it so we can destabilize the Middle East. Use the honeybee and take out the skulls. That is true. There are two friends in that argument. Do you know if Guilfoyle is going to come back? That's possible. We could reach out to him. I actually think I should start doing a movie weekend so that like we can incorporate him into it. But yeah. The delay on that. What's fascinating to me? I don't know. I don't know what I was saying. I don't listen to myself talk. I'm sorry.
a bunch of different types.
If you could rewind and remind me what I said. I don't remember what I said. But yeah, I do want to say that if I don't agree with what something my friend will do, I'll demand them to explain themselves. One of my favorite things in general, if I don't agree with something that's happening, I ask them to explain themselves, and then I push back. Like here's a good example. Let's say you work in the back room of some place and use paper towels to clean up things. The people that you're coworkers with think that you're lesser than them, and they take away the paper towels and force you to use a dish rag that you're not even allowed to. You don't have like access to a washing machine or anything like that. You just have a dish rag to clean everything with, and it gets gross and stuff if you use it for long periods of time. And they did this because they don't like you using the paper towels, because they don't like replenishing the paper towels. And you say to them, you're like, I'm looking for the paper towels. Where are they? You already know they took them away because of petty reasons. They say to you, oh, we're not going to use those anymore. I'm like, why not? Oh, we just don't think we should use them anymore. I'm like, that's a pretty stupid reason. Could you come up with a better one, please? Like, that's my male privilege speaking. I know this because like I like to call people stupid. But yeah. I am streaming on YouTube now. I'm actually streaming on YouTube right now, in fact, Zhao. We had a little bit of a hiccup, but I'm streaming there. example sounds quite real. It is a real example. It's not my example though. It's someone else's example that was given to me. I'm a little bit funnier though. Here's an example that actually happened with me that was really funny. I had a coworker that found out I made a post describing working with another coworker that I did not like. I wrote a rant about that coworker. However, that post was only visible to the assistant manager and the manager. The assistant manager told that coworker about what was on that post, and that coworker decided to go and read it themselves. And they were mad that they were not included in that group of people that could read the message. They were so mad, in fact, that they unfriended from me on Facebook. They got rid of themselves as friends on Facebook. My boss, the very next day, told me that I'm not allowed to make posts on Facebook where she can't see them. And I said, that's a stupid request because she unfriended herself from me. She can't see any posts anymore. And when she realized that, we just laughed at how stupid that coworker was. So that's another example. I like to deal with stupidity by calling that out. I have a lot of examples of that. I could probably read like from my blog at some point. Yeah, people are sensitive beyond comprehension, yes. But that person, I used to call the person that unfriended me, I used to call her, I said, I'm glad she unfriended me because she was our local Donald Trump. She was demanding attention all the time. She always wanted to be the center of attention to a degree that was absurd. And of course, I wouldn't let her involved in my drama. If I ever have drama, I always isolate it. In fact, another piece of drama, I like to... I used to give fake information to my coworkers as a way to make them think that I trusted them, and it like spread the way the gossip would flow would help me maintain a superiority over them, I guess. It sounds like you, maybe.
Is a method by which you catch fish. There's fly fishing, there's ice.
It would be funny if you were one of my coworkers. You're not, though. You're way too internet savvy.
Fishing. There's
No, it's called sociopath. In general, corporations train you to be a sociopath.
Fishing is a method by which you catch fish. There's fly fishing, there's ice fishing, there's a bunch of different types of fishing, and each one of them has the final goal of catching a fish. Science, not unlike fishing, is a method. This is a weird...
Is that your new username that you're planning? Maybe you should say ma, like ma, or even muh, because it would imply that it's yours.
Analogy. I think it works, though. I think this works. There are many different types of science, and all of them are hinged on the scientific method, where you make an observation.
Oh god, Illuminati confirmed.
Types of science, and all of them are hinged on the scientific.
Look.
Method, where you make an observation, you come up with a hypothesis, not me trying to remember all the steps of the scientific method. You test that hypothesis, and then you publish your findings whether or not they supported your initial hypothesis. In order for your findings to be more concretely proven, it has to be tested over and over again so that the results can be replicated, which proves that it wasn't just a fluke. You'll notice that in me saying that, there's no discussion of ideology, of
Wario's just talented.
System of politics, because science exists outside of those things. Yes, of course, it is possible for there to be bad faith scientists within the scientific world who will manipulate their results to try and manipulate people. Just like there can be, fishermen that'll point you in the direction of the shittiest fishing spot and keep the good one for themselves. People are going to be shitty. I would go as so far as to say there are even less bad faith actors within science than there are in other ideologies for one main reason. Idiots like Andrew will frame it through words like scientism in order to make it seem like we're appealing to Joe's science, like they appeal to a priest or a prophet. But remember that last step of the scientific method? It has to be replicable. So scientists don't just listen to one person, they listen to an overwhelming consensus. Jesus, I haven't even started reading this article. Let's keep going. Often circular in its fallacious reasoning, scientism is essentially a religion dating back to the early 1800s. There it is.
Oh my god.
If you're the one coming from the religious perspective and you want to delegitimize something by making it seem like a religion, what does that say about the position you're attacking it from? This is also just patently stupid because, as he said...
They're talking about the creator of Conservapedia, who seems to have some sort of mental illness level of autism about writing about bad faith arguments that support right-wing ideas.
You know, scientism, the religion, was founded in the 1800s. Now, I want you to think about how much science has changed since the 1800s. You know, back then we had Louis Pasteur, a guy that these people just love apparently, who discovered, you know, germ theory. And now we're at the point where I can be sitting in this room broadcasting myself across the world through a rock that we tricked into thinking. So while science has changed and progressed to an almost unrecognizable degree from its beginnings just 200 years ago, the ideological position that Andrew is arguing from has not changed at all in 2,000 years. So I'll leave it up to you, the viewing audience, to determine which one of those things is a faith-based religion. True science is logic-based and explores the world with unbiased experimentation.
Hey, you're not allowed to be biased against my worldview. That's not good science.
While scientism relies on preconceived, atheistic, or socialist notions. Liberal public health bureaucrats tend to believe in scientism, such as circular reasoning to push mandatory vaccination at the expense of freedom and the truth. Oh my God. I want to make a joke about this, but it just, like, I'm conflicted. Because, like, on one hand, he's being a pussy-ass bitch, but on the other hand, rhetoric like this, like, actually killed people. Like, people died because of this, and he's still doing it.
Sorry, hold on. Have you seen that one video of Vietnamese radio lady with the jump music? No.
Conservatives oppose scientism as it misleads people, facilitates lying in the name of science for a political agenda, something that no conservatives would ever dream of doing. There are no Epstein files. The Epstein files are on my desk. I'm kidding. There's no Epstein files. It's only Democrats in the Epstein files. I'm only in there because, I don't know. Let me start a war. Approaches superior to scientism include logic and reason.
It's almost
romanticism, faith, and real science that does not assume what it pretends to prove. So just science then. It feels to me like the thing that he defines as scientism is when science says things that he doesn't like. That's what scientism is. Recent examples of scientism is COVID-19 and Hillary Clinton supporter Dr. Anthony Fauci's failed approach to it. Are these people still on Hillary Clinton? What fucking year? What planet are we on? Jesus Christ.
There is something really weird about how they won't let Hillary Clinton just die from consciousness. But then again, I think if they didn't, she would definitely be propping up her ugly face.
Scientism, the gain of function. Scientism funded gain of function research to develop the deadly virus that reportedly killed more than 5 million people, and officials lie about it. I'm completely unfamiliar with that. What is that? New York Post. Of course it's a fucking New York Post article. Oh, you're just talking about COVID. US taxpayers funded $2 million worth of research in Wuhan from the New York Post. So it's conspiracies that the COVID-19 pandemic was a lab leak. Oh my God.
Back in school, I hated my mattress, and I started hearing the same from my classmates.
That was a weird caller.
I was moving apartments,
Is he an AI?
and every
Hold
mattress I bought was either too soft, too hot, or $2,000.
Why is he facing away from AI? Is so stupid.
Of regret.
I need to see his real face.
The whole industry was selling one mattress to everyone. A 6'4" back sleeper and a 5'2" side sleeper, the same bed? That didn't make sense. So we fixed it. We built a quit.
Okay, I'm gonna think he's real. Wait. Yeah, I'll think that's real.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, I am science. Anthony Fauci anoints himself God of science. These people. Dude, I swear to God, we're living in like a South Park fucking episode. It's hilarious. Is that an edit? That's the thing I can't tell about Fox News is I honestly, honest to God, I cannot tell if this is an edit or if this is actually something that they put on screen. I pray to God that this is a real like clip that they fucking played.
It is real.
Oh
there you go.
God.
I'm glad that he
Cited
cited it.
Editors, save that image, okay? We need this whole thing. We need to use this in another video at some point. Scientism is a Gnostic culture. I'm actually gonna be so honest. I don't know what Gnostic means.
Really? What?
loosely organized religious and philosophical movement. Okay, great. I guess that is the definition according to Conservapedia, so I probably shouldn't be listening to it. Gnostic works are marked by manipulative vagueness, word spinning, and tedium. So is scientism. Bro, you're just saying that you are too stupid to understand science. Actually, no, I don't want to say stupid. I feel like that's actually a little condescending, because I know there's probably a lot of people that feel that science is vague, word spinning, and tedious. This is why, as much as I beat on someone like Andrew, I really want to not be punching down on people who may be watching this who believe in the same things that he does, because they are victims of our country's failed education system.
Just call him stupid.
Or, dare I say, working as intended education system. Because if you don't educate people well, they will be a lot easier to manipulate against science, which will make them
I need to interact with more Zoomers so I know how well they're being educated. I think currently I know 3 Zoomers fairly well, and I feel like I don't feel like I get the vibes that they're stupid.
Trust institutions and any sort of higher learning, and leave their mind a blank slate that is totally susceptible to fear-mongering and propaganda. So even though this is immeasurably stupid, I do kind of agree that science does have a problem with feeling as though it is...
I've heard TikTok say that. I don't know how true that is.
Word spinning and tedious, which is why we need more people doing this. Drinking in a barn. Okay, I'm done with scientism. Well, let's see what they have to say about eugenics. Eugenics was a progressive movement which oh my...
Oh no.
Am I dead? Maybe I'm dead and this is hell. Eugenics was a progressive movement which tried to eliminate dangerous human pests and the rising tide of imbeciles.
Earth is a pastry shape, and the Earth's mantle is pink inside under cooked chicken. That's why we can't drill down the core to the Earth, because we could catch salmonella. I believe that.
What has been euphemistically called selective breeding. I'm sure the term selective breeding has been used with eugenics, but selective breeding is so much more tied to fucking evolution and evolutionary biology. But you gotta throw it in with the eugenics page to make some fucking idiot who doesn't know their ass from their elbow.
I would think that it means that you can read. Like, you're going to be reading the articles, you're going to be reading the subtitles on a TikTok video. I need more information than a TikTok video to let me know. Like, I heard about that TikTok video. What is its sources? Like, there's all sorts of things. Like, if I could see an entire video documenting it, like a documentary, or even like a long YouTube video that explained it in great detail, I would understand it, something like that. But like right now, citation needed for now.
Read the word selective breeding and be like, oh, I heard someone say that once on the internet, and they must be talking about eugenics. What this meant in actual practice was forced sterilization of American immigrants and minorities, particularly in California. Oh my God.
Or like zombies and badly behave. Yeah, but is that not just juvenoia? That's my problem. Juvenoia being the fear of young people in the next generation. Like, how old are these teachers? Like, how long have they been teaching? What is their expertise level? Have they been teaching throughout generations? Can they effectively compare Zoomers, Alpha, and Millennials?
Bro, it happened everywhere. It happened all over the place. It happened to Mexican Americans. It happened to Native Americans. It didn't just happen in California. And the promotion of abortion by liberal whites in Black and Hispanic communities. Wow. A very sensitive thing to delve into. And again, there's a very complex conversation to be had here that I am not qualified to have. But I've heard of things like this before, and it's really messy and really muddled. And
I appreciate that he acknowledges his limits.
Again, I'm not qualified to even really speak on it. But what I do want to say, and what I am qualified to speak on, is that, of course, he's going to bring this up here in order to continue his anti-woman agenda by just pulling this example out of his ass. But let's be honest, this guy doesn't give a shit about black or Hispanic communities. He didn't even capitalize the B in black. What, you gonna call me what, lowercase I Italian, you fucking asshole? Okay, so I took a little peruse of this page and it wasn't all that surprising. It talks a lot about early scientists that were eugenicists, and, you know, how science has been marred historically by, you know, the scar of eugenics. But Andrew, or whoever's writing these articles, falls into the same trap as every other anti-woke moron that talks about, you know, science and their love for eugenics. Like every other resource like this, Conservapedia talks about it in the wrong order. It's kind of implied here that this discovery of science gave rise to eugenics and racism and all this stuff that came with it. I talked about this in my video on creation.com, which went as so far as to imply that racism didn't exist until the discovery of evolution, but I digress. The actual reason why eugenics was so much of a thing in early science was because early scientists were really fucking racist. But they were not racist because they were scientists. They were racist because they were brought up in a white supremacist post-colonial world. When Darwin wrote on Origin of Species, the United States still had slavery. While the discoveries of many of these early men of science are absolutely incredible and have contributed to the field today, not a single person in the world today is deluding ourselves to say that they weren't fucking horrible people. So framing it like this.
There's so many things that happened at the same time. It's wild. Like, we don't really... I feel like we'd have never really given it the proper context that it deserves.
That somehow the discovery of evolution is what inspired people to be racist and do eugenics is a complete lie. Rather, it was racist people raised in a white supremacist society who took their new understanding of the world and twisted it in order to support their pre-existing racist ideologies. So yet again, a very interesting conversation to have, but Andrew's not gonna have it because he's here to push an agenda. Guys, I'm gonna be totally honest, my tabs are just continuing to grow at the top of my screen here. I think I have to do another video on this.
Good.
I really want to do a history according to Conservapedia because I've been collecting some good ones. But one way or another, I feel like this video is probably already over an hour long and I don't need to do this to my poor editors. So I think I'm going to regroup, see what I've gone over so far, and then get ready to have a fucking another dive into this. But I need to, I don't know, I need to like do a bloodletting or something. If I was able to keep you entertained while you did your homework or, you know, drove your car, I'd greatly appreciate it if you could leave an interaction on the video.
If you drove, please pull over first.
Interactions like likes, comments, and shares help the video do better in the algorithm, which allows us to continue making these videos for you for free here on YouTube.
I wish I could say us when I make videos.
We say interactions are like thanking the bus driver. It doesn't cost you a cent, and it allows us to continue doing what we do here. And if you aren't subscribed already, make sure to do that so you don't miss the videos. We do live premieres Sunday nights, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So come hang out when these videos come out. They're a lot of fun. And if you're watching this at the live premiere, hello. I see you guys have been spamming stuff in the chat. Go put something in the actual comments. It helps the video. And if you want to come see me on tour this October, tickets are available now. Make sure to go.
It's weird how his photo face, I guess it's probably the focal distance. I'm gonna say he looks chubbier here than he does here, even though it's pretty much the same weight.
That link in the description. Come get some. I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And lastly, please join me in giving a huge thank you to my editorial team. I may be the one that you see in front of the camera, but each one of these videos is the result of hundreds of hours of work from my team of 8 creatives, and without them, this channel would truly be nothing.
He has a team of 8.
Thank you very much.
Nice.
I couldn't do it without you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Milo Ross.
It's interesting. I wonder why he has a team of 8. Like, what does his team do? I can imagine this being a 3-person job. Maybe even 4.
Remember to stay curious, stay inquisitive, and most importantly, Columbus was amazing, and I don't care about anything bad he did because it didn't happen to white people. Now, something I want to note off the bat. Jesus, it's fucking water. I'm yelling to myself. I just realized inflation is on here. Damn, bro. I didn't realize you were about that shit.
That's funny.
Pistol of the Hebrews. How does Moses make a coffee? He pistol it. He pisses. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we didn't believe in radiometric dating, Andrew. You fucking unprincipled little prick. Fuck. Many modern great chess champions, from Bobby Fischer to Wesley So, have been avid Bible readers. That's fucking excellent, dude. Good for them. What does this have to do with anything? An argument against science. You cannot tell me that an argument against science is, oh man, it's boring. There's also a section on fetal alcohol syndrome that's also just kind of, well, not funny. I don't think funny is the right word there. Why is the Conservapedia page for white supremacists not loading? Jesus, we can't have anything nice anymore. Thanks, Obama. Huh, no idea how that ended up in my pocket. LeBron.
Kobe. All right.
Okay, you're good to go.
100%.
All right, let's see the thing that Wario wanted to see, and then we'll move on to see some other reaction farm stuff. Friendly Fred was adding some stuff.
GI, your government has abandoned you.
Oh.
They have ordered you to die, GI.
So, I've been hearing some Iranian stuff like this.
GI, your government has abandoned you. They have ordered you to die, GI. Do not trust them. Defect, GI. It is a very good idea to leave a sinking ship. They lie to you, GI. You know you cannot win this war. Your rich leaders grow richer while you die in the swamp, GI. They will give you a medal, GI, but only after you are dead. Your government lies to you every day, poor soldier. You have lost this war, GI. Your army will leave you behind. Imperialists made you fight this war, GI. They do not care about you. GI, your government has betrayed you. You will not return for you. GI, your airplanes bomb your own men. You are not safe here. The skies are dangerous, GI. They will napalm you tonight. Your pilots do not care that you are down here, GI. You cannot dig foxhole too high in, GI Joe. Your bombers will fire you. GI, your helicopters fall from the sky like broken birds. They cannot see from your airplanes, GI. They come to bomb you.
I actually really like that. That's cool. So, like, that sounds like so much fun. Writing propaganda to demoralize an invading force. That sounds like one of the most fun things to do, because, like, it is, like, that is the ultimate psychological warfare. That's pretty awesome. Am I fighting the war in Vietnam? No, Iran is doing this. Iran is currently saying that that our government has been lying to the soldiers about the success of the mission, that they haven't been able to do anything. Like, it's very clear what they're doing. It is a form of, like, it is this propaganda, and I wouldn't even argue that it's incorrect, because I do think that it's true. Like, the United States has been trying to sneak boats out of the Strait of Hormuz, but, like, it's not succeeding because, like, they will attack or escort them back to where they belong. The music makes it go hard. I feel like they could have used a better song, actually. Fun fact for you. I think that it's a great video. I do like this video, but they could have done better with this. Like, I do like this. Actually, it's going to be on my download list, actually, for sure. Because, like, I've been, again, I've been behind the scenes, I've been designing a video game that's, like, kind of, like, what I want to do after my first-person shooter game. I gotta first make this game to understand the mechanics of Unreal, and then I can make a game that actually, like, sustains what I want emotionally. Hi, Cat. It's just difficult when you're just by yourself and you're not a fan of your own art style. They lie to you, Lynx Shatters. This is a good idea to flee to the sinking streams. Lynx Shatter. Hi. I like how they kept calling him GI. That was great. Fantastic. Alright, what am I thinking of? What logic, psychology? What am I thinking of right now? Videos that friend is putting in the reaction from. That's what it is. Aw. What's their name? Baran, are you here? The answer is probably no. They used to read obituaries to soldiers implied they had died. That's a good method. There's all sorts of really interesting ideas you can do, because, like, the human mind is so easy to manipulate into feeling like they're already not happy about how things are going. And, like, if you're aware that your team is doing friendly fire, for example, dropping napalm on their own soldiers, you're already going to believe this kind of stuff. It's so easy to like push someone into like snapping in that direction. Friendly fire. There you go. Speaking of, napalm the fire gun. Gotta remember that day of stream.
I can't wait to put it in my mouth.
What does that mean?
Up my crack in my ass. I'm so horny I could choke and choke on a cup tonight.
You know what this reminds me of? He reminds me of the BTK guy.
So man,
Which probably, hold on, actually, that's a good point. I didn't even think about this. Hold on a second. What do you want, Cat? I mean, they can, the thing is, like, the explanation is they don't have to watch anything. They're adults. They can do whatever they want. Oh, interesting. That's as much as we're watching there of that. Sorry, but I've done a little bit of research on this video. This is actually better. There we go. This will work. We'll watch this one.
Anybody want to go astro traveling?
Welcome back.
I used to do that.
Put the ice cream man back.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, I did a bit of homework, and that is the video is actually invisible if you're watching it without being logged in. So it's very likely unsafe to watch on YouTube in general. Maybe on Twitch, but not YouTube. Actually, no. It's just too risky, too risky. We gotta be careful, especially because I just got done being banned on YouTube. Welcome back, by the way, Zhao. Do you want to be Spider-Man?
Hi kids, this video is designed for exercising and make-believe only. Please do not attempt any of the moves here in the real world. In this video, we're going to learn my favorite Spider-Man moves like the Venom Vanquisher and the Cloblin. And if you've got what it takes, maybe I'll even show you how to web swing. Here we go.
I don't know who that is. Yep. It's good that I don't know. It's very rare that I don't know. It would also be kind of amusing if I like searched their name like, oh wait, no, I do know them. Maybe I should check that. Oh, it's this guy? Okay. Now, yeah, no, I do know who this guy is. Never mind. I just didn't know his name. I feel like this guy's... I don't understand the meme of him at all. Like, it reminds me of, like, people who are, like... It's like triggering homophobia and racism at the same time. It's like, haha, it's a gay black man, or something like that.
Look out behind you! It's Doc Ock! Nice shot!
escape. Come on, we went this way.
Oh God. Ew.
I'm webbed. For real. Look, it's a spider.
He wears the number 10.
It's red and blue, just like...
Just like Spider-Man.
Whoa! It's Spider-Man! What are you doing in my living room?
Is this an official thing, or...?
Glad you asked. I sent my bioengineered spider out into the world to seek the best candidates to help me fight the evil thugs that terrorize the city.
That's weird, Spider-Man.
It chose you, Lee, and you, Stan, and it chose you at home. The three of you will soon become Spider-Man.
Holy
Oops, sorry.
cannoli! Wait, what about dinner?
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
You'll be home in plenty of time to set the table.
You liked it a bit? It's okay to like movies. Look, if you like things, it's good. It's a good thing to like things. Don't feel bad about liking things.
Let's go!
Tom Holland is under the mask, duh. It's true.
Great! Nothing like web gliding to get the old juices flowing.
Can you show us how to web glide? Yeah!
Web gliding through the air is strictly for Spider-Man, but maybe we'll pretend a little later.
Awesome!
Why?
So let's start by warming up.
Is this like if you have like a child that's overweight and you want to tell them to lose weight secretly?
Spread out your Spidey mat and make sure you have a safe area to play in, away from
Whoa,
furniture.
whoa.
Mat and make sure you have a safe area to play in, away
That is a hard cut. Is this official? I feel like because they paid money for the CGI, it's gotta be.
from furniture or windows. All right, let's stretch. Torso twist. You at home? Follow along.
Why do we have to stretch? Can't we just spider up?
You can't be Spider-Man if you pull a hammy.
Pull a hammy.
Stretching our muscles will prepare us mentally and physically for the training ahead. It's important to loosen up your body so you can be ready for anything. Now stretch out your arms like this. Nice. Other arm? It's important when you're slinging webs to really be able to reach out. You don't want to come up short, trust me.
He kind of talks like Kazuhiro Miller.
Now let's stretch out those Spidey legs. Flexible legs.
It is weird that he seems to blend in with his environments pretty well, isn't it? I wonder why. Is it because like when you see someone dressed like this, you're like, this is uncomfortable, this is awkward, I don't... Like the pink guy from Filthy Frank. Like, I don't want to look at this guy.
Are really important for jumping and
It's just a
dodging,
weirdo in New York. Don't look at him.
but we'll get to that a little later. Great. Let's turn sideways on our mat, crouch down, stretch out our leg, and reach. Nice. And switch legs.
I don't think I'm cringing enough at this.
Right leg out, and reach. Beautiful. All right. Let's learn some Spidey moves.
Yeah!
Are you having fun at home? Good. Make sure your
Good.
Spidey mat is set. Now I'm going to show you 3 different positions.
So this sold with, I guess, with a VHS and a copy of the mat.
Spidey crouch, the sling stance, and the battle ready position. Great! This is the Spidey crouch. You bend your knees like this and place your feet in the footprints on your Spidey mat.
Yep, he's
Now
teaching you how to stretch.
Good.
It is important to make sure you do stretch before you do stuff like lifting heavy things. Like if you're ever in a position where you have to like move the couch Move some boxes. Make sure you stretch a little bit before you do it.
My little spider friend shows you, you must
Also, high
have
tantrums.
awesome potential. Let's see if your crawling skills are up to Spider-Man's standards. Start at the corner of your Spidey mat from Venom like this. I'll do it once to show you. Just like that.
To reduce soreness. It prevents soreness.
As fast as you can.
This day has been stupid? Is it a work-related stupid?
Crawl from Venom to save her. You have to move fast. You'll have 10 seconds.
I feel like it's July and August make people really stupid at workplaces. I don't know what it is, but I used to think it was because of, like, I used to sell ice cream, but I think that it's just a thing.
To see how many times you can make it up and down the mat. Are you ready?
Ready!
Spidey crouch. And go! Good job, guys. You at home, how are you doing? Almost there.
Maybe one day you will be able to relate.
Stop! You guys showed some serious Spidey skills. All right, shake it out. Next is the sling stance. It's one of my patented moves. Place your feet on the sling footprints and bend your knees like this. You extend your arms like this. Sling stance.
Sling stance.
Good. Try it again. Sling stance.
Sling stance.
Again. Sling stance.
Sling stance.
I think I'm not reacting enough to this, so we're going to move on to a different thing. I saw this in the corner of my eye, and it looked interesting. After this trailer, of course. Once it lets me. Someone was over $1,000 and no one could figure out how. Was out over $1,000 and no one could figure out how. And everything was like, yeah, we want to quit and are actively looking for work because our manager wasn't there this week. Turns out the manager is also looking to leave the branch. What the heck? Is there a particular reason that everyone wants to leave that branch? Like, is it just a vibe that everyone's feeling? Also, are there no audits of, like, information about why that's missing? Like, I would assume there must have been. It's a busy branch with bad leadership. Got it. That sucks.
From legendary consoles to multiplayer and midnight releases.
This is not me
the
ignoring what you're saying. This is me just making sure I have no silence.
golden age of gaming is behind us. But when
We looked through her work. She didn't even do much. She didn't even do much today, and we couldn't figure out what happened. That's so weird. Oh wait, when you say, hold on. When you say out over $1,000, are you saying something to the effect of their drawer or whatever money they're responsible for that day, they had less than $1,000 of what they should have had instead of the neutral balance of zero? Sure. Okay. Thank you. That's as a cashier, that's the terminology I know. That is insane. That's a lot too. That's like an absurd amount. That, like, there are no $1,000 bills, so you can't just, like, that's like you have to actively give someone 10 $100 bills. You'd have to actively give someone 520s. Like, that's not a normal number to be wrong off by. So, like, my default is to assume that it's got to be stuck somewhere. Maybe it's like a clip of bills somewhere that's like not where it should be. Because, like, especially, so I'm thinking that there's got to be a bundle of 220s probably hidden somewhere. I used to have a coworker who wanted to sabotage me. They literally, they made a very narrow tube of $100 bill and hid it in the safe so that I would be short by $100 and get fired. That was crazy. That level of sabotage and petty. But thankfully, I'm neurotic and found it immediately. I was like, what do you think this person was trying to do when they did this? And my coworkers laughed with me. That is the general consensus. Yeah, that sounds like it has to be 2 bundles of 20s missing. Just misplaced. Did get paid a week, got paid 5 weeks of pay. Also, HR failed to declare leavers to us. A bunch of people got a monthly production bonus. Someone ended up getting a large tax refund because of it through our payroll system. I can't pay this for a person. I don't do the bank. It has to be approved by HR, which is, yeah, and then finances until it's approved ain't gonna get paid. Crazy. So that person existed during a time frame where I didn't have a boss. There were a bunch of people that tried to do sabotage stuff to get me fired, and I got my revenge on all of them, so it's fine. But maybe we could talk about that sometime. Sometimes revenge stories are fun. Like, it's weird. Like, there's a reason I use the first name Cunning. Like, I use it because I'm like, I know how to get back at people. Anyway, so that one coworker left to go work at a different store because they could not stand working with me and my boss when my boss came back. And then my boss had a stroke, and they regretted leaving. But when they worked at that store, apparently she was short $200, and because of that, they fired her, and coincidentally, they found the $200 after she was gone. And the implication I got is that they set her up to be fired, which is just beautiful. Nobody liked her. You're an immediate joiner. Logging lead to disturb during his backyard. No, I'm not. I'm never. That's another thing. I like to do things in subtle ways. Like, a lot of people don't even realize when I'm involved. Don't join payroll. It's going to be actual terrible next month in September because of all the payroll officers leaving, only the admins. Yeah, I feel like, isn't that when a lot of, like, tax stuff gets done in September? I feel like you're in for a nightmare, but you're leaving in September, aren't you? Or is that a different month? When it's our favor. Well, the thing is, like, even when the office politics were not in my favor, I was very effective at managing it. Like, when somebody was spreading rumors that they should not have been talking about, that were fake and false, and I wanted to control the problem, I literally just made sure that they were too scared to say anything ever around anyone because they didn't know who to trust anymore. That was also good. They eventually quit to go work at office at a school. You leave at the end of August. Okay. The biggest fear is getting the weekly payrolls done for those months because HR continues to be terrible. It's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, you gonna play the Modern Warfare beta with Chris, Wario? I'm sure you guys would love doing that.
When exactly was it? To get some answers, I had to go back in time myself.
Sorry. Like today, we had set someone up on the UK payroll, Northern Ireland, but it turns out they work in the ROI, which is like, oh my god, you can't do that. Yeah, that sounds like a major conflict of interest. What? Why did they think that was okay?
Back to an era without endless remakes and remasters. An era where, in many ways, video games reached their absolute pinnacle. But what I found there was kind of unexpected. Not only do I now think that gaming peaked almost 2 decades ago,
It's a conflict of where they're paying tax. I might not fully understand, but like that might be a limit of my understanding. Money is one of those things that I don't really like paying attention to, I will admit.
Actually think you can narrow it down to a single year. And the reason for this? Well, there's 3.
Yeah, we're looking at a nostalgia video. I'm not even sure if we're watching this whole thing. They're paying tax to the wrong jurisdiction. That makes sense. Okay, there we go. Thank you for putting it in simple terms. Okay, I see, I see. Are they at least saving money?
Now,
probably the
Xbox
problem.
doesn't have a perfect track record, especially in recent years. In the 2000s, though, they were moving differently. The advertising was aggressive and stylized. Their first console had a bold design, with translucent special editions. Microsoft was hungry to prove themselves, but the
God, The Rock.
original Xbox
What, who decided that Bill Gates would look good standing next to The Rock? What is this nerd even doing? It's so funny how I as a kid, I hated Bill Gates, and I don't really understand why.
had a major flaw.
It's
simply,
crazy that I
it
was
was
that
sitting
good
on
at that.
shelves with the PlayStation 2. Or rather, it wasn't.
Republic of Ireland. Okay. You pay tax to the Irish government, so if you work in Northern Ireland, you pay to the HRMC. You shouldn't pay to the HRMC if you don't work in Northern Ireland. Okay, got it. They're stealing your money. That's definitely like a form of money conversion that's not... Okay, I see. Actually, I don't even know.
Because for every one
You might be staying in a box, Chris.
sold, Sony moved 6 PlayStations. Despite its exclusives and revolutionary hardware, the Xbox ultimately cost Microsoft around $4 billion. It was a cultural hit, but they were still firmly behind PlayStation. If Microsoft really wanted to compete, they needed something formidable, something that actually posed a threat.
Same.
So,
I was a
with
little
2.5
bit
years
confused
to
there too,
spare
Joe.
and all of the money in the world, this is what
I'm
they
bad.
came up
I'm
with.
bad with. I'm bad with acronyms. No.
In Albany, Chase is proud to root for
Oh
the home
God, it's
team
not even a
because they're
video.
our team too. We
That was
cheer from the
lazy.
The year is 2005, and the 360 releases for $299 US. In return, you get one of the most powerful consoles of the decade, and
I had to say, I don't like how smoothly he transitions with camera and his overlay mic.
$9 US.
This is-
In return, you get one of the most powerful consoles.
That was too smooth. Also, is that a wallpaper of shoes? And a halo? This guy's basic.
Of the decade, and your ticket into the world of HD gaming. Before this, you were largely limited to 480p and bulky CRT TVs. Suddenly, you could play Call of Duty in a crisp 720p. Of course, to really appreciate the jump, you have to know someone who knows someone with a $4,000 flat screen, but it's still exciting, and things only get better when you turn it on. Much like the original, the 360 has a sleek,
I don't think I've ever played MGS4 on a big screen before.
futuristic interface with reflective surfaces and glossy green gradients. At launch, there's no
Sorry. No, it's a huge issue if we have to audit and the external auditors letting people pay tax to the wrong government. It also messes them up trying to claim benefits of any of the governments. Becomes a huge nightmare. Yeah, no, it sounds like a big issue. How does that even happen? Like, how do you, like, is it because of where they live? Like, do they commute to a different place? I feel like there would be a person who's like, oh, you can't pay this way. Try again. I did want to buy an Xbox at some point, but my interest is shifting away from consoles. Very unlikely now. Understandable. Your interest is shifting to handheld. I've been considering getting the Retroid Pocket 5, Chris. Like, that might be the next console I buy.
No shortage of titles to stick in your disk drive either. Call of Duty 2, Need for Speed Most Wanted, which costs like $200 now for some reason, and my personal favorite, PGR 3. I spent ages
They
playing this
declare
as a
wrong
kid.
to us.
Was it as good as Most Wanted? No.
Yeah, to you guys. Yeah,
But
that
being able to-
great job. Congratulations. You caught it too late.
Jump from Tokyo to Las Vegas and London was crazy, especially with how detailed the maps were. Just look at these environments. This is
Okay, look, buddy, you need to compare with before and after. Not just say, look at how good this looks, because right now my mind is thinking about the current gen.
over 20 years old, but when you compare it to Forza Horizon 6, the gap doesn't feel nearly as big as it should. And honestly, one of these looks a lot cooler than the other. I found that with a lot of games on this console. The 360 era had this
I don't like this guy. We're going to change videos, probably.
distinct aesthetic and energy.
This Pocket 5 wasn't as big as the Switch 1. Yeah, that's actually what makes me think I don't want it, to be honest with you. I just heard by doing research, I was looking at the hardware of it, and I was thinking, like, it could probably run MGS2 pretty fine. Look how this looks. Wait, what?
That modern titles simply don't have. Games felt cooler because they looked cooler. First-person shooters lent into these gritty, stylized visuals, and racing games had this edgy underground feel to them. Today, you can pretty clearly
Look at the urine filter that's going on here.
Notice the difference. So why is that? Well, let's have a closer look at Need for Speed Most Wanted. The original release from 2005 looks completely different to any modern racing game. The first thing you'll pick up on is the lighting. Every source emits this hazy, ethereal glow. Oncoming traffic.
I'm done with this guy. I thought it would be more interesting than it was, but my god, he won't shut up about stupid nostalgic terms. About something, I thought I saw something about a newer Retroid that was similar to the size of a 2 Plus, but I don't remember. Understandable. Yeah, not an approved review. This guy's too fixated on nostalgia. Nostalgia is just not good. This will be fun. LGR is a great channel. This guy in general, he's just like so basic too. He had nothing interesting to say. I'm actually kind of like frustrated. His name is Extra Mint. What else do you do? Oh god, it's just a nostalgia channel. Technology peaked 20 years ago. Wait, why did 2000 games look like that? Whoop. Why did games feel cooler in 2000s? What the heck? Ah, okay. He's a Nazi. Got it. Never trust nostalgia, guys. God dang it. Crazy to me. Like, actually insane to me. The nostalgia is the pipeline to Nazism. You can do whatever you want. I'm not going to tell you to do anything. I do not approve of brigading. People should be able to find out for themselves that nostalgia leads to Nazis.
So when was the last time you thought about DVD-ROM special features on DVD movies?
Okay, look, I understand the beard bald look. I genuinely understand it. 100%. I get it. I get it. But let it grow out a little bit more than that, please.
Because I honestly, until a couple of years ago, had kind of forgot about them. And I'm not talking about the special features that you got just playing it in a normal DVD player. I mean, when you insert it into a DVD-ROM on a computer running Windows 98 or XP or whatever, you get a special player and software and wallpapers and screensavers, games, interactive scripts, all kinds of extra things that you only got if you inserted a DVD into a PC.
I do miss that era. I remember doing that for so many movies.
Yeah, I think this is fascinating. You know, ever since I've been getting more into physical media again for movies, which is one of the things I don't really talk about too much here on this channel. It's one of those hobbies that I like to keep to myself for the most part, but it's become super enjoyable for me to collect these again, and I have different formats for different reasons. I love 4K and Blu-ray for modern, nice film transfers and really good audio and quality features, but at the same time, I also still collect DVDs on occasion, primarily because of the special features. Both the ones that play in a regular DVD player and also,
I think DVD might be the best format.
So DVD-ROM, you know, compared to so many other DVD features that are still talked about.
Do you guys have any DVDs that you think are like super important? Like, let's say you have 5 DVDs to keep with you. That's it. And they can't be something you burned for yourself. So no link streams. Do you know what movies or TV shows even that you would want to have? And they have to be individual discs, not a collection to count as one.
This is one of them that I don't hear talked about very much, so I just want to go into some history and context of
so
the company.
So you'd get Collateral on DVD? Is that what you'd want to do?
Was primarily responsible for it, and of course take a look at a bunch of these running on a computer from back in the day. So let's just get right into it. Alright, so first up is identifying these things, and whenever I'm out thrifting looking through DVDs, one thing I keep an eye out for is any mention of DVD-ROM features on the back of the case, and or logos for DVD video /ROM, PC-friendly, or interactual player, which indicate the inclusion of that kind of Windows software from the company Interactual Technologies. And they were by far the biggest driver of DVD-ROM extras from the start, being...
I think I'm gonna... The next computer I get, I might try to build it. Other than the one that my brother is insisting that he gives me.
Founded before the format was even finalized. And back in 1995, Todd Collart, formerly of NEC and Berklee College of Music grad Chris Brown, founded Interactual in San Jose, California, with investment from companies like Macrovision, Panasonic, and Warner Brothers. The idea was to make full use of the upcoming DVD format's huge storage capacity and, quote, make a DVD more collectible by licensing their patented software suite on a per-movie basis, with the main program end users saw being PC-friendly, an enhanced DVD playback program for Windows that included multimedia extras and online connectivity and was rebranded as Interactive.
Most of the movies that I have that are that like would be 4K are like reduced to 1080p, but it's a nice transition. Like there's like a handful of them that are just like crunchy and like almost like you see JPEG artifacting, even though it's not a JPEG. And I feel like those kind of went poorly, but like a lot of them do a great job with like reducing file size. I don't have any movies that are more than let's say 8 gigabytes. The average is 2.5 gigabytes for me.
Actual player for its 2.0 release in 2000. And by that year, according to Forbes, 90% of major studios were using Interactual software on their discs, with the main goal being to provide high-quality multimedia without the need for costly high-speed internet. Or as Interactual's Chris Brown said, you don't have to worry about download speeds to get a broadband kind of experience. Our goal is to be the de facto standard for creating web-enabled DVDs.
That's so interesting.
And indeed they were, especially once the press got wind of what was possible. At first, there was the Ronin event in March of 1999, which was...
Probably could re-encode H.265 or something, but for a movie, it's important to me to just keep it around in full quality. Yeah, I do have a couple of movies that I have in max quality, that I think are like the ones that I really want to see. I got there's an anime called Project A-ko that I really love. They found the original film reel for it, and it was the max resolution though for that is 720p. But like the fact that I actually went out of my way to get that says something. But like I also got like a kind of dirty copy of the Terminator film. The film every so often has some splotches on the frames that seem to be from their copy of the reel. And I think that stuff like that is just interesting to me.
First ever DVD online event, where the movie's director hosted a live chat for owners of the physical Ronin DVD through the PC-friendly program. This allowed him to remotely trigger each viewer's DVD to show specific scenes and outtakes as he was talking about them online. But this was soon overshadowed by the Matrix event in November 1999, where over 200,000 owners of the Matrix DVD watched the movie simultaneously while chatting live with the film's directors. Quoting Mr. Brown again, "You put the DVD in your computer and it linked to the website invisibly. The video is in one corner of the screen along with the chat discussion. You all watch the movie at the same time.
Oh my god, a live
with
stream.
The producers of the film. It's synced at the server and everybody's watching the same thing at the same time. The audience is all connected." Yeah, of course, none of that stuff
Pioneering streaming is so cool.
is available to experience anymore. But there's still plenty to look at on the DVDs in just this pile of them alone. So yeah, let's just go through a bunch of these and see the kind of PC exclusive goodies you got.
Okay, this is funny. I was gonna make fun of him for having all these components in the front of his computer instead of the back. But then I'm like, wait, alright. But this is smart. I feel like a fool.
Let's just go through a bunch of these and see the kind of PC exclusive goodies you got. And
Yeah,
we'll
that's just straight up smart. I wish my computer was like that.
American Pie, which, as far as DVD-ROM extras go, it provides a decent offering, despite how indecent the movie may be. As with all these, it starts off asking you to install the software.
Same.
In this case,
I think you're right.
Actual Player 2.0.
Although there was definitely, hold on, I'll go back and show it. Look, I think that's a power socket right there, so you can plug in.
Kind of PC exclusive.
I could be wrong.
Got. And we'll start with American Pie, which,
but it's a good
as far
computer.
as DVD-ROM extras go, it provides a decent offering, despite how indecent the movie may be. As with all these, it starts off asking you to install the software, in this case, Interactual Player 2.0, and this works in conjunction with your computer's existing DVD playback capabilities, because contrary to appearances, the Interactual Player cannot play DVDs on its own. It'll only play the actual movies if your OS has the proper codecs already installed, which back then they were frequently included with programs like WinDVD and PowerDVD, often bundled with your DVD-ROM drive.
Codecs, I love codecs, but at the same time I feel like I really want, I want all the codecs on my computer. Like, all of them.
Your pre-built PC, but yeah.
Let my computer run every program.
Opening Interactual defaults to the PC stuff, not the actual movie menus. And these are usually built using HTML and require some version of Internet Explorer and/or Macromedia Flash installed. So, yep, for the most part, these DVD-ROM features function like locally cached offline websites.
That's
and with American
fascinating.
Pie here, you get what is effectively a fan site right on the disc.
That's cool.
Detailed plot summaries, actor and filmmaker interviews, and on-set photographs.
VLC has pretty much every codec plugged in. That's why I use VLC. Did I know it? Hold on. I don't think I've shared it. I'll put it in the live chat. 1 second. Let me just... I recently took a screenshot of a download that I did recently. I like the thumbnail. There it is. I like the thumbnail for it, and it shows that I use VLC exclusively. I'll just put it in live chat if you want to check it out. But I like that thumbnail, and I was like, I like this thumbnail, and incidentally, it shows that I use VLC. It's the best. It's the best media player.
And a really cool feature called Script to Film.
I've have some videos that, like, if I try to run them, they ask me to run a codec that I have to pay money for, which I did, by the way. I hate that.
You see in various forms under different names on a lot of these.
I forget what it was,
DVD-ROMs.
though. It was a couple of years
It's a copy
ago.
of the film script you can read and compare to the final cut of the movie, referencing the original words on the page with the end results on the DVD, as that plays off to one side.
Morning, gentlemen. Finch, where were you last night, huh? What happened to that?
Yeah, it did not run in VLC. I was like, hold on, how do I get this then? And then it's like, here's where you can get it. And I went there, and it's like, you need to pay this money. I'm like, are you kidding me? I forget what movie it was. I wish I could point it out to you, but it was apparently a very specific codec.
Foolproof plan of yours.
I couldn't even convert it.
All this film buff kind of stuff, it's exactly the kind of thing I've always found fascinating. Back then...
It was only $2, by the way. It wasn't a big deal.
Today, this feature is such a cool way to do it. And if reading is not your thing, there's always farts. Yes, Rock the Potty is included here too, a side-scroller platform.
Oh my god, it's just like when you lose the internet and you're on Google. This is disgusting. Flash games back then, I swear to God.
Flatulent flash game where you play the character Finch during the scene where his mochaccino is spiked with laxatives by Stifler, and the kid has to run through the school hallway to the nearest toilet and take a giant dump before soiling himself. Flash games, it's a lost art form, or at least a fart form. Speaking of crappy Flash games, the Bourne Identity here doesn't offer much more than that.
You know what I wish I had? One of the few things I don't have archived when it comes to my Flash backups. I don't have an archive of a mini Flash game of, like, it's a stealth game for Metal Gear Solid 4. It's a side-scroller. and you sneak past guards and you get all the way to the end. I don't even remember what it was called. It might even I don't think it was Metal Gear Mobile, but that's what I'm thinking of. Matt Damon,
about the only thing you get on this disc
Mark
are
Wahlberg.
5
They're all the same.
mini games, each of which
they're the same white person.
Loosely tie into the movie's themes of Jason being an amnesiac, super observant spy guy that does a lot of cardio.
Ooh.
So you get the world's
Pac-Man.
worst Pac-Man clone with what appears to be only a single level and absolutely brain-dead enemies. This game, where you have 10 seconds to memorize the objects in a scene...
You never liked the Bourne movies? I've only seen the trailers and concluded that as well.
And that wasn't 10 seconds. It runs entirely too fast for some processing-related reason, I'm sure. Same with this other memorization game, where you're supposed to remember which person has which weapon.
I bet it's tied to your CPU speed.
It goes by in an instant, so you don't have a chance. Even this tile matching game seems to be running too fast, so something's clearly off with the game speed being tied to CPU performance, and this XP system is entirely too fast.
It felt so generic. Yeah, I think it's like Action Dad, but targeted at the wrong audience.
Maybe it's a dual core thing. I don't know. It's not like any of these are worth playing regardless.
From the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, the Ego 22-inch aluminum deck mower.
Thankfully,
it's because I talk about mowing my lawn, I bet.
Gold member here offers a bit
more.
Or
because it's summer.
There aren't any Austin Powers games or anything, but it does pack extra goodies accessible from this flash menu.
No, my lawnmower is green, and it's not that neon green. It's in my basement. I could probably like show you guys a picture of it at some point. What was I looking for? Oh, okay.
It's kind of wild how this is a flashback to both the 60s and now to the 2000s. But anyway, the main thing on offer here is a whole bunch of wallpaper.
Fun fact, when I had Windows XP, I changed the skin so the computer looked like Windows 98.
For your PC's desktop, organized by theme.
My battery fits in like it's I'm reloading a gun, and it's pretty awesome.
And in several of the most popular screen resolutions of the time, the kind of stuff you'd see on a movie's official website back then, but right on disc, no AOL trial required. On that note, there's also a minime.com website, quote-unquote, and it's odd. I mean, I guess it fits the theme. It's a tiny amount of content that plays back in a small window. Really, the main attraction on the disc is this Revoice Studio application, which for some reason won't open from the menu, but the program can still be opened by browsing through the folders and running it from there.
Nice.
And yeah, this is an early version of Synchro Arts Revoice, which is still around today, by the way, although presumably it's a lot more full-featured than this. The whole idea is that you use a microphone to re-record scenes from the movie in your own voice, and click each line, record your own take, then play it back, mixed in with other bits from the movie, all sped up and adjusted automatically. Yeah, I guess it's interesting as an attempt at ADR at home, but the results are just kind of bad.
What's happening, baby?
And what an exciting program this is. Evil has escaped. Yeah, I guess this really is all there is to it. Yes!
All right, next up, we've got this 25th anniversary edition of Jaws. This is an interesting one. On the back,
when is he going to make a video about my Disney computer? Oh yes. Maybe you should comment that. He did have a fire. Hopefully it survived it.
It
or no, was it a fire? I don't think it was a fire. It was bad weather.
Actual or
maybe it was both.
Features, but it does mention having a screensaver, so I thought that was worth a look. And sure enough, right there in the root directory is a tiny 5 megabyte executable, which opens up this amusingly simple program and a whopping 5 film scans. You can look at them individually here, set them as your Windows wallpaper, and yes, set them as a screensaver slideshow. And that's it. That's all you get. Genuinely one of the most underwhelming extras I have come across, really making full use of that cutting edge.
That is weird. Why would Steven Spielberg be bad at DVD extras?
DVD-ROM format. Now, by contrast, The Matrix is one of the single best examples of PC DVD extras, as you might expect, you know.
You should comment that.
And it's one of those that uses the original PC-friendly program, a fully separate installation from those interactual players that we've been using so far.
You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
That's funny. My bird says hi.
Yeah, this is just awesome.
I am? There's got to be a clue that tells me that or something. I wonder if there's like a setting I can fix so that I can always see whether or not I'm streaming at the proper format.
They did not skimp out on the theming at all, or the extra content. There's so much stuff here. A few things required an online connection, like the aforementioned Matrix watch-along event, but there's still
like, it's
a
weird.
lot on
It's
this disc.
super weird, right? Like, it makes no sense that it happens.
Like a collection of press coverage about the movie and write-ups on some of its themes and ideas, as well as a fantastic...
Okay, I think I had this DVD, and I think I used to go through it.
Script-to-screen section with the screenplay, also now accompanied by storyboards.
Because I recognize all of
compare
this.
the writing, the illustrations, and the stills from the movie all alongside each other, as well as being able to jump directly to those chapters in the movie on the DVD and watch along as you scroll around. It's excellent. Some of the rest of this stuff is just straightforward fluff and marketing, of course, like this page of shortcuts to some of the movie's more standout fight scenes, and this Matrix code page, which shows a nifty but entirely too short loop of the iconic green characters. And then there's this page of nothing but movie trailers. But let's be real, this kind of thing was very much welcomed back in the day, because downloading these trailers through dial-up in any kind of decent quality, that
I did
took
like
ages.
that. That was
so
pretty
this
cool.
was sweet.
And then they made it so it was mandatory to watch those ads before you watch the movie.
To really put a point on the whole bandwidth-saving idea here, it even has the entire Matrix website archived right on the disc as it originally was in June of 1999.
That's
Hell
awesome.
yeah. And
That's so cool. I very distinctly remember this.
that archive has its place, of course, but having a whole 90s website written to official
That's so
physical
neat.
media, this is the good stuff. And one of the things archived on this site is the Matrix screensaver, which for some reason isn't working properly here, nor is this the one game. So I figured the PC speed or OS or something is causing
where's your
issues again. So I tried it on this new 3D printed Windows 98 rig I got recently. Let me know if you're interested in seeing more of this, but yeah, works great. I was always looking for Matrix screensavers like this back in the day, and I think I actually had this one at some point too. It was a free download from the website after all.
That's a good
And
download.
as for the one minigame, it's fine. It was just a bunch of trivia. Just watch scenes from the movie or try to answer them from memory by finding the little hidden telephones in the background and then answering that way. And hey, look, turns out I'm the one. Who knew?
I think this is literally the DVD that I had. I remember one time at high school, I danced at high school, the DJ played the entire movie The Matrix in the background with no sound. That's so funny.
Anyway, 413
I
megabytes
guess
of
it's a
stuff
mood.
is accessible on this disc only on a computer. It's awesome. One of the best DVD feature sets for one of the best movies ever made. And then you have discs like Casablanca here, and this is an intriguingly underwhelming one. It does start up the interactual player, and it seems like it would have some things, but really it's just a lazy pile of hyperlinks at the bottom, all 5 of them linking to various Warner
used
Brothers
some sort of
websites,
template for this
nothing
one.
accessible offline from the disc. All this movie's regular DVD features are
2003.
great, just not the PC side. But oh well, we'll always have Paris. Speaking of which, Ronin. As mentioned earlier, this boasted the first online DVD event, accessible by running this disc on a PC. Now, the back doesn't say anything about specific DVD-ROM features though, and unless you pay extra close attention, it's easy to miss that tiny PC-friendly logo towards the bottom. And yeah, you start it up and you do get the PC-friendly application, but there's nothing here except some links, really. Again, a bunch of stuff going to websites that are not archived on the disk or anything. It was just expecting you to go online. Really, the most exciting thing about this was the fact you could do that historical first watch-along thing online, but of course, you had to have been there almost.
I wonder if there were people that did the recorded the watch-along. I feel like the answer is no.
30 years ago, so too late. Thankfully, though, the rest of the discs I want to show, they're all pretty sweet. So let's just start with The Mummy Ultimate Edition. Another earlier PC-friendly release, and yeah, this is good stuff here. Look at these options. It really is the earliest releases, at least consistently, having the most effort put into them. Companies slowly making a tech product a little bit worse over time with every new release. I mean, what an absurd concept. I'm glad that doesn't happen anymore. But anyway, here we go with this familiar set of features, but it's always awesome, you know, seeing this kind of thing that is laid out like an old website with all the behind the scenes and cast and character and story and filmmaking information. Now, unfortunately, the script to screen section doesn't work, or at least it does to a point, and then it just crashes the PC-friendly program, so that sucks. Also, there is a little mini game here that would probably work just fine if I had the right plugin, but for some reason they didn't include it. It requires Shockwave, and that is not on the disk. Flash is, Internet Explorer and everything else you need is, but just not Shockwave. Yes, I can go find an old version to download, but reading the description of the minigame doesn't sound worth it, to be honest. Oh well,
Towards
there's
the
still a cool
mid-2000s, they stopped
customize your
doing...
desktop section with a couple of different
Good, I can't pause
screensavers
it.
here.
There we go. Towards the mid-2000s, they stopped doing this stuff and just went with the basic menu. I do remember that happening and being disappointed, like actively disappointed. I'm like, man, I like DVDs.
Again, they're pretty much just slideshows, but yeah, it's fine. I'm not going to say no to an excuse to look
I
at.
think my favorite behind the scenes is probably like the Terminator DVD, and Titanic was also pretty good. And Lord of the Rings is like the staple of best behind the scenes ever. Like that's a movie in itself.
More 90s Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz. Same goes for the wallpaper section with a couple of different resolutions per background. Heck yeah. And you also get a selection of icons. Just in case you want to redo your icons, here you go. I mean, this was very much a thing that I did back in the day, so hey, cool. It's just amusing that it has its own little program exclusively for this.
I actually want to convert all of my movies that I have digitally into their movie posters so that they're easy for me to click on. But I could just, you know, get the, get them on a server or something like what is it? Open source media server, OSMC or OSMS? I don't remember. Super Mario Movies Bros. Is the newest DVD I own from 2023, and it has some behind-the-scenes stuff and music video, but nothing like this. You need to stop buying Mario products.
And there is one more game on here, or rather a demo for one.
You'll feel it's not here. We're not a Mario-friendly stream anymore.
That is Rebellion's The Mummy PC game. I forgot this existed. I've never played it. Now that I have a little, I'm not surprised I've never really heard anyone talk about it, because this is bad.
Hey, shut up. What are you, a gamer?
Everyone wanted to be Tomb Raider back then, and this doesn't do it. Oh well, it's cool that it's on here, right? Right?
Yes, footprints.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Hey, I'm Daniel, founder of Ridge, and every year we do something kind of crazy. This year, we're giving away a Lamborghini Storado, a Hennessy Velociraptor, a Ford Bronco,
Fair
or
enough.
$100,000.
You know what? That probably was a good steal.
Here come the Men in Black. Yeah, I had a feeling this would have some worthwhile stuff on it, and it does. Yeah, the deluxe edition here goes with that late 90s website style interface again, and it's great. Yeah, just more of that fan site vibe for fans of the movie. Section going over the different aliens and their case files and photos and trivia. You got the MIB.
I think I had this
Training
DVD.
and Examination Center with a.
I probably have these DVDs. When I went to the storage unit, we literally brought home like 3 large boxes of DVDs.
Going over the different weapons.
It's like the one thing that we've kept throughout the
non-lethal
years.
devices. Really just photos and write-ups of the props used in the movie. There's also the MIB game, which is really just your typical shooting gallery flash game. It's fine. It's just there's something about the way that the mouse is handled here that it feels highly off, dissatisfying, sluggish, and weird. I don't know why. There's also supposed to be a 3D exploration of the Men in Black headquarters, but it is another thing that requires...
When I have it all organized, I will.
A plugin that doesn't come on the disc, a QuickTime VR.
Right now, they're all in boxes because I don't even have bookshelves.
In this case. Dang it, why didn't they just include the things it needs on the DVD? They had space, they included other things, just not everything. And finally, it does have a couple of screensavers, and they work. They're just a bit bland. One shows a bunch of text going over the requirements to join the Men in Black, and the other shows the same photos and text of the props that we saw earlier. And that's what that is. Right, moving on to Office Space, and I was quite curious to see what this is, because, just the theme of the movie, right? There's no interactual player, but it goes right into a Flash player, and you get that iconically awful printer with the PC load letter and paper jam error, and yeah, you click on a few different things here. So we have some audio. Yeah, this is a little different. It's just a selection of sound bites, recordings of dialogue from the movie.
PC load letter? What the f does that mean?
I need to watch this movie again. It's been a while. You also get a selection of downloads with your more or less expected stuff. Your wallpapers, more icons.
Oh my god, wallpaper at 1280p?
In this case, they're IM icons. Little animated ones just in the right size for including on AOL Instant Messenger profiles. And it does have a minigame. I was expecting at least one or two. Really, I was hoping for something where you could smash the printer, but nope. You get this Road Rage rally game, and yeah, it's fine. Based on the opening sequence. You're just trying to beat Bill Lumberg into the office and steal his parking space, weaving through the traffic that gets slower every time you change lanes. Yeah, it's very much on point.
Funny.
And lastly, you get a couple of screensavers, and I don't know why they don't work. They're just blank white screens on Windows XP. So I went over to that little 3D printed Win98 rig again, and they work, of course. I really didn't expect to see so many of these being broken, depending on the machine and OS it's running on, but so it goes. And then one more DVD I wanted to look at real quick, because it's one of my favorites, and I figured a Rocky Horror Picture Show had to have some interesting things on there, and yes, it does. And this is another one that didn't quite work correctly for me. It's an earlier PC-friendly application, but it does open just fine in Internet Explorer, so that's what I'm doing. And yeah, theming and flash animations very much on point, with interactive extras including a Rocky Horror timeline going over the live show and the release of the movie and such. Some pages going over audience participation, especially for first-time virgins, a jukebox letting you listen to clips of songs from the movie, which sadly did not work. Some kind of video object is not supported. There is, of course, the expected screensaver, which...
This guy is an IT guy, so, I would trust him to be able to figure out how to get it to work if he could.
Isn't that great, unfortunately. I was hoping for a bit more. It's quotes from the movie, a little bit of animation of lightning over the house, and that's all you get there. You also get Riff Raff's Story Lab, and it's Mad Libs. That's all it is. It doesn't narrate it or anything. And lastly is the Masochistic Trivia Challenge. And yeah, it's simply trivia of scenes and events and things from the movie. It's kind of fun, but it's not going to have anybody shivering with anticipation. But yeah, while I could easily go on showing more, I think you get the gist. There were hundreds of DVD movies with these DVD-ROM extras, and while the presentation and quality varied quite a bit from disc to disc, the actual content was usually some variation of what we've seen here. Really, the best examples are from 1998 to 2002 or so, and it kind of makes sense as the feature fizzled out after that. For one, Interactual was acquired by Sonic Solutions in 2004, who had plans to incorporate their technology into its own line of products, namely their Roxio disc authoring software. By the mid-2000s, broadband was taking off, and having web content on a disc didn't hold quite the same appeal anymore when you could just go to
I still think it's a good idea, but
the official
whatever.
website. And with new HD disc formats arriving in 2006, the big studios simply moved on. However, for the few short years it made sense, DVD-ROM extras were pretty sweet, and it's worth keeping an eye out for them. There's also a handy list of them linked in the video description, though it's not comprehensive, so it's still worth looking out for the Interactual and PC-friendly logos on each case. I don't know, there's just something cool about it being restricted to the DVD format. I've never seen any Blu-rays that had computer software on the disc. Now, audio CDs, those certainly did, but that's an entirely different topic for another time, perhaps. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this LGR retrospective, and let me know in the comments if you ever messed with this software back then. And if you did, what were your favorite DVD-ROM extras? Because there are a ton of discs I haven't tried yet. And of course, thank you very much for watching.
I want to see what this video over here is about. I'm gonna skip off of it though. I just want to know what this guy did.
At the start of the game, you can choose any shelter
Upgrade
you want,
or D.
but once you pick a spot, there's no turning back. It's upgrade or D. Defense, stealth, resources. Miss one.
Hello, you absolute legends. For the past 4 decades, it has been considered impossible to beat.
Have I seen one of your videos before? Who are you? Is that why you're being suggested to me? Who are you? I must have seen one of his videos. Because I definitely remember him saying, "Hello, you absolute legends," and I remember thinking, that's so stupid, don't say that. Huh. Oh, there it is. These doomed cheaters were caught red-handed. There we go. Finally.
To Metal Gear on the NES without taking any damage. This apparent fact was so universally accepted that it even found its way into the AVGN review of the game.
But you want to know what else sucks about this room? To get in, you need to have your key card selected. Then, right away...
It's the most authentic experience about Metal Gear Acid.
You need to select your gas mask. So, unavoidably, you lose some health. And then once again, to get out of the room, you have to select your key card. So, twice you take damage. And as far as I know, there's no way to avoid it.
Aside from...
Force damage is something I gotta avoid in my games.
Janky mechanics making it seemingly impossible to get through certain sections without taking a hit, there is one particularly difficult section at the very end where even the game seems to throw its hand.
Oh. Is he gonna talk about the invisible button?
Hands up in the air and concede that you'll just have to run for it. And by run for it, what they really mean is traverse an entire electric floor that damages you 4 times every second. There is no way to skip this room. It's literally the last screen that leads right to the final boss encounter. This floor must be navigated, but doing so will lead to not just 1 or 2 hits, but many. To me and everyone else who has ever played this game, this seems to be an insurmountable challenge. But of course, we are mere mortals.
Did somebody get through it without using a ration?
Impossible challenges have been completed before, especially by the hero himself, Slackinator, the man who was also the first person to beat Ninja Gaiden without taking damage. 3 years ago, Slackinator would post this message to the speedrun.com forums, stating that he was looking into a no-damage playthrough. And 3 years later, in July of 2026, it finally happened, with Slackinator becoming the first person ever to beat Metal Gear completely damageless. In today's video, we will take
I don't know how you do that.
Take a look at some of the techniques that made this historic run possible. Metal Gear offers some very interesting problems when it comes to the prospect of a no-damage run, and the way these problems were overcome is simply genius. I really hope you enjoy.
Oh!
Now legends, if you're anything like me, that means 1, you could probably use some cash right now, and 2, you spend a decent chunk of your time playing random games on your mobile. And if that's the case, today's sponsor, TesterUp, was made perfectly for you. TesterUp pays you to play games, which seems counterintuitive.
Are they actually paying to use your computer for crypto mining?
But it makes perfect sense. Developers want feedback on their games, and what better way to incentivize game testers than to pay them? The process is simple, just download.
He lied about the reason he got sued by Billy Mitchell, Donkey Kong guy? I know who Billy Mitchell is. Why did Billy Mitchell sue him? Because Billy Mitchell would just sue him for anything.
With the app, registration is quick and easy, it's completely free, and you can get paid up to $80 per app test. Once you do earn some money though, like I have over the past couple...
And he's not even the one that makes me think that way, it's just Bill Mitchell's behavior.
...of months, payouts are extremely swift, happening within 24 hours via bank transfer. And if you are so inclined, they also offer cashback offers through in-game purchases. TesterUp has literally millions of trusted users, and there are always new tasks and games to try out. Plus, as a bonus, anyone who signs up using my link in the description and pinned comment or the QR code on screen will receive a $5 sign-up bonus. Again, TesterUp is free, so there's no reason not to at least try it out. Released in 1998, Metal Gear Solid is undoubtedly one of the greatest and most influential video games of all time.
He's using the beta footage. The scope is called the Finder in this.
It is frequently cited as popularizing the stealth genre, almost single-handedly creating a boom in that particular style of gameplay that would last a decade. When it was released, while I didn't even own a PlayStation myself, I knew of the game.
It led people to believe that he was being sued for exposing Mitchell as a cheater, but he was being sued because Jobst accused Mitchell of causing another YouTuber to commit suicide. Oh, wow, hold on, I remember that. I think I even remember thinking, I don't know if you could actually tie it to that. Oh my god, I remember that. Okay. I don't know if I watched that on stream, though.
Very well. The name itself, Metal Gear Solid, was so ingrained into gaming culture that it didn't even matter if you'd played it or owned it, you definitely, at the very least, knew that it was important. If it wasn't for
some people, they try to poison the well when the well is already toxic, you know what I mean? Like, what's the point? Why add more details to your story by, like, using suggestive language?
Of time releasing in the same year, Metal Gear Solid would have likely won Game of the Year many more times than it did. But what I didn't know until much later is that Metal Gear Solid wasn't even the first game in the series.
This guy just sounds like an old man. I'm already getting tired of it.
And it's really not something that you could ever glean from
9,850 bullets, Snake
the name itself. In fact, canonically, Metal Gear Solid is the third game in the series, with the first two games originally releasing on the MSX2 console a decade earlier. Honestly, it is shocking.
I love the colors of the MSX game.
And many of the early stealth genre staples were already so well fleshed out in the original games. It truly is a masterpiece. Many of the ideas featured within the PlayStation version were inherited from a game released all the way back in 1987. The only reason I had never—
He just speaks so slow. Hold on. Just a little bit of speed. How do I increase the speed? Where is it? Playback speed. Jesus, I can't. Why is it a clock icon? Maybe like right here.
Heard of the original game is because the MSX2 console had no official launch in the United States or my home country of Australia. Even in Europe, where the MSX2 console was sold, Metal Gear only sold a few thousand copies, according to a Dutch magazine around a year after it was released. What the United States and the rest of the Western world did receive that gained any attention was a port to the Nintendo Entertainment System, which went on to sell over 1 million copies.
Can I be honest with you? I kind of feel like Metal Gear is a clone of Legend of Zelda. I feel like they're very similar gameplay-wise. The only difference is that in Zelda, the enemies actively try to attack you. In Metal Gear, the enemies go on patrols, and if you go into the wrong path, you'll get caught. So it's slightly more complicated dynamics.
This version was a noticeable step down as the NES hardware was inferior to the MSX2, and bizarrely, the team responsible for the port was told by management to make it different to the game they were porting. Regardless, even after the declining quality, Metal Gear on the NES is still a relatively good game for the console, which is a testament to how amazing the MSX2 release was. And one thing the NES version is infamous for is its difficulty. And by difficulty, I don't necessarily mean that it's hard to survive, but rather it's often hard to know exactly how to progress. Metal Gear is extremely convoluted. The design of the buildings is almost maze-like and often requires a player to do a considerable amount of backtracking. Anyone who managed to complete this game without a guide or external help may genuinely be a genius. If you do end up—
Hey, thanks. I almost did. I have currently I'm where I am in the game. I'm looking for the enemy uniform. I cannot find it. So like I might have to go and look for a guide.
Familiarizing yourself with the game and know what to do, the game becomes much
I noticed that most video sites now let you watch the 2x if you press down the video on mobile. You could do that here as well. Yeah, if you click on the video and hold it, it does that as well.
Easier. though it still appears to be unfair or even cheap at times. For example, we can compare 2 clips of Solid Snake entering this room containing 3 guards. Upon entering, the guards below will always instantly be alerted to your presence. This is unavoidable. And when guards are alerted, it triggers more guards to spawn in, with a hard limit of 4 guards being able to populate a single screen at any one time. In this first clip, we can enter the room, and while the guards do get alerted, no one else spawns in, and we can eliminate the guards with relative ease. However, in this second clip, as soon as we enter, a guard spawns directly on top of us, causing massive damage. On its face, this appears to be random, but there is a very specific mechanic at play here that we need to understand if we want to beat this game without taking damage. Whenever a room is loaded, there is a RAM value access called the spawn timer. It is a single byte. So
If you're a New York homeowner, then you could qualify to receive $19,400
discount
to stop
Ryan Reynolds.
paying your electric bill. The
Ryan
federal
Gosling?
government has officially
Ryan Gosling.
extended the
That's what I'm
solar
thinking of.
investment credit.
Bad with actors. By the way, again, I want to point out, I just hit the skip button and it paused the video. It's because the skip button fades in and I'm not able to interact with it until it's solid. YouTube, you suck.
So it has 200.
Anyway, YouTube has many shortcuts. My favorite shortcut is using the pointed brackets. I forget what they're called. The less than and greater than signs to advance and retreat a frame. Those are my favorites. Shortcuts.
156 possible values. Upon starting the game, the value begins at 0, and every single frame a room is loaded, a value of 1 is subtracted, initiating a countdown from 255. Upon reaching 0, the game will check to see if any guards are alerted. If no guards are alerted, the timer will go back to 255. If any guards are alerted, a guard will spawn in, and the timer will be set to 26. At 0, the game will also check to see how many guards currently exist, and if 4 guards are currently active on screen, no further guards will spawn in, and the timer will go back to 255. A North American NES runs at around 60 frames per second, so with a cycle counting down by 1 each frame from 255, that equates to just over 4 seconds. This means that when a guard is alerted, a guard could spawn in anywhere from immediately, if you got unlucky, to around 4 seconds later. In this instance, alerting the guards is completely unavoidable, so rushing in like a hero will almost always result in getting hit from behind. Instead, we must enter from the side and wait until a guard spawns in, at which time we leave as soon as he does. We know that when the guard was spawned in, the spawn timer reset back to 26, which equates to less than half.
But wait, how is it just you don't have the visible timer?
A second. So by waiting half a second in the adjoining room, where no guards exist to be alerted, the timer, when it does reach 0, will reset back to 255. Then if we go back to the problematic room after the timer resets, we will now have the entire cycle lasting around 4 seconds to eliminate the guards without fear of danger from the rear. Having intricate knowledge of how certain timers work and how certain game mechanics rely on these timers is essential, and when it comes to any potential no damage run, there is no timer that has a greater impact than the universal timer.
I think it's funny when I look at somebody's chat and they're like more popular than me or more well known than me, but their chat like moves at the same speed as mine.
Upon loading up the game, a value is stored in RAM called the universal timer. It is also a single byte having 256 potential values, and it counts up by 1 every frame. However, in contrast to the spawn timer, which is only active while a room is loaded and does not continue to count down during pauses or room transitions, the universal timer is always running. This is a constant and isn't affected by any actions the player can take. It's even running during the title screen. At several instances throughout the run, the player is required to pass through rooms filled with toxic gas. The game does provide a gas mask which prevents
Oh, I should use the universal timer.
damage, but there is a slight problem. In order to enter and leave most gas rooms, you need to equip a keycard, and the game only allows you to equip 1 item at a time. This means that when you enter a gas room, you have the card equipped, leaving you vulnerable. A player standing in a gas room without a gas mask equipped will take damage whenever the universal timer is a multiple of 32. This works out to approximately twice per second. When entering the gas room, most players wait until they see the room load before opening the menu. Therefore, each frame between the room loading and the player reacting gives rise to a 1 in 32 chance of being damaged. Leaving a gas room is even worse because after you equip the keycard, you need to open a door, which can only happen once every 4 frames. And then once the door is opened, you still need to physically exit, consuming even more frames.
God,
when leaving a gas room,
I love
even if you time everything perfectly, at best, you still
old school coding is so crazy.
Have a 9 in 32 chance of being damaged. Clearly, we can't see the universe.
That's what I was talking about. Those things I was talking about. I was saying the less than and greater than sign, but I should have said comma and period.
Timer. So in theory, this chance of being hit should always exist, but the game does give us some information. For example, in the room before the first gas room, there is a hostage. In a normal playthrough, everyone would just save this hostage without thinking. But here, the hostage is actually very valuable, because if you watch closely, you'll see the hostage rocks back and forth, and it just so happens that this rocking is once every 32 frames. If this animation cycle began on a different frame each time depending on when you entered the room, this rocking would not be very useful. However, in this case, the timing of the animation is directly tied to the universal timer.
That's so cool.
The fact that the animation changes state every 32 frames and the player is also damaged every 32 frames isn't a coincidence. If I list how each multiple of 32 appears in binary, you'll notice that the last 5 digits are always the same. Therefore, it becomes very easy to apply a bit mask that simply looks at the last 5 digits, which will give you a consistent timing of once every 32 frames. The gas room damage always occurs on a multiple of 32, meaning that if the last 5 digits are all zeros, you'll get hit. The hostage, on the other hand, is offset by 2 frames, though the check is still just as easy, as even with this offset, the last 5 digits are again always the same.
Hi, I'm Bob Simmons, Vice President.
I can't believe we still get this ad.
I want to thank you for taking part of your day out.
Are you embarrassed yet? Do you think he's embarrassed?
Today I want to talk about our Ergo line, EL series workbench. The EL is a hand.
What if he was AI? What if this is the first video we saw that is an AI video that we didn't know?
We rate the unit at 330 pounds, even though the hydraulic system will lift 500 pounds.
Goodbye.
Ultimately, it doesn't matter when this animation changes state, the fact that it is tied to the universal timer and the offset is always the same allows us to use it to our advantage. Slackinator found that by opening the door and then timing his leave to just after the animation changes state, he would enter the gas room with a large enough window to access the menu and select the gas mask without being hit. And given that this window is almost half a second, even half of that is still plenty for anyone with a decent reaction speed. Also, it's important to mention that the transition time between rooms is always consistent, allowing for this trick to work. Once inside the gas room, now we have to worry about leaving. On screen, the only information that might clue us into the universal timer are the various gas plume animations. In this case, predictably, they also update once every 32 frames, tied directly to the universal timer. Each plume has its own specific offset, which again is still very easy for the game to process because it only needs to look at the
I don't like the reiteration in this video.
Plus 5 digits in binary. Leaving a gas room is far more difficult than entering, because to leave you need to enter the equipment menu, then select the keycard, and then exit the menu. None of this menuing is bufferable, which means that you have to wait until each menu screen is displayed before navigating. Remember, the universal timer is always running, even through the menus, so if you do want to try and time your exit, your menuing speed needs to be well rehearsed, consistent, and perfected for it to do any good, which is exactly what Slackinator did. Slackinator chose this particular plume for his timing. He waited until it disappeared, though in theory you could use any change of state to be effective, and then he developed a specific speed to go through the equipment menu that would allow him to leave within the correct window. There really is no shortcut to getting through this. It necessarily requires a lot of practice. Now sure, finding consistent ways to get through the gas rooms is useful, albeit challenging. But really, theoretically, someone with no skill could also just get lucky. With enough attempts, anyone could make it through the gas rooms without any strategy. After all, technically there should only be around a 1 in 4 chance of being hit, leaving, or entering if your reaction speed is really good. And while his
I'm really sad that we never got... Oh my god, I really wish you could build a fortress in Metal Gear Online.
Historically, people didn't understand how to avoid damage completely in the gas rooms. This wasn't really the sticking point that made the game seem impossible to beat without taking damage. It was something else and far more concrete that made a damageless run truly impossible. And we aren't talking impossible in the sense that you seem to get unlucky sometimes. We are talking flat out, no luck, no chance, you are certainly going to get hit. It's time to talk about the electric floor. At several points throughout the playthrough, there are rooms with flashing tiles that indicate the floor is electrified. If you were to run across the floor, you would take damage extremely quickly. Thankfully, in almost every case, there is a switch near one of the exits that can be destroyed using a guided missile. And when the switch is destroyed, the floor becomes dysfunctional and ceases to cause any damage, allowing you to cross without injury. However, the very last electric floor of the game, right before the final boss...
I think in newer versions of the game, maybe... there's an invisible one right here, an invisible switch that you can blow up.
Doesn't have a switch. Therefore, there is no way to turn this electric floor off. Plus, as opposed to the toxic gas rooms, there is no piece of equipment that shields you from damage. And beyond that, this room simply cannot be skipped, because it leads right to the final boss. The developers even went out of their way to make this floor even more challenging by making it damage the player every 16 frames instead of every 32 frames like the gas rooms. This room is orders of magnitude harder than avoiding gas damage, because in that case you only need to avoid taking one hit before equipping the gas mask, and then you're totally safe. And then when you leave a gas room, not only do you have a full 32 frame window, but again you only need to avoid a single hit. With this electric floor, if you were to simply run across, you would get hit dozens of times. The tool-assisted speedrun doesn't provide any practical help either. It does cover most of the floor without taking damage, but it does so by doing this.
What? What?
Because the universal timer is always running, even when the game is paused, and you are only damaged when the universal timer is a multiple of 16, this means that if you pause the game every time you're about to get hit, you can avoid taking the damage. The tool-assisted speedrun takes advantage of the fact that between each frame that is a multiple of 16, you have a very small window to move undamaged before getting hit again. It should go without saying that this is obviously not humanly viable. But shockingly, there is a way to do it. Though the technique allowing safe passage over this floor is both extremely difficult and one that had not even been invented before Slackinator discovered it himself. Historically, everyone thought that this challenge was impossible because getting across the floor like the tool-assisted speedrun is simply out of the question. But Slackinator came up with a genius idea, and I'm curious if any of you out there would be able to solve this riddle yourself. Once again, as with the gas rooms, the game does provide some information, because the color of the tiles change, and the frequency the colors change is once every 16 frames. Still, this doesn't seem like it would help.
Don't even think about using a tool-assisted speedrunner emulator to pause the game every time you're about to get hit, or I'll know. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, just look at how fast the color changes. No human would be able to use this information to frame perfectly pause and unpause to avoid damage. This would equate to 8 presses per second, all timed perfectly, while watching the floor and directing the player to the other side. It's just not feasible. However, there is a different method that can be used that just might work. We know that the universal timer continues to run even when the game is paused, so it stands to reason that there isn't exactly a rush to get to the other side. We can simply stand on the electric floor, and as long as we don't unpause, we will be safe.
Oh my god.
When kids start making money.
Go away.
Of course, we also can't move, but still, at the very least, we won't take any damage. And this is where Slackinator's bright idea comes in. He realized that if, instead of pausing for every single damage frame, we wait until the damage frame has occurred while paused, and then quickly unpause and repause before the next damage frame gets us. This would mean that for a very brief period of time, the game would be unpaused, but we won't get hit. And if we are holding a direction on the D-pad, we will also move a very small distance. Technically, we could wait as long as we wanted, and it would also mean that we would only need to press pause twice within that 16 frame window. Just as long as we paused again before the next damage frame, we would avoid damage. At this point, we had a method of moving across the floor that seemed at least theoretically possible. Let's say our unpause...
I don't like that the example they showed was him taking damage.
Pause were 6 frames apart. That equates to a speed of 10 presses per second. Slackinator did 15 presses per second when taking out the final boss in Ninja Gaiden, so this speed is clearly achievable, at least for him. But now comes another problem. While the game is paused, the colors of the floor...
Why is he treating this guy like he's some sort of X-Men?
Change, so it's impossible to use the changing of the colors to know when the damage frames occur. Most people at this point would give up immediately, but again, Slackinator had a brilliant idea. We know the floor damages us every 16 frames. We also know that the color of the floor changes every 16 frames. And we know that the NES runs at 60.0988 frames per second. Thus, an interval of 16 frames equates to 225.3705 damage frames per minute. We can then translate this into beats per minute. And any musician out there will know the perfect tool to take advantage of this information. A metronome. By closely watching the changing color of the floor and starting a metronome at the correct time, we can create an auditory cue of the damage frame. 225 beats per minute was a bit too quick for Slackinator's liking, so we simply halved it to 112.69, but the result is the same. So long as he started the metronome on the correct frame, he could now hear when the damage frames were occurring. Technically, the color change doesn't happen on the damage frame itself, it actually has an offset of 4 frames, but this still ends up being useful. If the metronome is started started precisely when the color changes, this will mean that each tick of the metronome is 4 frames after a damage frame. And so long as we aim to press pause on the tick itself, this will give us around 10 frames to re-pause before taking damage. And the reason it's not the full 12 frames is because we need to press pause at least 2 frames before the damage frame for the pause to register early enough. Tapping the pause button twice in such quick succession is extremely difficult. By looking at Slackinator's handcam, you can't even tell that he is hitting the button twice. It's so quick. The only way to see each hit separately is by watching his input display. Slackinator developed a very specific double tap technique to get this to work. Really, everything about this strategy is very hard. If you start your metronome even slightly too early or too late, you'll fail. Like this particular run, where Slackinator took damage immediately upon entering the floor.
Seemed early.
That sucks.
In order to cross the electric floor and reach the exit without taking damage, your metronome needs to be timed with extreme precision. And then you need to perfectly double tap start to unpause and pause within around 1/10 of a second, more than 60 times in a row. A single mistake and the run is dead. And to make things worse, this is just before the final boss fight, over an
This is a no damage run for Metal Gear, and I was curious how he did it.
hour into the run. If this were anyone else in the world, they wouldn't even bother trying. But Slackinator is on a mission to beat every classic Nintendo game in perfect fashion. And on the 1st of July 2026...
You know, I think the speed run for Metal Gear is 30 minutes.
After a month,
or maybe it's probably faster than that. Actually, I should look it up. I shouldn't just say things. I should look it up.
To practice,
he
would achieve this run.
Let's watch this part though.
We're in! Oh shit, everybody, we are at the electric floor. Ah! Okay.
He knows that they're passively watching.
It's what they say can't be done. A little bit of practice.
Nice. That's good rhythm. Just watching MGS2 video before remembering the stream is still going. Was it a good video? Who made it?
Upright. This needs to be as close to frame perfect as it can be.
I've seen quite a few MGS2 videos.
I'm just trying to get my heart slow. It's hard to keep a beat in your head when your heart's thumping. That felt late. Early. Damn it.
Oh, MGS2 reacts to your actions. Oh, I think I know what one you're talking about. Oh, look at that. This guy's doing it. No damage. This room is electric, by the way. He's pausing every clock cycle to prevent it from hurting him. Pausing it twice, by the way. I'm having anxiety with him. I mean, we know he does it. I wonder who runs faster, Big Boss or Doom Guy? Unironically, I would like to know. Did I say fast? I meant to say the word faster, but I was thinking too much about him moving. Yeah, Doom Guy. Guy who play as in Doom. The first game.
They said it couldn't be done! Ladies and gentlemen! Holy shit, I think we did it! I'm almost freaking possible. That's it. That is it right there. That is the electric floor. As long as I cannot get hit by this freaking doofus, this is going to be Metal Gear on the NES.
Don't skewer this. Good job, buddy. Good job, buddy.
Beaten without taking any damage, even through the gas mask rooms, even through the electric floor rooms.
I feel like this video is stealing this guy's thunder.
Glory to the spoons. That is Metal Gear on the Nintendo, beaten for the very first time without taking any damage. They said it was TAS only, and we proved them wrong.
I absolutely love this accomplishment. I truly believe if Slackinator didn't find a way to get through the electric floor and actually spend the time to practice and pull it off, no one else would have. This puts a cap.
I bet others could do this too. I bet others could do this too. He's just the first, and it's very impressive. Good job to him. Very loved it as well. I think he's great.
On yet another game that was previously thought to be impossible to beat without taking damage for decades before Slackinator proved everyone wrong. Of all of the games that Slackinator has beaten without taking damage, this is probably my favorite, because it didn't just require skill, it required an out-of-the-box strategy.
Oh my god, did you use AI to write this?
That even myself probably would have never thought of in a million years. A huge congratulations to Slackinator for his achievement. Please go and follow him on Twitch, where all of his efforts are streamed live, and I will also link the full run in the description. And a huge thanks to Dunius. It was your Lua script that allowed me to show the in-game values. Thanks for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a...
yeah, okay, cool. Let's set the talk speed back to normal before it changes videos. Friendly reminder, this video was sped up. Hold on. Let's try NES. Is it how long is it? Yeah, it's about 30 minutes. That's how fast the speed run is for this game. What is the MSX? Also about 30. Ooh, this person's got 20 minutes. That's cool. It seems like it's about the same, too. In the reaction farm, if I care, let me look at it. It's possible I've seen it. Oh, no. Okay, good. This one actually does look like a good video. Yeah, the one I watched... Did I even shame it? Let me check my AI art thing real quick. Did I keep it? No, I did not. Yeah, so I watched a YouTube video that was absolutely garbage. It was definitely written by ChatGPT and a guy who has never played Metal Gear in his life. And like he was describing the things that happen in Metal Gear Solid 2 and how the game plays you or something to that effect. Like that might be the title even. And it was just garbage. It was just straight garbage. It was a terrible video. I have no interest in it. It does have a different thumbnail while mobile. Well, I'm thinking about a totally different video. Unless this is it. I'll be able to recognize it immediately. No, I don't think it's this person. This person's called Probably Pause. Please, for the love of God, just... There we go.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. This is why we chose you. You accepted the fiction we provided, obeyed our orders, and did everything you were told to.
The first time you experience Metal Gear Solid 2, you'll probably complete the mission as intended.
Okay, hold on. Now that I had a difference, am I... Okay, it's still sped up, thank God. I was like, am I going crazy?
But once you discovered that the entire operation was a carefully orchestrated simulation, and that you were played from the beginning, you might load up the game again with a slightly different mindset. You could efficiently speedrun the
There's something very fascinating about human behavior.
Game, or collect dog tags.
Actually, this might be the most disturbing book that I own. Just pull it out. There. Cybernetics. It's about controlling communication in systems and machines. It's very cool. It's basically like about how to like make people into predictable outcomes and manipulation and stuff. The CIA really went into it, and it also like that book also like warns you about like misuse of it.
Or perhaps you could explore a different approach to test it. Would you ignore the mission? Repeat something pointless? Go somewhere you were never meant to go? Or attempt to expose the boundaries of your artificial reality by kneeling in front of a urinal and asking your commanding officer...
Urinal? Someone's an AI.
...what he thinks.
Is there any language where urinal is pronounced urinal?
Right, and I didn't know you had such weird interests. Not that there's anything wrong with that, though. Just that, well, it's a little weird.
Jack, I think that's a little weird.
The scientific method is rarely dignified. Because when you deviate from the script, Metal Gear Solid 2 doesn't simply ignore what you're doing. Through the codec, it praises...
I feel like I'm living in the world of the invasion of the body snatchers. I'm just constantly looking out for fake people.
And judges you before pushing you back towards the mission, and occasionally remembers something embarrassing you did hours earlier. So, are these just unusually elaborate Easter eggs, or is there something more unsettling going on here?
Okay, so yes, there is something unsettling going on here. I hope he gets into it. I'm going to say it now. I think of this as the pressure to socially conform because of shame.
Okay,
Oh,
I
hi.
just bought these headphones that are not designed for gaming. They were actually
That's cool.
designed.
Like most games, Metal Gear Solid 2 gives the player a clear channel for instructions. That channel is the codec. The Colonel gives Raiden his objectives and Rose records his progress. If the player becomes lost or heads to the wrong strat, they point him back towards the intended route. That kind of feedback is normal. The player deviates from the route and the game corrects them. But what happens when Raiden pauses his mission to rescue the President of the United States to work on his pull-up game? At first, the game is surprisingly supportive. After 100 pull-ups, the Colonel notices that Raiden's grip's improved.
Raiden, your grip has gotten stronger. Guess your hard work has paid off.
Rose tells him he's doing great. After another 100, they praise him again.
Raiden, your grip went up again.
Jack, you're truly amazing.
As someone who's listened to all the optional codecs, it's very clear that there's a lot of dialogue for dumb things, but I do really wonder how someone who's never played MGS2 or listened to them all would think about this. Yeah, you're not going to get that experience because I've heard them all too.
So, naturally, the player continues. Because if the game rewards 200 pull-ups, surely it wants us to do 300, right? It does not.
I love this.
Raiden, how long are you going to keep doing that? Forget about doing pull-ups. It's about time you return to your duties.
Jack, don't get too carried away. There are limits to everything, you know.
Because apparently 300 pull-ups during an urgent hostage rescue is where it finally becomes irresponsible. Part of this is the game.
I don't think there's anything you can do with Raiden with the extra pull-up strength. I can't think of anything right now.
Telling us that the grip gauge cannot be raised any further. Metal Gear Solid 2 could have communicated that silently with an icon. Instead, it turns a hidden strength mechanic into a workplace performance review. To us, these are repeated button presses used to improve a stat. To the Colonel and Rose, Raiden has chosen to spend an unreasonable amount of time exercising during a national emergency.
Okay, I think that's AI, and it's beautiful.
That difference is what I really want to focus on. Metal Gear Solid 2 keeps taking things that usually sit outside the story, grinding, experimentation, wasted time, strange item choices, and making its character acknowledge them. A mechanic starts to resemble behavior, and that behavior gets attached to Raiden whether he likes it or not. Many of these calls depend on where the player stands, what they look at, what they hold, or what they've just done. It works almost like a real-time point-and-click mechanic. Instead of clicking an object to receive a description, you create a situation and call somebody to find out whether the game has noticed.
I love this. Like, I think the codec is the best part of MGS2. And, like, it's fascinating to me. Like, Metal Gear Solid 2 is, like, one of my favorite games of all time. Like, if they made a Metal Gear Solid Delta version of MGS2, I'd be happy. Even though it'd be too easy. Way too easy. Jesus Christ. I still think though that what's missing is like I wish that the original writer for Codec didn't leave Konami.
Nobody tells Raiden to spend precious time during a hostage crisis exercising. Nobody asks him to go to the places he probably shouldn't go.
Oh, because I point it out every single time.
During a hostage crisis.
All right, hold on. Visible panty lines. Just pointing it out. I have again. It irritates me that I have someone in Elder Gods chat that like does not believe that Raiden's supposed to be effeminate. It's such a weird thing to be in denial of. I don't understand that guy.
Is exercising. Nobody asks him to go to the places he probably shouldn't go.
Would you want Delta two Delta to follow the pattern, or 3 Delta? Or would you want more ambitious remake? Ambitious remake, absolutely.
Oh.
I don't know how you'd make it better. I guess you know what? I would want to remake like Resident Evil 2 remake. You know, same game concept, but like refurbished.
Do things that don't really make sense. Those actions belong to the player. But once the codec responds, Raiden is the one who has to live with them. This creates one of my favorite relationships between a player and a protagonist. We perform the action.
Yeah, including new voice acting, yeah.
Raiden inherits the concept.
I do want Raiden to still be like effeminate like this. Like, look at how this character looks. I want them to be of the neutral gender as God Kojima intended. I hope that is maintained.
Consequences. Raiden doesn't independently decide to enter the women's bathroom. We move him there. He doesn't wake up that morning and decide 300 pull-ups are more important than the president. We decide that too. But when the codec opens, nobody scolds the person holding the controller. They scold Jack. The jokes turn into character writing.
Okay, this is written by AI.
Equip the cigarettes before saving, and Rose notices immediately.
By the way, Jack, are you...
It's fine. This video's good so far.
Smoking?
Yep.
Why can't male protagonists have mother-bearing hips? True. True.
I thought you quit smoking. Why did you start again?
God, Raiden's such a nerd.
There are lots
Oh,
of...
I interrupted that. Let's hear it
By
again.
the way, Jack, are you smoking?
Yep.
I thought you quit smoking. Why did you start again?
There are lots of reasons.
Look, I'm only thinking about your health, okay? Remember the last time you quit, how hard it was?
Yeah, it was pretty tough.
I don't think that'd be fun, tragically, Chris. Right, hold on. I don't see anything that says it's AI, tragically.
To the player, the cigarettes are an item with a useful gameplay mechanic. To Rose, they're a relapse. Raiden's solution isn't especially reassuring.
Wasn't it? So you should just...
I've got it, Rose. I've thought of a way to avoid all that pain and suffering.
What are you gonna do?
Keep smoking.
Jack!
Just kidding. I know it's bad for me. I'll quit as soon as I get back.
A tiny equipment choice becomes evidence of a shared history. It tells us that Raiden has tried to quit before, that Rose was there for it, and that his idea of coping with difficulty is occasionally just to surrender to it.
Which is great. I love this game.
The same thing happens with location. Mechanically, entering the women's bathroom is just walking through a door that happens to open. The codec treats it as a decision that requires an explanation. Raiden offers the weakest cover story imaginable.
I can't believe you, Jack. Do you know what that place is?
I just thought maybe the bomb disposal instructor might be in there.
Why would he be in there?
Well, you never know. He's AWOL and...
Even AWOL, a normal guy wouldn't go into a woman's bathroom. You're the only one I know who would. You're like really strange.
Rosemary, settle down.
But...
It's all right. Raiden, Rosemary is right. You should probably look someplace else. I can really sympathize with you there, though.
What, sir?
Nothing. Raiden, that's that. Return to your duties.
I wonder if that is supposed to hint at gender dysphoria for the Colonel.
You guys are unbelievable.
I'm archiving the dumbest things, I know.
Authority, discipline, and mouse stupidity achieve perfect alignment.
This is one of the most important things to me about Metal Gear Solid, is like how it communicates to the player, and like it's teaching you the entire time about its social structure, like what it's doing, your behavior, trying to condition you into specific behavior. I really wish people walked away from Metal Gear Solid 2 with the right idea. It really sucks to me that people are just like, oh, Kojima predicted AI. It's like, no, that's not what it is.
The response changes.
You could say something about algorithms. That's as deep as it gets for that.
Is if you stay inside a stall.
Raiden, that's long enough. Hurry up and get back to your duties if you've seen enough.
Jack, in retrospect, I'm really glad that I took this assignment.
Huh?
It's given me a chance to see you for who you really are. Goodbye.
Which is a devastating conclusion to reach about a man because somebody else left him sitting near a toilet for too long. Now, if Raiden equips the book and enters a stall, the whole thing escalates from suspicious exploration into something far worse.
Raiden, what are you doing there? With that?
I don't believe it. What are you thinking? Enduring your duties?
I highly disapprove.
Even though...
Look at how... Hold on.
What are you...
Hold on.
Raiden, what...
Look at how Colonel's currently positioned, okay? Look at where his shoulders are. Look at where his head is.
What are you doing there? With that?
I don't believe it.
Then...
What are you thinking? Enduring your duties?
I highly disapprove.
Look at how far back he's leaning.
Approve.
Even though every one of us is scrambling...
Just keep Raiden's facial expression throughout the whole scolding. That's the best you can do.
To do our best to support you. This? And what exactly are you going to do? Drool over pictures of voluptuous girls?
Exactly.
At least use a picture of me instead.
What?
I mean...
I completely disapprove.
This works because several interpretations collide at once. The player is testing whether an item and location interact. The game treats it as a conscious personal decision by Raiden. Rose and the Colonel interpret that decision according to their own personalities. Rose is offended, jealous, and immediately embarrassed by her own reaction. The Colonel is officially disapproving, although not quite disapproving enough to stop contributing. There's no achievement for finding this, and no meaningful reward beyond the call itself. The reward is discovering what the cast thinks the situation says about Raiden.
That is the joy of the codec.
Games usually protect their protagonists.
Metal Gear Solid Delta is the reason he joined the military. Needed to get forward something better than a Steam Deck.
The person controlling them. You can run in circles during an emergency, repeatedly crouch over a corpse, or spend 10 minutes walking into a wall, and the rest of the cast won't bat an eyelid. Metal Gear Solid 2 cannot react to everything, obviously, but it makes a more deliberate effort than most games to stop protecting Raiden's reputation. The player asks, did the developers expect me to do this? The codec answers yes, and unfortunately, everybody saw you.
So, what they're describing here is something that inspired a lot of my early game designs that I had. I used to have little checks for everything, like a huge list of like flags that said the player's doing this, if the player is doing this, then if the player is doing this, and while this is happening, I used to do stuff like that all the time. I hope I can do something like that in my new games.
Some calls do more than acknowledge a single strange action. They change when the behavior continues. A single mistake is accidental, but repetition looks more like intention. During the Harrier fight, Raiden can fire at the Kasatka carrying Snake and Otacon. The first time, Snake questions his aim.
Right, where do you think you're aiming?
This is fair though. In my many playthroughs, I've hit the Kasatka plenty of times. The second time, he tells Raiden to stop messing around.
Stop messing around!
Yeah, my games will I'm definitely going to try to figure out a way to do that. Also, unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to make it so you're able to run into walls. I like wall presses too much.
By the third, he starts to wonder whether this is personal.
You have something against us that we don't know about?
The game has recognized a pattern. Snake's response shifts from correcting bad aim to questioning Raiden's motives. The bathroom calls work in a similar way. Entering the room can be dismissed as curiosity. Going into a stall suggests commitment. Kneeling in front of the toilet causes the Colonel to reconsider whether Raiden should have been placed in charge of anything.
Raiden?
Jack, give it a rest. I can't bear watching you do that.
I disapprove. Return to your duties. That's what I feel like saying, but I'm beginning to feel like putting you in charge was not such a good idea.
Let's see if the Velotric Gomad can really replace my car.
By the way, I
Gomad's
like
fat
this video,
tires
even
need
if I'm sensing signs of AI.
The support team begins to feel as though it's forming an opinion of him. Not every opinion is funny. Shoot enough seagulls and the codec doesn't congratulate the player for their aim.
Right. Do you actually enjoy abusing helpless animals?
I don't believe this. I had no idea you were that kind of a monster.
I don't understand.
I'll definitely be adding that kind of reaction.
Right. If you're satisfied, get back to the mission.
That judgment is slightly ironic considering Raiden's profession. But the act has no tactical purpose and no believable excuse. It's cruelty performed because the player wants to see.
How did he move around in first-person view? Hold on a second.
Slightly ironic.
Get back to the mission.
It's first-person view mode.
That judgment is slightly ironic considering Raiden's profession.
And then
but the act has no tactical purpose.
He is out of first-person view. How did that happen?
Purpose and no believable excuse.
Must be a
cruelty
mod.
performed because the player wants to see whether the game will react, even if the seagulls do occasionally aim back. The kernel doesn't care whether the player was testing a weapon or checking the collision. He asks whether Raiden is enjoying doing it.
Okay, notice this. This is an AI statement. The kernel doesn't care whether the player was testing
a weapon or
checking the collision. What does that mean? I don't think the AI knew what it meant there. What does it mean by collision?
He asks whether Raiden is enjoying doing it. Rose treats the action as new evidence about the person she loves. A private player impulse, what happens if I shoot this, is dragged into a social relationship. The hostage haul pushes that further. Attack restrained hostage.
This is real footage though, so there's like some effort being put into making this, so I can't hate it entirely.
Hostages, and the Colonel describes Raiden as if he's enjoying himself. Rose takes it personally.
Raiden, you appear to be enjoying yourself slapping around defenseless hostages.
I can't believe you. I didn't think you were the kind of person to do such a thing.
Good thing you saw him for what he really was, huh, Rosemary?
Yeah, I don't know this person anymore. Goodbye.
And then we come to one of the more uncomfortable examples.
My camera!
If Raiden puts Jennifer, one of the hostages, to sleep and aims the digital camera at her inappropriately, the Colonel and Rose condemn him.
Raiden, what are you doing? You forget yourself.
I can't believe you. What's wrong with you?
I highly disapprove.
I'm just...
What do you mean, I'm just?
Rosemary, you're right. One shouldn't stoop to vulgar levels just because they've set foot on the battlefield. But I can sympathize with you there.
You what?
Nothing.
How twisted. The both of you.
Actually taking the photograph produces an uproar, mostly from Rose.
Jack, what the hell are you doing? You are sick, you know?
Rosemary.
Colonel, was I wrong in what I did?
Perhaps. Oh, God. There are certain things that a person can and can't do.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
You understand?
Yes.
Come out of this thing alive, both for yourself and so as not to waste your training.
No need to tell me that, Colonel.
Right. And I recommend you not throw away that picture.
Colonel?
What?
You're not joking.
Huh.
Are you?
Continue your duties. Understood?
Yes, sir.
It's a very Metal Gear conversation. Rose is...
friendly reminder. Kojima might have had a hand in some of the codec conversations, but they were not written by him.
Left supervising two idiots during a national emergency, while the Colonel's moral authority seems to vanish here. Taken together, these calls build a very loose and very strange portrait of Raiden. He can appear dedicated, curious, distracted, immature, or cruel depending on what the player decides to test. The Colonel, meanwhile, has no business delivering moral guidance to anyone, AI or not. Obviously, this isn't a real psychological system. Every response was written and triggered in advance, but the player doesn't know which behaviors were anticipated until somebody answers the call. Most of these examples are jokes. I don't think Kojima was making a profound statement about free will every time somebody equipped the book near a toilet.
Are you sure?
But the jokes establish a design language. The player performs an unnecessary action, The codec recognizes it.
Yeah, this looks AI. This has like, this just like, it's like 8 out of 10 AI.
And the characters decide what it means for Raiden. The game uses that same language for something far less funny. Early on,
Jason.
if Raiden kills a soldier, stands over the body, and then saves the game, we get this.
But again, it's like edited, like it actually is edited. It's actual gameplay footage. I guess he just didn't feel comfortable with his writing ability.
When AT&T named
Jason.
the all-new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 8...
Rose, no comment?
About?
I've killed someone.
Oh my god.
Jack, it's a battlefield.
My opponents are living, breathing human beings. This isn't like the VR training. They have bodies. They have had lives. I took all that away from them.
But you've got no choice if you want to survive.
And yet, maybe because of the VR training, I can't help but try and block out that reality. It's the only way I can manage to fight.
Jack.
What?
I don't care what it takes, just as long as you come back alive. Do whatever it takes, please.
Kill everyone.
Just come back in one piece.
Okay.
An efficient player has no reason to stop. The guard has been dealt with, and the route is clear. The mission tells us to continue. This call only happens because the player doesn't. For me, this is one of the most important optional conversations in the game. Metal Gear Solid 2 normally encourages us to treat an enemy body as a practical problem. Drag it out of
okay, no it doesn't.
sight, hide it in a locker, or step over it and keep moving.
The game consistently has you think about whether or not they're alive.
Here, Raiden acknowledges the life that was there. The optimal path is simple: kill, or avoid, and continue. The optional path makes him contemplate what that requires him to suppress. We made the lethal choice. Raiden has to find the words for it. This is what I meant when I said that codec turns gameplay into character writing. The same system that can make Raiden look ridiculous can also make him look more human. Guilty, frightened, and painfully aware of the difference between VR targets and living people. For a moment, the guard stops being a physical problem and becomes a moral one. Rose's save conversations often live in this more personal side of the game. She's technically there to record mission data, but saving also becomes an excuse to retrieve pieces of Raiden's private life. At one point, Shima refers to a darker side of him and perhaps even implies that he's physically abusive.
It was the first time you ever raised your hand against me.
Raiden repeatedly tries to return the conversation to the mission, because the mission is easier to deal with for him.
Yeah, I can't stress enough. Raiden is a bad person. I always see Raiden as like the standard American. He doesn't think too hard, doesn't think too deeply, just wants to go through. He doesn't actually care about killing or anything like that. I think his redemption was revengeance when he goes and kills the secret pedophile cult. Yeah, first time.
Reactions to outrageous player behavior, but they still sit outside the efficient path. The game is already saved. The player has to remain on the codec and choose to listen.
Look, I'm sorry.
It wasn't your violent nature that scared me. It was your room, your heart.
Stop it.
There wasn't anything in your room. Only a bed and a small desk. It looked like a prison cell.
Rose?
No television
My desk
set.
is pretty big.
No family pictures. Not even a poster.
Rose, I only use that room for sleeping.
A lifeless room. Almost like your empty heart.
That's why I tried to keep you out.
I thought I was beginning to understand you. Until I saw that room.
Would you
Hashtag male living spaces.
been happier if I had a picture of you hanging on the wall?
That's not what I was trying to say.
Enough, Rose.
You remember how people used to decorate their rooms in like 2006 through 2008? People used to like get magazine images and just kind of put them on their wall. They'd be like band people and stuff like that, like music people, models or whatever. I feel like rooms should look more like that, in the sense that like you're trying to create an aesthetic, like a mood board for your room, and your goal should be like creating a nest in that sense. You only have 90s movies to reference. Somehow 17-year-old got a stop sign, a piece of government property. Yeah, well, right now my room is actually a little bit more decorated. It's just also not for you guys. I need to decorate a little bit more. I have actually been considering moving my bed to a different part of the house so I could rearrange this room to be just an office.
We'll talk about this later, after the mission.
Right. After the mission. I understand.
Thankfully, my ex was smarter than Rose.
After the mission becomes Raiden's escape room. He can discuss the next target, bridge, or weapon without hesitation. What he really struggles to discuss is himself. These conversations interrupt the operation with feelings that serve no tactical purpose. The main story contains huge emotion.
Humorously, I would compare my ex to probably Dr. Clark, aka Paramedic. Oh, yeah.
Emotional moments, of course, but those moments arrive with cinematic emphasis. The optional codec catches the cast between their official roles, and can
I hate seeing push touchpad. What game is he playing this on? What is this? Are you a Zoomer? Are you a tablet kid?
Catch us off guard too. Rose becomes more than an analyst. Snake becomes more than a legendary soldier. Emma becomes more than a programmer needed to upload a virus. Raiden becomes more than an object being moved through the S3 exercise. Once the codec has answered one strange action, it changes how you approach the next one.
Oh, okay.
At first, the experiments feel private. Can I enter this room? Can I shoot that? Will anybody react if I call from here? Then somebody does.
By the way, I am downloading this video. I actually really like this because it appropriately captures one of the aspects of Metal Gear Solid that I do enjoy.
Point on, every odd situation,
even if it is
like
largely AI, I think it's a good video.
Metal Gear Solid 2 is not genuinely watching.
I'm not giving it a like, though.
Of course. Every response was written, recorded, and attached to a specific trigger long before we picked up the controller. But we don't know which actions the developers anticipated until somebody answers the call. That uncertainty...
This is also another hallmark of AI. It kind of just reiterated it. Oh, not everything is called in the codex. He should have used examples.
Becomes part of the fun. And one optional response shows that the recognition can last much longer than a single scene. If the player triggered the secret book call in the woman's bathroom, the corrupted AI kernel can refer back to it during Arsenal gear.
I can't believe it, that someone who has committed all those twisted acts in the woman's bathroom would make it this far. This is the end of the world.
He's doom scrolling! Colonel is doom scrolling! Oh, I love it. I love it so much. There's the other button to the left and the right. Capture the buttons. Ah, okay.
This line is ridiculous, but it establishes something concrete. The game didn't simply react in the bathroom and forget about it. It stored the earlier condition and used it again several hours later.
Oh my god, that made me so mad. I wish.
And forget about it. It stored the earlier condition.
That is not what it says in binary. I'm very irritated by that.
And used it again several hours later. For one embarrassing decision at least, Raiden now has a history. That's probably as far as the direct evidence takes us. The optional calls aren't a secret Patriot surveillance system, and I don't think every joke is hiding a grand statement about free will.
Again, he just said that. He just said that. Is this supposed to be is this his symmetrical writing of the AI?
They do show is that Metal Gear Solid...
Zone of the Enders box. There's also a Todd McFarlane Toys box. It has the Spawn logo on it.
2 gives weight to choices without needing them to rewrite the plot. 300 pull-ups won't stop Arsenal gear from launching, and killing seagulls won't unlock an ecological terrorist ending.
That is a good song. I actually was considering making the intro song, the main menu song of Zone of the Enders, my start stream music, but then I decided that it was not a good idea.
Even if it probably should. The destination stays the same. The journey becomes more particular because the game responds to what this version of Raiden did along the way. That idea fits unusually well inside the Big Shell incident itself. Raiden's actions are real, but the operation controls the information and circumstances around him so carefully that those actions continue moving towards a prepared outcome. As the kernel explains, S3 doesn't need to direct every individual movement.
It's a good game. I do like Zone of the Enders.
It creates the situation that shapes what Raiden becomes.
The S3 is a system for controlling human will.
I don't like Zone of the Enders 2, by the way, for the record. It's mechanically better, but it's not a good game.
Will and consciousness.
Klondike
and the story's
hits
not
you
very
with
good.
brutal cold. Can you survive? Build a warm camp.
S3 is not you, a soldier trained in the image of Solid Snake. It is a method, a protocol that created a circumstance that made you what you are.
So you see, we're the S3, not you.
The optional codec is...
Yeah, I think that the more I listen to GW describe the S3 program, the more willing I am to believe that perhaps Venom Snake is Gray Fox, but like the people that pitch that idea, they have such bad logic about it. But like I can see what's there, but they're bad at the logic.
3, not you.
The optional codec isn't a miniature version of S3. The connection is much simpler. In both cases, Raiden acts inside conditions somebody else has prepared. His behavior is still his own, but the environment is ready to interpret and respond to it, and make it part of the experience. It all feels appropriate to Metal Gear Solid 2. The game doesn't ignore us or stop us from going off script, but it shows the script had something ready to say when we did. We left the intended path, but we never left the stage. It'd be easy to remember these silly optional codecs as elaborate punchlines and Easter eggs. Many of them are exactly that. They're jokes and rewards for the players curious enough to waste time.
It's like a very rough trail that someone can walk you through, but every escort makes you fall off the trail.
In strange conditions, or test something the mission doesn't require.
Which part?
Together,
I brought up 3 things at the same time, unfortunately. I kind of lost track of everything.
Well, they do something more specific. They take a...
in a metaphorical sense, or what is the it's part of the sentence? What is the it's like? What is the it's part? That's and then I'll remember. Oh, for Venom. Yeah. It's like it makes so much sense, but also it doesn't. Like the way that Python Selkin, which is the ones that were like popularizing the whole theory, they present it and they're like, look, it's correct because we said it was correct back then, and now it says it's correct now, and so you know for a fact that we're right because we said we were right back then, and now we're saying we're right now. And it's like, that's not how this works. We need peer reviews and stuff.
The mission doesn't require.
We need a full game.
But together, they do something more specific. They take a mechanical action and decide what it means inside the story. We press the button, Raiden becomes the person responsible. That's the part I find most fascinating. Metal Gear Solid 1 used optional codec calls to reveal the people behind the mission. Metal Gear Solid 2 uses these obscure calls to reveal the person behind Raiden. Or at least, the version of him who decided that executing 12 seagulls was a necessary evil for revenge. Calling these moments Easter eggs isn't wrong. It just misses what they achieve when they're viewed together. They're small pieces of character writing offered through player behavior, in a game already obsessed with simulation, observation, and control.
Control.
The first time you play Metal Gear Solid 2, you'll probably do exactly what you're told. But the next time you decide to go off script, just don't assume nobody noticed.
Honestly though, you have played the game for a long time. Don't you have anything else to do with your time?
I love that line, but I also hate that line for using the word time twice. I'll download that video, by the way. I did like it. Hold on. Did this guy make the other one? I'm just checking. Oh, okay. This person's like still kind of finding their voice on here. Cool. Nightmare Fuel? Yes. I agree. Bum. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, someone's playing Metal Gear, and we should probably raid them. They're probably, I don't know how long they're going to play it. I don't even know why they're playing right now. But I think this is where I'm going to end my stream. This was fun. Let's see if I can raid them fast so they can end their stream. They said their stream is going to be short, so... Yeah, thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for your conversations, your company, your time. How long have they been streaming? Hold on. 2 hours. We might be able to get it out to them. We're going to Pelgicat. She's playing Metal Gear Solid 2, so it just makes sense, right? I appreciate y'all. I'll be back on tomorrow. I might take an Adderall so that I can focus on coding. I need to find out. I want to make sure that nothing else is happening except that I can code tomorrow. So, we'll see what happens. Have a good night. Take care. See you later. Bye.
Oh, unless Lynx, how you doing, my lord? Is you well? Is you good? How are you doing? Is you well? What are you playing today? If anyone here hasn't checked out the gun links to you, what you doing? If you want to see someone who's a pro at these games, check out Gun Links. I'd appreciate